They called it a dream, a fool's parade. Said it was a game the brave had played. But now the chains are breaking wide. XRP's the wave, the rising tide. No more courts, no more chains. Freedom's here, we've staked our claim. The future's lit, the past is gone. We're the spark, we're the dawn. XRP is flying high, like a comet in the sky. Bridging worlds, no more divide. Internet of value, we're the ride. XRP, the number one. The race is over, we've begun. From tokens to dreams, we unify. XRP, it's time to fly. XRP, it's time to fly. Money moves like lightning now. Across the seas, no bounds, no doubt. ETFs are knocking, doors unbarred. A global stage, we've raised the card. The bridges rise, the ledgers hum. Every asset under the sun, from oil to gold, from land to art. XRP connects the heart. XRP is flying high, like a comet in the sky. Bridging worlds, no more divide. Internet of value, we're the ride. XRP, the number one. The race is over, we've begun. From tokens to dreams, we unify. XRP, it's time to fly. XRP, it's time to fly. It's time to fly. It's time to fly. It's time to fly. XRP, it's time to fly. XRP. XRP, it's time to fly.
It started as a whisper in the cold, dark night. Now it's roaring like a lion, taking flight. It started as a whisper in the cold, dark night. Now it's roaring like a lion, taking flight. The chains are broken, the case is done. The future's calling, we've just begun. From the shadows to the skyline, every ledger, every lifeline. XRP to the moon, can't hold it back. The bridge of the world on a blazing track. Tokenize it all, every dream, every dime. In at a value, it's our time. It's our time. Wall Street shaking, ETFs in play. The rails are ready, a brand new day. From Tokyo to London, Sydney to Rome, XRP is building a global home. No more borders, no divide. It's the pulse where worlds collide. XRP to the moon, can't hold it back. The bridge of the world on a blazing track. Tokenize it all, every dream, every dime. In at a value, it's our time. It's our time. XRP to the moon, can't hold it back. The bridge of the world on a blazing track. Tokenize it all, every dream, every dime. Internet of value, it's our time. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Started small, a ripple in the stream. Now it's a tidal wave chasing the dream. No chains can hold what's meant to fly. XRP rising, touching the sky. The case is closed, the shackles gone. The bridge is built, the race is on. XRP to the moon, we're flying high. Bridging world's value on the line. Tokenize it all, the future's here. Internet of value, crystal clear. Internet of value, crystal clear. Internet of value, crystal clear. From banks to chains, it's breaking through. Started small, a ripple in the stream. Now it's a tidal wave chasing the dream. No chains can hold what's meant to fly. XRP rising, touching the sky. The case is closed, the shackles gone. The bridge is built, the race is on. XRP to the moon, we're flying high. Bridging worlds, value on the line. Tokenize it, all the future's here and Internet of value, crystal clear. Started in the shadows, quiet and small. Now the giant wakes, breaking every wall. Essays done, the chains are cracked. XRP's rising, no looking back. The world's in need, the bridge is cut. One coin to connect it all. XRP, the spark ignites, blazing through the endless nights. Tokenize, the future's here. Internet of value, crystal clear. Oh, XRP, the number one name, changing the rules, rewiring the game. From banks to borders, the ledgers hum. Global finance, the revolution's begun. ETFs rolling, the gates swing wide. A digital tide, we can't subside. A trillion dreams, a single thread. The world united, the past is shed. XRP, the spark ignites, blazing through the endless nights. Tokenize, the future's here. Internet of value, crystal clear. Oh, XRP, the number one name, changing the rules, rewiring the game. XRP, the spark ignites, blazing through the endless nights. Tokenize, the future's here. Internet of value, crystal clear. Oh, XRP, the number one name, changing the rules, rewiring the game. Rewiring the game.
Started in the shadows, quiet and small. Now the giant wakes, breaking every wall. A6's done, the chains are cracked. XRP's rising, no looking back. The world's in need, the bridge is called. One coin to connect it all. XRP, the spark ignites, blazing through the endless nights. Tokenize, the future's here. Internet of value, crystal clear. Oh, XRP, the number one name, changing the rules, rewiring the game.
It started as a whisper in the digital haze. Now it's a roar breaking through the maze. The case is closed, the chains are gone. XRP's anthem, a global song. Money moves like a lightning flash. No more borders, no more cash. Tokenize the dreams we hold. Bridge the world with liquid gold. Ripple the world, watch it spin. The internet of value begins. XRP, the #1 coin. The future's here, come and join. Ripple the world, watch it spin. The internet of value begins. XRP, the #1 coin. The future's here, come and join. No red tape, no middleman. A global stage, a master plan. From banks to people, every land. One ledger, one united hand. ETFs incoming, the floodgates break. A tidal wave, the world will wake. The rails are set, the ride is clear. XRP's time, the moment's here. Ripple the world, watch it spin. The internet of value begins. XRP, the #1 coin. The future's here, come and join. Ripple the world, watch it spin. The internet of value begins. XRP, the #1 coin. The future's here, come and join. Ripple the world, watch it spin. The internet of value begins. XRP, the #1 coin. The future's here, come and join. Ripple the world, watch it spin. The internet of value begins. XRP, the #1 coin. The future's here, come and join. Ripple the world. It started as a whisper in the digital haze. Now it's a roar breaking through the maze. The case is closed, the chains are gone. XRP's anthem, a global song. Money moves like a lightning flash. No more borders, no more cash. Tokenize the dreams we hold. Bridge the world with liquid gold. Ripple the world, watch it spin. The internet of value begins. XRP, the #1 coin. The future's here, come and join. Ripple the world, watch it spin. The internet of value begins. XRP, the #1 coin. The future's here, come and join. Hey. XRP. No red tape, no middleman. A global stage, a master plan. From banks to people, every land. One ledger, one united hand. ETFs incoming, the floodgates break. A tidal wave, the world will wake. The rails are set, the ride is clear. XRP's time, the moment's here. Ripple the world, watch it spin. The internet of value begins. XRP, the #1 coin. The future's here, come and join. Ripple the world, watch it spin. The internet of value begins. XRP, the #1 coin. The future's here,
It started as a whisper, now it's a roar, breaking down the gates, crashing through the floor. The SCT try to hold us, chains turn to dust. Now the world's on notice, in XRP we trust. A spark ignites, a tidal wave. No more borders, no more chains. XRP, it's flying high, bridging worlds, watching unify. Internet of value, the future's clear. XRP, the king is here. Tokenizing everything, dreams take form, from banks to nations, it's the new norm. ETFs are calling, the floodgates break, a global shift, feel the earthquake. A spark ignites, a tidal wave. No more borders, no more chains. XRP, it's flying high, bridging worlds, watching unify. Internet of value, the future's clear. XRP, the king is here. XRP, the king is here. XRP. It started as a whisper, now it's a roar, breaking down the gates, crashing through the floor. The SST try to hold us, chains turn to dust. And now the world's on notice, in XRP we trust. A spark ignites, a tidal wave. No more borders, no more chains, no more chains. XRP, it's flying high, bridging worlds, watching unify. Internet of value, the future's clear. XRP, the king is here. Tokenizing everything, dreams take form, from banks to nations, it's the new norm. ETFs are calling, the floodgates break, a global shift, feel the earthquake. A spark ignites, a tidal wave. No more borders, no more chains, no more chains. XRP, it's flying high, bridging worlds, watching unify. Internet of value, the future's clear. XRP, the king is here. XRP, a spark ignites, a tidal wave. No more borders, no more chains, no more chains. XRP, it's flying high, bridging worlds, watching unify. Internet of value, the future's clear. XRP, the king is here. XRP, XRP, XRP. Rockets on the pad, we're ready to fly. XRP's a spark lighting up the sky. They try to hold us down, but we broke the chain. SCT felt like a summer rain. Tick tock, the clock's rewinding. The future's here, it's blinding. XRP to the moon, we're breaking through. Internet of value, we're coming for you. Bridge the world, finance with every move. XRP to the moon, nothing left to prove. ETFs incoming, the gates are wide. Tokenize the world, let the currents ride. From dollars to yen, every border erased. With a code that rewrites the financial space. Tick tock, the world's aligning. The dawn of gold's redefining. XRP to the moon, we're breaking through. Internet of value, we're coming for you. Bridge the world, finance with every move. XRP to the moon, nothing left to XRP to the moon, nothing left to prove. Rockets on the pad, we're ready to fly. XRP's a spark lighting up the sky. They try to hold us down, but we broke the chain. SEC felt like a summer rain. Yeah. Tick tock, the clock's rewinding. The future's here, is blinding. XRP to the moon, we're breaking through. Internet of value, we're coming for you. Bridge the world, finance with every move. XRP to the moon, nothing left to prove. ETFs incoming, the gates are wide. Tokenize the world, let the currents ride. From dollars to yen, every border erased. With a code that rewrites the financial space. Tick tock, the world's aligning. The dawn of gold's redefining. XRP to the moon, we're breaking through. Internet of value, we're coming for you. Bridge the world, finance with every move. XRP to the moon, nothing left to prove. rocket's lit, it's out of sight. Breaking walls, the case is done. XRP, the chosen one. Gable drop, the world's awake. No more games, no more fake. The future's here, it's in our hands. XRP's the promised land. XRP to the moon, to the stars, to the skies. Breaking through the rules, cutting all the ties. Bridge the world, the value flows ahead of dreams. Watch it grow. XRP, yeah, number one. It's no surprise. Tokens fly, the ETFs flood, gold and green, it's in the blood. Banks are calling, finding shakes, a tidal wave, the system breaks. Every coin, it takes its place. Every border, it's erased. One by one, the pieces fit. The world is ours. This is it. XRP to the moon, to the stars, to the skies. Breaking through the rules, cutting all the ties. Bridge the world, the value flows, internet of dreams. Watch it grow. XRP, yeah, number one. It's no surprise. XRP to the rise. Yeah, number one. It's no surprise.
They try to chain it, try to fly, but the rocket's lit, it's out of sight. Breaking walls, the case is done. XRP, the chosen one.
Gable drop, the world's awake. No more games, no more fake. The future's here, it's in our hands. XRP's the promised land.
XRP to the moon, to the stars, to the skies. Breaking through the rules, cutting all the ties. Bridge the world, the value flows. Internet of dreams, watch it grow. XRP, yeah, number one. It's no surprise. Tokens fly, the EDF flood. Gold and green, it's in the blood. Banks are calling, finding shakes, a tidal wave. The system breaks.
Every coin, it takes its place. Every border, it's erased. One by one, the pieces fit. The world is ours. This is it.
XRP to the moon, to the stars, to the skies. Breaking through the rules, cutting all the ties. Bridge the world, the value flows. Internet of dreams, watch it grow. XRP, yeah, number one. It's no surprise. XRP, yeah, number one. It's no surprise.
The chains are breaking, the tide is high. XRP's the rocket piercing the sky. No more shadows, no more fight. The ECC's done, we won the night. Bridges of gold, they're coming alive. Every block a heartbeat, the world's gonna thrive. XRP, it's the one to rise. one to rise, building bridges where the old divides, tokenizing dreams, watch the future ignite. XRP to the moon, it's a global light. It's a global light. XRP to the XRP, it's the one to rise, building bridges where the old divides, tokenizing dreams, watch the future ignite. XRP to the moon, it's a global light. It's a global light.
The chains are breaking, the tide is high. XRP's the rocket piercing the sky. No more shadows, no more fight. The ECCs know we won the night. Bridges of gold, they're coming alive. Every block a heartbeat, the world's gonna thrive. XRP, it's the one to rise. Building bridges where the old divide. Tokenizing dreams, watch the future ignite. XRP to the moon, it's a global light. It's the one to rise. Building bridges where the old divide. Tokenizing dreams, watch the future ignite. XRP to the moon, it's a global light. To the moon, it's a global light. To the moon, it's a global light. ETFs are knocking doors wide open. Every ledger's a word unspoken. A web of value, a new dawn breaks. XRP's the thread the whole world takes. From banks to markets, a single code flows like rivers, bridges low. XRP, it's the one to rise. Building bridges where the old divide. Tokenizing dreams, watch the future ignite. XRP to the moon, it's a global light. It's the one to rise. Building bridges where the old divide. Tokenizing dreams, watch the future ignite. XRP to the moon, it's a global light. 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 They tried to chain it, hold it down. The suits, the gavel, the circus clown. But the case is closed, the stage is clear. XRP's moment, the future's here. No more waiting, no more lies. The phoenix soars, watch it rise. XRP to the moon, to the stars, to the sun. It's the bridge, it's the one. Tokenize the world, every dream. ledger speaks, open your eyes.
XRP to the moon, to the stars, to the sun. It's the bridge, it's the one. Tokenize the world, every dream, every dime. Internet of value, it's our time.
They tried to chain it, hold it down. The suit's the gavel, the circus clown. But the case is closed, the stage is clear. XRP's moment, the future's here. No more waiting, no more lies. The phoenix soars, watch it rise. XRP to the moon, to the stars, to the sun. It's the bridge, it's the one. Tokenize the world, every dream, every dime. Internet of value, it's our time. XRP to the moon. ETFs is knocking, the floodgates break. A tidal wave, the world's awake. Every border, every line, XRP runs through, it's divine. No more whispers, no disguise. The ledger speaks, open your eyes. XRP to the moon, to the stars, to the sun. It's the bridge, it's the one. Tokenize the world, every dream, every dime. Internet of value, it's our time. XRP to the moon. XRP to the moon. From the ashes of the fight we rise. The case is closed, the truth survives. A rebel coin with wings of gold, breaking chains, the future unfolds. Tick tock, the clock is spinning, a new dawn, the race beginning. XRP, it's taking flight, bridge the world, unite, ignite, tokenize the dreams we hold, internet of valuable. XRP, the #1 coin, the future's here, let's all join. No borders now, the walls come down. Liquidity flows, we wear the crown. ETFs, they're lining up. The world is thirsty, fill the cup. Tick tock, the clock is spinning, a new dawn, the race beginning. XRP, it's taking flight, bridge the world, unite, ignite, tokenize the dreams we hold, internet of valuable. XRP, the #1 coin, the future's here, let's all join. XRP, it's taking flight, bridge the world, unite, ignite, tokenize the dreams we hold, internet of valuable. XRP, the #1 coin, the future's here, let's all join. XRP, it's taking flight, bridge the world, unite, ignite, tokenize the dreams we hold, internet of valuable. XRP, the #1 coin, the future's here, let's all join. It started as a whisper, now it's a roar. The bridge is built, unlock the door. The SC fell, the chains are gone. XRP rising, a new dawn. Tokenized dreams, they're flying high. Worlds connected, no goodbye. From the shadows to the light, XRP is taking flight. Oh, oh. No middlemen, no delay. Every second it paves the way. XRP to the moon, no turning back. Internet of value, it's on the track. One coin to bridge it all, the world finance. Dancing to the rhythm of the blockchain dance. XRP to the moon, the future's clear, breaking every limit. Year by year, one coin to bridge it all, the global trends.
It started as a whisper, now it's a roar. The bridge is built, unlock the door. The efficacy fell, the chains are gone. XRP rising a new dawn. Taking nice dreams, they're flying high. Worlds connected, no goodbye. From the shadows to the light, XRP's taking flight. No middleman, no delay. Every second it paves the way. XRP to the moon, no turning back. Internet of value, it's on the track. One coin to bridge it all. The world finance, dancing to the rhythm of the blockchain dance. XRP to the moon, the future's clear. Breaking every limit, year by year. One coin to bridge it all. A global trance. XRP, the leader of the finance dance. ETFs are knocking, they want in a tidal wave. Let it begin, lightning speed, no time to wait. Cross-border love, a perfect state. XRP to the moon, no turning back. Internet of value, it's on the track. One coin to bridge it all. The world finance, dancing to the rhythm of the blockchain dance. XRP to the moon, the future's clear. Breaking every limit, year by year. One coin to bridge it all. A global trance. XRP, the leader of the finance dance. XRP to the moon. XRP to the moon, the future's clear. Breaking every limit, year by year. One coin to bridge it all. A global trance. XRP, the leader of the finance dance.
Ripples running through the wires, feel the power surge. Oh, no more borders, no more walls, just a single lurch. Oh, the case is closed, the gavel's down. We're free to rise, the moon's too close. We aim for stars past the endless skies. Oh, the chains are broken. Can you feel the flow? The ledger's open, watch the future glow. XRP, it's the key to the internet of value. Bridge the seas, tokenize every dream we hold true. XRP, can't you see? It's the spark, the revolution. Number one, it's begun. The world's next solution. ETFs are lighting fires, markets start to quake. Oh, the tide is shifting, old finance begins to break. Oh, a tokenized tomorrow, every asset on the chain. From gold to real estate, we're breaking every chain. Oh, the chains are broken, can you feel the flow? The ledger's open, watch the future glow. XRP, it's the key to the internet of value. Bridge
of patients. And at Foresight, we have developed a robotic platform coupled with AI to tackle and augment surgeon capabilities in order to perform many more procedures, but in a very accurate and precise way.
Joseph, can you provide examples of how the AI is helping to, automate these surgeries, if that's the correct term?
Definitely. There's huge advancements in AI in the last few years, hundreds of billions of dollars that have fueled this development. For us, it's taking our platform with superhuman intelligence and giving surgeons the ability to do many more procedures in an unprecedented accuracy that eye surgery field has never seen before. So these advances, we believe, will really advance the field, and eye surgery doesn't have currently robotics. So this is a true kind of revolution in this field.
And next frontier of the robotics revolution, why is that?
Well, the field of eye surgery, robotics has been very successful in other fields like general surgery, spine surgery, and orthopedics. But the eye is such a small organ. It's 1/8 from the front of the eye to the back of the eye. And the precision, accuracy, and the ability of AI to really have this kind of robotics haven't been done before. And the amount of patients is massive. This is a $2 billion, 2 billion patients that have vision impairment. And with that, we really need robotics to take effect of the shortage of labor in terms of surgeons. And I'm just apologizing, ma'am. I'm hurting myself double here, so it's hard to.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
Joseph, congratulations on your latest $125 million Series B funding round. How will you be allocating that capital?
Right, so the B round, it's the second largest B round in surgical robotics history. The $125 million round that was led by Eclipse. And it's very exciting due to two main reasons. First one, that it will take our platform all the way through regulatory approvals and to the US market. And the second one, as I mentioned, the more currently robotic technology in the eye field. So this very innovative and unique solution hopefully will help hundreds of millions of patients who are waiting for eye surgery.
What is next for Foresight Robotics?
So for us, it's expanding our activities or operation to the US. Later this year, we're going to have first clinical studies. And really the most important thing is getting to the market and catering to this massive amount of patients. That's the bottom line. And what we want to achieve with having robotics is to give the patient the confidence that if the surgeons are using the Foresight Robotics platform, they will get the best possible outcome. And this is really what it's all about.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph Nathan, Foresight's co-founder, president, and chief medical officer.
Thank you so much for having me.
Stay with us. The opening bell is up next.
The history of capital markets, the foundation of the dollar economy. We wanted to be here. This is a successful IPO. We have so much ahead of us. This doesn't happen without the extraordinary efforts of the people here. With that, let's go!
So today is a new chapter. Today is a new age.
circle is building the foundation of our new economic system. We deeply believe we can raise global economic prosperity. We can change the outcomes of people's lives. I am so thrilled for this next chapter to begin today with all of you in this historic building.
"40 years, 40 million meals served across the city. That's no small feat. Your organization is so important, and we're so thankful that you're a part of New York City."
I am so excited to be stepping in this role, mostly because of all of you, the 150 people that are back at our office actually working this morning, and the 23,000+ volunteers that come in and out of that building every year, and of course, the thousands and thousands of clients that we help every single day because of all of your hard work.
Welcome back to NYSE TV Live. In just a moment, NYSE listed Abbott and the Big Ten Conference will ring the opening bell to kick off its second year of its We Give Blood partnership. The goal of this initiative is to raise awareness of the importance of donating blood. And with the start of college football season arriving, Abbott and the Big Ten have turned this campaign into a competition. All 18 universities within the conference will compete to reach the highest number of blood donations from students, alumni, and supporters. The school with the most donations will win $1 million from Abbott to support health initiatives for students and community. Let's take a look at the opening bell. There's a lot of excitement on the floor. Let's go down to hear the bell. Markets are officially open for trade. Joining me now is Michael Ranking, NYSE Senior Market Strategist. Michael, I understand that you went to a Big Ten school, Penn State, and your mascot is up at that podium.
Yep, yeah, it was a very exciting morning here. You know, as a Penn State alumni, you know, I got to talk to the Nittany Lion this morning, and I was talking a little trash to both the Oregon Duck and the Ohio State this year.
Awesome, awesome. So let's get right into it. NVIDIA is reporting after the bell today earnings, highly anticipated. Yeah. What are you going to be listening for?
Yeah, look, I mean, as the largest kind of market capitalization company in the market, it's just always become kind of a highly anticipated event. I think from an investor perspective, expectations are very high. It's widely expected that they're going to put up very strong numbers, which we've seen. The real question is kind of how markets respond to kind of the numbers that do come in today with that high bar. I think from a from a thematic perspective, investors will be listening to hear how they're dealing with the geopolitical issues between the U.S. and China. Kind of the ramp up of their Blackwell chip and whether or not they're starting to see kind of margins improve if they started to ramp up production of those chips. All right, and then I think you're going to once again start to hear Jensen Huang kind of talk about the evolution of AI, right, and robotics and things of that nature.
All right, and we've come off a third straight quarter of double digits earnings growth. Do you think that investors feel that corporate America is stronger than what the broader economic headlines would suggest?
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, like the press always kind of does, kind of cover the economy in a doom and gloom sort of, sort of way, right? In general, I think the kind of the economic backdrop is held up, kind of pretty strong. Though there are consumers have definitely felt the pinch of kind of inflation over the last few years. From a corporate earnings perspective, right, I think one of the things that we've really seen coming out of the pandemic is just how adaptable management teams are and how they've been able to kind of adjust to these very, very difficult environments, right? And we're once again seeing that, kind of in response to, kind of the shifting policies coming out of Washington and how companies have been dealing with kind of the impact of tariffs, putting in place mitigation measures, kind of pulling forward some demand, right? So thus far they've continued to be able to, kind of really weather any of that impact, and I would expect that, to continue as we head into next year.
So there are a lot of eyes on the Fed right now. What are the pros and cons of a rate cut, and is there any historical precedence for this?
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of kind of Fed independence, which has kind of been the big talking point recently, right? I mean, the independence of the Federal Reserve is very important, right? And that's been kind of the hot topic over the last kind of couple of months as President Trump has kind of continuously kind of been bashing kind of Fed Chair Powell, and then now trying to remove Fed Governor Lisa Cook. So in terms of kind of the pressure that the Federal Reserve is seeing from the administration, right? We did, the 1970s are kind of a precedent, kind of for some of that pressure, right? I think, from a rate cutting perspective, right, the real key is to understand that the Federal Reserve is acting in response to data and not political pressures, right? And markets are going to, and markets, particularly fixed income markets, are going to kind of keep that in check, right? So if the Federal Reserve is cutting for the right reasons, right, and they've laid out very poignant arguments as to why we should be cutting, and there's a secondary piece of the board that believes we shouldn't be, right? But as long as they're moving for non-political reasons, right, I think that is fine. Markets will, if they believe it's happening for kind of political reasons, you will start to see the long end of the curve continue to move higher. We're starting to see a pretty significant steepening over the last couple of weeks. The 2-10 spread has crossed over 60 basis points, the highest level since 2022. So we're starting to see that. Keep an eye on the 30-year yield, which is also now approaching 5%, which is a very closely watched level.
Well, you just mentioned the data that the Fed uses to make these decisions. So their preferred inflation gauge, PCE, data will be released on Friday. What do you think, how do you think that might impact the timeline? Yeah,
so, I mean, in terms of PCE, right, the inputs to that are CPI and PPI, which we've already seen. So it's not typical where you don't typically see too much of a big surprise from that number. I would say, if anything, given that the recent inflation data was a little bit hot, I think that the probability of kind of a positive surprise, it's a little more skewed for a potential positive surprise, but I wouldn't really expect much from the PCE report. I think the real gating item as we move forward into the timing of and potential rate cuts is the labor market data.
And if rates are cut, what impact would that have on investors?
Yeah, so I think right now, I mean, markets are pricing in over a 90% probability of a rate cut in September. I think markets are have started to price that in, right, and are with that expectation. I think really the big question is, kind of how deep the cycle is as we move forward. I think markets may be a little bit ahead of themselves in terms of, through 2026, they're pricing at a terminal rate of around 3%. I think markets are pricing in a little bit more than I would expect. I think really the key is the question as to why you're cutting. If it is kind of termed in like an insurance cut, we're seeing some weakening in the labor market. We want to kind of cut that off, head that off before things really get worse, right? Then I think, markets will respond positively. Historically, if you look back, if you have rate cuts that are happening that are not in response to, or in response to or ahead of a recession, right, then markets trade very well on the back end. If there is a recession, that's when things get a little more dicey.
Thank you, Michael Ranking, NYSE Senior Market Strategist. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
In just a moment, I will head down to the trading floor and speak with leaders from NYSE-listed Abbott and the Big Ten Conference about the We Give Blood initiative. But first, last week, the New York Stock Exchange celebrated the launch of NYSE Texas, an electronic equities exchange, by ringing the closing bell at AT&T Stadium. Kristen Scholler spoke with Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones and Comstock Resources CEO Jay Allison about what this launch means for the Lone Star State. Take a listen to what they had to say.
Well, let me say this. We talk about AI. Without AT&T and their ability to deliver it to this country, okay? And AT&T is an American company. Their main competition is not. They're an American company. It's the reason that I wanted our stadium to be named AT&T. Alexander Graham Bell. It's about America. So we're so proud not only to be a part of AT&T and have been, but we're a part that the Texas New York Stock Exchange is kicking off in AT&T Stadium. It's very appropriate. They've had an amazing turnaround under John Stankey over the last really several years, but really manifests itself over the last 6 months. And so I'll tell you right now, I do believe in osmosis, sticking next to and rubbing off on success. So I'm gonna rub on John Stankey today when I see him. They're celebrating AT&T being a part of the inaugural kickoff of the Texas New York Stock Exchange.
That is definitely some good vibes to go around,
Yes.
indeed. And for your company, Jay, Comstock Resources, do you think this is a win for the state?
Oh, if you're an energy, I'm just going to pick on energy companies, right? The state that I would prefer to be in is Texas. I was born in Texas, so I'm inclined to say that. But it's look at the Permian Basin. It's the oil capital of the United States, and look at where the first shale was created. It's the Barnett. It's in Fort Worth. Look at where the second shale play was. It's East Texas, and we were part of the second shale play ever. And now we were a part of the discovery of what we think is the biggest shale play. What does shale do for you? It's dry gas. And what do you need dry gas for? Well, you've got 17 billion cubic feet of dry gas exported today. When Jerry called, it was 1 B a day. It's 17. 3 years from now, they're going to need another 17 Bs. If you ask next year, you're going to need another 12 billion cubic feet just to service data centers. So Texas, dry natural gas, NYSE, it meshes in a good stew.
Today, we officially begin our journey as Amrise.
Now you're part of our 2,400 companies listed on the New York Stock Exchange platform.
This milestone is thanks to all of you. We've established ourselves as a market leader.
And you stand at the forefront of building materials across North America.
Today, Amrise becomes the partner of choice for the professional builder of North America. As Amrise, we rise every day, and we are investing right here to help build that ambition.
is a lot of things have snapped back, right? We're back to traveling, we're back to doing things. And one thing we did notice is we didn't see the snapback of blood donations, and I think that's part of the older generation not being able to donate anymore and needing the new generation to step up. So I think that's one of the primary reasons, right?
Oh, right. And also, anyone can get involved in this, right? You don't have to be part of a Big Ten school. You can go out and donate.
Sure, yes. I mean, that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to raise awareness through our partnership with the Big Ten. Yes, there's a competition with the Big Ten schools, but anybody can go on and donate. And if you've got a friend or a family member or somebody that you know that goes to Big Ten school, you can make your donation count for that school. So anybody can do this.
What else should people know about the importance and really the urgency around donating blood?
Well, like I said, the blood need is very important. Every 2 seconds somebody needs it. And if you look around the country, most hospitals and blood centers, they have like 1 day of blood supply. Now just think about that, only 1 day's worth of blood supply. So I think that's the reason we got to get ahead of this. We don't need to let it become a crisis or an issue. We can just get ahead of it. It's really not that hard. And 40 minutes of your time, you can save 3 lives. I mean, that's incredible. For 40 minutes, you could do that.
And are you able to talk about the regulatory environment? Because, around giving blood, like, is it safe to give blood?
Sure, it's very safe. I mean, I think especially in this country, the partners that we work with, I mean, that's fundamental, is ensuring that the blood supply is safe, not only from the donation process and make sure that's safe, but also how we test the bloods and make sure that the blood that is donated is safe to you. So yeah, it's very safe.
All right, thank you so much, Robert Ford, CEO and Chairman of Abbott. Thank you so much for joining us at the New York Stock Exchange.
Thanks for having us.
We're going to take a live look at the floor.
That's friendly.
Joining me now is Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti. Tony, welcome to the New York Stock Exchange.
Thank you. Good to be here.
All right, so how does this blood drive leverage the power of college sports?
I think it's just the community and the size and the scope of what we do on campus every week, not only through football, but everything else that we play, the 28 sports in the Big Ten and the engagement. And so the reach that gives us, we can get a message out to young people very quickly because of the size and the scale of what we do. And I think that's what this is all about, trying to reach out, to engage young people who I really believe want to they want to help. And so this awareness that we can build through sports is tremendous.
And I know that the school that wins this blood drive receives $1 million. Nebraska won last year. How are they using those funds?
They use it for student health initiatives. They use it for research. There's a well-being collective at Nebraska that they use to fund this. So it's really going back in to support the well-being of students for the most part and to sort of promote research, which, the Big Ten is just at the forefront of research in this country.
All right, can you talk more about that?
Yeah, we provide, across all of our academic institutions, just great research being done all across the country. And so, to be able to have an event like this, to have Abbott's generosity to provide a reward for the school that wins, to actually help fund some of those initiatives.
All right, so where can students, fans, alumni, where can they donate blood? How can they get involved?
They can go to blood centers, but as well, Abbott will have activations on campus. There's a student liaison on every campus, so there's an opportunity to make it really convenient for students and fans and alumni to actually donate, at their universities.
All right, and what else is Abbott and the Big Ten doing to promote this across the 18 universities?
Yeah, we'll use our sports events to actively engage, to brand, to promote, to build awareness. You'll see signage, you'll see initiatives on the ground to remind people that this opportunity is there. So we use the fact that we gather so many people to get that message out and encourage them to donate.
All right, so anything else you want us to know about this blood drive and the importance, or the Big Ten?
No, I think it's just great. We're excited. Students are back on campus now, so we're getting ready for another academic year, another athletic year. So I think to start with this initiative, this is a great way to kind of welcome everybody back, to do something positive as quickly as we can.
And are you, what is the level of engagement that you're seeing from students for this, We Give blood drive? Are they getting really into it? Are they are they talking about it on social media? What is the level of engagement?
Yeah, we last year, I think we had close to 20,000 students and fans and alums donate. I think the goal this year is to try to get at least 5,000 on each of our campuses, so 90,000 across, and the impact on that is really tremendous. So I think there's enthusiasm. I think it's like anything we start, the fact that what's great about this and the Avid team is that we're doing this for a second year, so we can build on all the great work we did last year.
All right, Tony Petiti, Big Ten Commissioner, thank you so much for joining us at the New York Stock Exchange. We are going to go to commercial. We have plenty more to cover from this trading floor on the other side of the break.
yeah, we're gonna soar. Rocket to the moon and breaking every floor. No more waiting, no holding back. XRP's free, the future's on track. watching, we're breaking out. XRP, we're breaking free. No more walls, no 8 feet here. The fight is done, the road is clear. We're here to stay, no fear, no fear. No more shadows, no more lies. Ripple flows where the future flies. We rise, we rise, we rise again. The end is here, but it's where we begin. XRP, we're breaking free. No more walls, no SAC. The fight is done, the road is clear. We're here to stay, no fear, no fear. Gavel fell like thunder loud. A storm of words broke through the crowd. Years of battles, scars we wore. Now the chains ain't chains no more. Ripple free, the tide's alive. XRP can finally thrive. No more waiting, no more games. We burn the smoke, escape the flames. Paper stacks and courtroom walls, fighting giants, standing tall. Truth was lost, but now it sings. The crypto bird has spread its wings. Can you feel the winds that shift every block? A future gift. Ripple free, the tide's alive. XRP can finally thrive. No more waiting, no more games. We've burned the smoke, escaped the flames. The chains they tried to bind, but freedom's faster than their grind. We're running now, the race is ours, shooting past the midnight star.
my tax threshold. I'm actually paying tax on my channel because I'm earning money on YouTube now. I can't avoid tax now. For a while, it was like, I'm paying no tax. No.
Yeah, I know previously you were like, I don't want to pay any tax.
It's impossible now. And I remember my accountant from years ago said to me, if you could put some light on yourself, it would be great. When your phone lights up, we can see your face. You're very much in the dark there. So there you go.
There we go.
That's a little bit better. Yeah, lovely. Thank you. So, yeah, my accountant said to me, Martin, look, I would love $1 million tax bill. It means you've earned 4 million. So don't worry about that. So at the end of the day, my YouTube channel is earning me money, so I've got to pay tax there. I'm making money on investing, so I've got to pay tax there. So that doesn't mean don't sell because you're going to pay tax, because you got to pay tax if you make money. So I'm still going to sell at the tax lots. But what I will do, because I want to make sure that I'm not selling for a loss or just paying the fee, so I will take some profit, because the ones I bought at, say, 120 Bitcoin, for example, let me just bring Motto back in. There he is. The ones I bought at 120, because you have so much more volatility and speed of growth in crypto, I'll probably sell those at 130. So I'll make a decent bit of profit on that. But you might say, well, why wouldn't you keep it all the way to 200 if you think it's going to 200? Because the question you asked was, what's my percentage? The only way you can be successful if you're disciplined and you have a managed approach. If you just keep buying, and all of a sudden you've got 90% crypto and you've got 1%, the S&P, and your portfolio is going to fall over. And the reason why I've got continued success and my outperforming the S&P and I'm doing all these great things is because I let stock go. You've got to let it go. I haven't got infinite amount of money. And remember, I'm paying 4% to borrow the money as well. So you might go, well, that doesn't matter. If it doubles, who cares, 4%? Well, yeah, you still got to measure it. So the answer to your question is, my original estimation was 4% of my portfolio could be in crypto. That means 96% in the S&P, right? Yeah. Right? I'm prepared to stretch that to 90%. And 10% in crypto. So rather than sell lots of crypto, in the ideal world, and this is why I work, and I've always said the number one thing is your income, your engine, right? I'm working harder and harder and harder and harder on YouTube to try and double my income. Now, my rate of growth is doubling every month, and I'm hoping that my income which means my income doubles every sort of 3 or 4 months. Right? That's my income. So what I'd rather do is work harder and harder and harder, just like everybody else. Work harder. For you, it's selling whiskey. For me, it's selling videos, right? And going live, right? So I want to earn more money so I don't have to sell my crypto. I can buy more of the S&P to bring it back into balance.
Yeah.
Makes sense, right? So right now, I need to buy about 80 grand worth of the S&P. To bring it. So I haven't got 80 grand. I've already spent all my cash, all my bank, all my margin. And, I haven't got, I don't earn 80 grand a month. So I'm not going to get 80 grand this month. All right. So I'm not quite there, but that's the plan. I'm always trying to acquire more. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does.
Yeah, but I am more bullish now. As you know, for the longest time, I'm only in the S&P and so on and so forth. I've shifted. You've all seen me do it. And I originally did it primarily to give people cash prizes because we wanted to thank everybody for their support, get into 100,000. This channel makes money. So I've always said I want to give back. Well, obviously, it's still my job. I still want to earn money. I'm not doing it for free. I've got to live. Yeah. This is my pension like everybody else's. But I want to give back, and I found, and I think the best way of giving back is through XRP because of the cost to move the money around and the speed of it on the show. That's important, the speed, because people got to see me doing it. So that's why I started buying XRP, and then people seem to accept that. They didn't go, oh, I thought you were just buying the S&P, other than a couple of people, but most people went, oh, we like this, and I thought, yeah, okay. And I talked to a few of my CEOs as well, who I interview, who said, we like the show because you're just in the S&P. They said, but you're not pumping and dumping. We see what you're doing. People still want to be on the show. So I thought, okay, I'll buy some crypto. I think a lot of people thought I was actually missing out by trying to be Mr. Only the S&P. So you're putting yourself down. I mean, I literally threw $5 grand away 2 days ago. I was offered about 30 grand So actually 35 grand, 30 grand to sponsor Gemini with the XRP card. And I turned it down because I don't take sponsorship. All right. So
That would have been a nice sponsorship.
I know. And then I turned down about 5 grand I would have made because we had about 20, 30,000 people watch the stream now. And it was $50 a referral. And nearly everybody would have gone, well, I want an XRP card. It's an XRP audience, right? So we reckon it was about 5 grand I lost by being, I don't do referrals. People are going, Martin, it's okay to do a referral. You don't have to say it's the best refer in the world because I think Robinhood is actually better to get XRP, if I'm honest. But it's not a bad referral, is it? So people are going to message me going, why don't you just do it? It's 5 grand.
It's also not the worst sponsor to do. It's not like a stock trying to, or a crypto exchange trying to.
No. So
in that aspect.
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to do, Yestin, is I think I'm measuring everything all the time. I'm measuring my audience, right? I have lots of data and everything. Is I'm going to ask the audience. Remember I said a few weeks ago, we're going to have this end of the month, the 1 hour. That's going to happen. I'm just compiling how to contact all these people because I'm getting like 1,000 a day. And it's like, how the hell do I email these people back and go, I need someone to do my emails. Leah said you are missing hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's offers coming in all the time because there are channels with 10,000 subscribers who have corporate sponsors. I've got 100,000 and I've got none.
Yeah.
I haven't got time to read the emails. So I've got to focus on that. Anyway, I've gone off the topic a little bit. Is there anything else you wanted to ask?
No, that was it. I mean, what's your thoughts on NVIDIA? I mean, the way I looked at it for NVIDIA, which we may get a good guidance for the future with the whole H20 chips going to China.
Yeah.
That we may see a positive aspect because of that China door opening a lot more.
Yeah.
What's your kind of thoughts on for tonight? And
I think they're going to beat on earnings. I think anyone says they're not going to beat on earnings is probably, going on a long shot. They're going to beat on earnings and by a good amount. We can already calculate that. So that's going to be fine. Will the stock be down? Well, it normally sells off, doesn't it? Because it's overpriced. Not overpriced, but over enthusiastic is probably the best way of looking at it. The future price is still there. I still believe, like I used the example earlier, I use ChatGPT a lot now. Didn't used to use that, and I often get told you got to let it cool down because they're processing so much to so many people around the world. The data centers can't keep up. Well, what does that mean? That means they're going to build more. Right? Because they sell you these pro plans. I pay $22 a month. Imagine the money to be made in that. If everyone goes, well, I'll have ChatGPT. Everybody on the planet goes, not everybody on the planet, but, everybody in the Western world, in the first world country might go, I'll have that. $22 a month, trillions of dollars. So they're going to build it out. Like I use the example, if you walked into a supermarket and there was never Coke on the shelves because it was selling out the second it arrived, what would Coke do? They would double their output. They would build more factories. So I don't see it slowing down. We saw Trump yesterday showing you the plan of Meta. They're buying up all these bits of desert in Texas. This is why I say Texas Pacific land is the stock to buy because they are the next oil refinery. They own all the land that everyone's building data centers on. Not yet they're not, but they're going to be the next big thing. So I think that's important. So I think the future's great. Would I be buying now? Well, I kind of am because I own the S&P, but I've trimmed at the top. I always like to be in the money. I always like to have room for buffer because if I've got room for buffer, the market can drop 20%. I don't get margin called even though I'm all in and I can buy big. I can buy with conviction. I don't like to sit, even though I'm all in my margin, I don't like to sit at the highest prices. So when it goes down, margin called and God knows what else. That's not a good place to be. So I wouldn't be buying NVIDIA today, but I've already bought it, obviously, a few weeks ago.
I totally agree. I don't think it's smart to buy NVIDIA at the moment.
No, it's a great business. I'd own it. I wouldn't even trade it. If I was buying individual stock, I wouldn't buy NVIDIA at all. I own NVIDIA through the S&P. Remember, when they do well, it's not just them, is it? Google, Meta, all the other companies are related to them, enterprise spending are all doing well. So if Apple goes up, NVIDIA goes down, they're all bouncing around each other. Let me come to Motto 18 for a moment. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right, mate. Where are you calling in from?
Oh, from work. From Alabama.
Alabama, lovely. Now, Alabama, isn't Alabama where they have the big spaceship? There's a NASA space station there, isn't there?
It's gone. Well, if you're talking about the, they had a rocket off the highway.
Yeah, off the highway, a bloody great, like the Apollo 13 sitting there. Is it gone?
Off of 65. Yeah, they had to take it down because it was compromised. It needed to come down because it was going to fall over eventually. They weren't designed to stand up like that for long periods of time.
Oh, I tell you what, mate, I got a picture of me standing underneath one of the engines. Bloody massive, isn't it? When you think that they got that in the sky. I mean, I can't throw a bloody football in the air, let alone a bloody... I mean, it's pretty amazing. Anyway, Motto, lovely to have you on the show. What can we do for you?
Oh, I just wanted to say thanks again. And yesterday I was honored to give you a nice super chat. And just to let you know that I don't place any responsibility on you guys, you and Sensei, but what I will say and what I've said before is you guys changed my life. And the way that happened is I was like playing Monopoly, just pass and go, collecting my $200, trying to build my engine bigger and bigger and bigger. And when my business fell through, I was kind of defeated for a time, right? Because I wanted to be a father, but I also needed to make more money to support my family. So with what you guys actually 30-something-year-old never invested is you open the door and you were an honest point of view that I could trust to actually walk through that door with you guys. So we experienced a little bit of triumph and tragedy yesterday, but I think we know what won. You know, if people are playing silly buggers, I love that. You know, they're trying to tear you down. Well, that backfired. That didn't work. And I don't know. I think there was, you know, whatever.
Well, we will talk about it a little bit now. I didn't want it to be part of the show yesterday. It's happened again today. We have a couple of people that are buying YouTube subscribers. They're paying for it. Then they're also paying for the views. You saw the views jump up yesterday, like 6,000 1 minute and the normal 2,000 the next minute. They're paying for subscribers. They're trying to make us look silly. They're trying to spoil the party. And that's why I took it off the screen. I didn't talk about it. I moved on. I focused on all the audience. I know when we get to 100,000 because I see how it grows properly. It doesn't go up 1,000 in 1 second. I mean, it just doesn't. Yeah. And there's websites you can go on and pay for this stuff. And then you saw how quickly it came down because YouTube just cancelled them all and delete them. And what they're trying to do actually is quite unpleasant, because if I didn't realize all of this stuff and I was a bit daft and got excited, I would apply for my play button the moment it went to 100,000. I would apply for my tick, and guess what would happen? I'd get turned down by YouTube because they would assume the fact that I applied straight away. Are you behind the buying of the numbers? Well, they know it's not me. They can see that, but it would look suspicious. All right. So these people want me to do that. They want me to go and apply for my play button. They want me to apply for my verification tick and get and then not be able to get it. How awful would that be? Yeah. But there you go. And we know who's doing it as well. We can see we can reverse VPNs and we can do all sorts. So.
And another thing to say about all that is, if we're mind, body, and soul, and we take from you all the time, and we get these big wins and we're all excited and happy. That's just the financial, physical part of our lives. But our soul is to tip your server.
Is to?
Tip your server. Tip the people waiting on you hand and foot, you know, dedicating their lives to providing a good service.
Well, it's very, very kind of you. And that tip yesterday was amazing. And I say this a lot, and it's true. I don't know if people believe this or not, but the way to make money on YouTube is to make sensationalistic thumbnail videos, whatever. Going live all day isn't the best way of doing it, because it's the hardest way to do it, and it's the least profitable, because until the video's processed, YouTube don't know who to serve it to. So the people that are watching are my regular viewers. It's not going to a wider audience until my wider audience themselves share it with their friends. That's how we're growing. Real organic growth. It's much harder. So you don't make that much money during a live stream. So the only way that I can survive by doing this live all the time is the members, the super chats, and it really does pay my bills, and this is how I live. So when someone gives me a super chat like you, it's like you did yesterday, it was like flipping heck. It's like 50 smaller super chats. It was amazing. So thank you, and it really does enable me to sit here and provide this service. Without it, I can't do it. I'd have to go back doing something else.
Well, to know what you did for me, you might not be so impressed with it, but I just wanted to say, feed your pocketbooks, sure, but don't forget to feed your soul, and God bless you.
Very, very kind. What's your actual name? It's not Motto A-Team, is it?
It's Cody.
Cody.
I've been with you on X. Yeah, I'm Cody, yeah.
Oh, you're on X. Lovely. Well, Cody, love to all your family. Thank you ever so much for calling in. It's lovely. You may have noticed on the screen at the top in guest spot number 9, right there, we had for a moment a very special guest, and it's very, very difficult for him to call in. That is Zach from Uganda. He's running off a solar battery to be able to get internet, to be able to get his phone to work. And seriously, you think you got internet problems? He literally was calling in, and I half wanted to jump to him, but it's also rude to cut you off. But if you knew how hard it was for him to call in, I should have done it really, but I decided to go with everyone's call. I think we got Sensei calling in as well. Cheers, Cody.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for calling in, mate. Thank you.
Buddy.
Take care. Thank you. I think we got Sensei. Yes, this is Sensei. Let me put Sensei in spot number 8 up here. Oh, no. It's spot number 1. That's right. Sensei's number 1. There's a good reason for that. How are you, Sensei?
It's a ripple in the flow. Watch it rise, watch it go. Changing tides, we all know. XRP's the way to show. Ledger lights in the night, they blink faster than you can even think. Bridges built where gaps once grew. One small step, now the world's brand new. No borders, no chains, just freedom in veins. It's a ripple in the flow. Watch it rise, watch it go. Changing tides, we all know. XRP's the way to show. XRP, the tide's gonna rise, moving like a spark through the skies. No borders, no chains, just let it go. Ripple in the flow, yeah, ripple in the flow. XRP, the tide's gonna rise, moving like a spark through the skies. No borders, no chains, just let it go. Ripple in the flow, yeah, ripple in the flow.
Do what? Buy less crypto.
Martin is buying more crypto instead of providing water for the whole bloodline.
See, you're making me feel
Yeah.
all bad now. He's going.
Now I'm cancelled.
Look at all,
I'm
look at
gonna
all
get-
that crypto. That's half of Africa right there. Yeah. All right. Enough of that.
I think you could say that.
Why has it gone quiet? Someone say something quick. Look, what are you on about? There's Eugene there. He's got a whole swimming pool of water. He just swims around in. There you are.
Very true.
Have a go at him. Make him feel bad now. And I've seen Yestin win. He's got so much money, he doesn't even drink water. He drinks whiskey all the time, which is basically water, really expensive water. How much money have you got to give away?
I wouldn't say it's so much money.
A lot of whiskey there, mate. Think of all that whiskey could turn into water. Think about how much that is.
True.
How many children could you say? Could you help with that whiskey? I'm making sure you feel bad now.
How many children can I get pissed on whiskey? That is true.
What about Sensei with all his fireworks? He's got hundreds of How much that cost, Sensei? Stop the fireworks.
Well, I bought. They're not fireworks. Firstly, they're party poppers.
All right. Then.
No fireworks in the house. We don't want to get banned on YouTube. But it's all part of the fundraiser. This is my way of getting more donations because each time I do it, you have to do a minimum, I don't know, $20 super chat for a party to go off. So it's actually for the children.
See, this is where me and Sensei fall out. Because I said, you know what, people would rather tip for a song. And he went, no, I'm doing the fundraiser. I went, Sensei, I'll get more money. How much money do you think people are going to tip for a party popper?
This didn't happen.
Right?
This didn't happen, guys.
And
this
I
didn't
said,
happen.
yeah, it did. And I said, if I sing, I don't know, you know all those fundraisers where they always sing like, he ain't heavy, he's my brother. They always do it. Bob Geldof was always doing it. He was singing, he ain't heavy, he's my brother. Every time he got the Hollies to sing that, they'd get $1 million. I can sing that. I can sing it just as good. And I reckon if I'd have sung He Ain't Heavy, He's My Brother with a picture of Zach in the back, matter, but you need to just measure that. So the way I'm going to actually do it is because I've now gone over my income threshold, my tax threshold. I'm actually paying tax on my channel because I'm earning money on YouTube now. I can't avoid tax now. For a while it was like, I'm paying no tax. No.
Yeah, I know previously you were like, I don't want to pay any tax.
It's impossible now. And I remember my accountant from years ago said to me, if you could put some light on yourself, it would be great. When your phone lights up, we can see your face. You're very much in the dark there. So there you go.
There you go.
That's a little bit better. Yeah, lovely. Thank you. So, yeah, my accountant said to me, Martin, look, I would love $1 million tax bill. It means you've earned 4 million. So don't worry about that. So at the end of the day, my YouTube channel is earning me money, so I've got to pay tax there. I'm making money on investing, so I've got to pay tax there. So that doesn't mean don't sell because you're going to pay tax, because you got to pay tax.
multiple blockchains.
Gonzo, I want to add to this too, because why is Ethereum the second largest crypto in the entire space? It's because of smart contracts and stablecoins. And both of those corridors have been unlocked for the XRP ledger for the longest time. I would honestly say right up until around mid 2023-ish, maybe early 2024, the Ripple business model was solely focused on making money move faster. What we've seen is a dramatic pivot. The launch of the stablecoin, the focusing on real world assets, and now these ETF products. We're going to see real world companies onboarded onto the ledger. And I think the article that we covered yesterday with the Chinese company deciding to move their business onto the XRP ledger is a great example of this. But do not forget, you guys are going to want to stick around till the end of today's episode. We're about to cover the $1,000 XRP price prediction from Dom from the EZA app. He outlines how we get there. And he says this is a theory that he's working on. He's still building it. He's developing it. But it is evolving as we speak. Because think about this, Gonzo, and I highlighted it. Just 18 months ago, there was no EVM sidechain. There was no RLUSD stablecoin. There was no tokenization of real-world assets happening on the XRP ledger. These are brand new ideas. And it's guys like Paul Barron, who have just joined the XRP community over the past 2 years, who goes, wow, I can't believe it took me this long. And I think we had a lot of great conversation in regards to that. Now, I do just want to say we got 6,700 live listeners. We already passed 300. I'm going to give you the exact like count, 382 likes on the episode. If you guys are enjoying this content, you want to help out the show, show us some love, smash that like button. It's a completely free way to be part of the GMC community. And we are very appreciative that we have the best community in all of crypto. So shout out to you guys. Now, Gonzo, this is what we're going to break down. The final ETF deadlines are coming on October 18th. And I've repeated this time and time again here on Good Morning Crypto. These are the deadlines that our listeners need to be aware of, because it appears that this is going to coincide with the bull market that is set to occur at the end of the year. Clarity Act, which is the government passing regulation, ETF approvals, which unlocks Wall Street, and a capital inflow because Bitcoin's going to be breaking its all-time high. This is the exciting moment we've all been waiting for, and Gluey couldn't have said it better. Johnny Crypto elbow dropped the null from the top rope. That's what we're about to witness here in 2025 for not just the XRP community, but the crypto community overall. And over the past week or so, we watched Franklin Templeton, Wisdom Tree,
its ladder rung. No middleman, no waiting game. Just speed and trust in a glowing frame. Call it magic or call it tech. It's a tidal wave you can't forget. Whispered promises of what's ahead. A dream alive, not something dead. XRP ripples through the air, breaking borders, it doesn't care. Faster than light, it's everywhere. XRP, the future's fair. The waves were rough, the tide was high. Brad held the helm, he touched the sky. David built the maps, the code, the keys, a digital ocean in the seas. Ripple the waves, the current is clear. XRP's the future, the moment is here. The internet of money, it's breaking free. The case is closed, let the world see. called it a dream, a fool's gold scheme. Said we'd never make it past the stream, but Brad held the helm with a steady hand. David built bridges no one could understand. Through the storms, the chaos, the fire, they couldn't crush our desire. XRP, the internet of money, flowing fast, smooth, sweet like honey. Symphony tried, but now it's done. Ripples wave, can't be outrun. Can't be Trump's tweets loud, but we kept our cool. Played the long game, didn't play the fool. They threw the case like stones at glass, but truth stood strong. Now the doubts won't last. From the courtrooms to the sky, we rise like the phoenix, never compromise. XRP, the internet of money, flowing fast, smooth, sweet like honey. Deceased tried, but now it's done. Ripples wave, can't be outrun. Can't be outrun. Can't be Ripple the waves through the ocean blue. Brad's got the helm and the map is true. David goes the stars in the blockchain sky. Money moves faster, watch it fly. Trump's tweet storms are quiet now. The ACC's dropped a heavy brow. XRP, the internet of money, flowing like rivers, sweet and sunny. No chains to bind, just open doors. We've won the fight, the world is yours. XRP, the internet tether us, drag us down, but truth's a beacon in the lawyer's town. Brad shook the gavel, David spun gold. The future's bright, the story's bold. Trump's hair may still defy the breeze, but ripples justice sails with ease. XRP, the internet of money, flowing like rivers, sweet and sunny. No chains to bind, just open doors. We won the fight, the world is yours. XRP, the internet of money, flowing like rivers, sweet and sunny. No chains to bind, just open doors. We won the fight, the world is yours. No games advance with no wisdom. We won the fight, the world is yours. No games advance with no wisdom. We won the fight, the world is yours. Ripple the waves through the ocean blue. Brad's got the helm and the map is true. David codes the stars in the blockchain sky. Money moves faster, watch it fly. Trump's tweet storms are quiet now. The axis steers drop the heavy brow. XRP, the internet of money, flowing like rivers, sweet and sunny. No chains to bind, just open doors. We've won the fight, the world is yours. They tried to tether us, drag us down, but truth's a beacon in the lawyer's town. Brad shook the gavel, David spun gold. The future's bright, the story's bold. Trump's hair may still defy the breeze, but ripples justice sails with ease. XRP, the internet of money, flowing like rivers, sweet and sunny. No chains to bind, just open doors. We won the fight, saw the charts, they lit the sky. XRP's wings and learn to fly. From pennies low to dreams untold. It's chasing stars, it's breaking mold. 400's a spark, always just the start. 1,500 beats like a racing heart. 10,000's a roar, shaking every ground. At 30K, we're lost and found. said it's just a dream, a digital ghost, but now it's climbing. I'm raising a toast. 400's here, the air feels thin. This rocket's burning, let the games begin. They called it crazy, said it won't last, but here we are, outpacing the past. When XRP hits the moon, what will you do? Pop champagne or buy a yacht or two? 400, 1,500, 10,000, boom! 30,000's knocking, make some room. I used to scrape for gas, just pennies to send. Now the zeros stack, the rules they bend. 1,500 men, this feels unreal. The future's a ledger, the world's new deal. They doubted, they mocked, said we were blind. Now they're FOMO, left behind. When XRP hits the moon, what will you do? Pop champagne or buy a yacht or two? 400, 1,500, 10,000, boom! 30,000 knocking, make some room. They said it's just a dream, a digital ghost, but now it's climbing. I'm raising a toast. 400's here, the air feels thin. This rocket's burning, let the games begin. They called it crazy, This train's on a mission, one of a kind. Fingers on fire, screens aglow, numbers climbing, watch 'em go. XRP, oh, can't you see? From 400 to infinity, 1,500, 10,000 more, knocking on 30, breaking the door. XRP, it's wild, it's free, skyrockets and dreams, that's the key. They laughed when we whispered, when we dared to dream. They called it a gamble, a blockchain scheme. But we held on tight through the tidal wave, through every crash, through every crave. Now the screens are glowing bright, digits climbing to the night. XRP at 10,000. Who could believe the future's here? It's ours to seize, from the ledger to the stars. It's destiny. XRP at 10,000. Now we're free. They said it's a bubble, just a passing trend. But we saw the code, we knew the end. From ledgers that ripple to bridges we build. Now the doubters fade, their voices still. The numbers eyes, the charts ignite. We're flying high. They said it's a bubble, just a passing trend. But we saw the code, we knew the end. From ledgers that ripple to bridges we build, now the doubters fade, their voices still.
Laughing now? Who's laughing front yard. Bought my freedom with a crypto card. The banks used to laugh, now they all bow. Who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? Digital gold in my hand. Changing lives across the land. 10,000 reasons to believe. XRP made the world reprieve. From broke to bold, from lost to gold. The future's here. Watch it unfold. Watch it unfold. Ledgers hum, the world rewrites, decentralized in neon lights. Every buy, a spark of flame. Money's changed, it's not the same. I saw the current pulling fast, a digital tide that's built to last. No paper anchors holding tight, just dreams of code and endless flight. No borders, no chains, no heavy weight. A ripple moves where none can wait. XRP is flying free, cutting through the waves like destiny. XRP, it's all I see, a ripple in the flow that sets me free. Whispers hum in the market air, a silent storm, but no one's scared. It moves so quick, it bends the rules. A rebel tool for the tech-savvy fool. No middle, no maze, no endless fees. Just lightning speed across the sea. XRP, it's flying free, cutting through the waves like destiny. XRP, it's all I see, a ripple in the flow that sets me free. numbers, it's a new theme. A ripple breaks the old machine. Faster than light is out of sight. Breaking the chain, rewriting the XRP is calling me. Digital waves crash on the shore. Value moves like never before. A ledger hums, it keeps the score. Cross the borders, break the chain. Moving fast like a speeding train. XRP, it's the future's beat. Swift and steady, can't be beat. XRP, it's a ripple flow, changing the game everywhere we go. XRP, it's the future's beat. Swift and steady, can't be beat. XRP, it's a ripple flow, changing the game everywhere we go. No middleman, no heavy toll. A network built to make us whole. Faster than the blink of an eye. Through the clouds, through the rain, sending hope on the blockchain. XRP, it's the future's beat. Swift and steady, can't be beat. XRP, it's a ripple flow, changing the game everywhere we go. XRP, it's the future's beat. Swift and steady, can't be beat. XRP, it's a ripple flow, changing the game everywhere we go. XRP, it's the future's beat. Swift and steady, can't be beat. XRP, it's a ripple flow, changing the game everywhere we go.
A spark in the ledger, a whispering code, crossing the borders where no maps are shown. It's a rebel's anthem, a silent vow. No middleman, no stopping now. XRP, tide that flows through every crack where no one goes. XRP, it's fair just ones and zeros in a borderless lane. A blink, it moves, no time to stall. A drop in the ocean, yet it fuels it all. Can you hear it sing? A rhythm so slight, a ripple in the current, reaching the sky. XRP, the tide that flows through every crack where no one goes. XRP, it's fast, it's free, the future hums in its melody. A dream of freedom, no gate, no key. It's not just a coin, it's possibility. The system shakes, the old guard stares, but the pulse of progress doesn't care. XRP, the tide that flows through every crack where no one goes. XRP, it's fast, it's free, the future hums in its spark in the ledger, a whisper in code, crossing the borders where no maps are shown. It's a rebel's anthem, a silent vow, no middleman, no stopping now. XRP, the tide that flows through every crack where no one goes. XRP, it's fast, it's free, the future hums in its melody. No heavy gold, no paper chains, just ones and zeros in a borderless lane. A blink, it moves, no time to stall. A drop in the ocean, yet it fuels it all. Can you hear it sing? A rhythm so slight, a ripple in the current, reaching the sky. XRP, the tide that flows through every crack where no just a coin. It's possibility. The system shakes. The old guard stares. The pulse of progress doesn't care. XRP, tide that flows through every crack where no one goes. XRP.
flash so wide. A digital current you can't hide through the ledger. Truth will glide. XRP, it's the way we flow. Fast as light where the money goes. No borders, no chains to hold. XRP, the future's bold. XRP, the future's bold. XRP, the future's bold. Coins like whispers, moving fast. Bridges built to outlast paper fades, but this will last. Can you hear it? The beat of the chain, a rhythm of change, breaking through the pain. XRP, it's the way we flow. Fast as light where the money goes. No borders, no chains to hold. XRP, the future's bold. XRP, the future's bold. XRP, the future's bold. Swimming upstream, breaking the mold. A rebel's path, a story untold. It's more than a token, it's the dream we hold. XRP, it's the way we flow. Fast as light where the money goes. No borders, no chains to hold. XRP, the future's bold. XRP, the future's bold. XRP, the future's bold. It's the dream we hold. Money moves like lightning's glow. Through the wire the current flows. Chasing dreams, the ledger hums. A digital beat, the future drums. No borders, no chains. Freedom in the veins. Click, send. It's insane. ticking, sleek design. From the oceans to the sky, a coin that never says goodbye. Swift and clean, no delay. Revolution's underway. Tomorrow starts today. XRP, you're the key. Unlocking what we couldn't see. Fast as light, wild and free. XRP, the world agrees.
water bends. Rivers flow but never end. Whispers in the digital stream. Chasing more than just a dream. Fast and smooth, it cuts the tide. No borderlines, no need to hide. Ripple, ripple, feel the flow. XRP and watch it go. Faster, faster, never slow. Ripple, ripple, watch it glow. Chains are breaking, links undone. The future's here, it's just begun. Not a coin, just shiny air. But value's hiding everywhere. Swift as light, it takes the stage. A rebel's tool, a brand new age. Ripple, ripple, feel the flow. XRP and watch it go. Faster, faster, never slow. Ripple, ripple, watch it glow.
loud inside. XRP faster than a whisper, crossing seas. A blink, a flash is all you need. XRP.
Future's here, it's you.
Shifting the tides, it's rearranged. Crossing borders, no time to wait. A silent whisper, roaring fate. No middleman, no heavy toll. Just the future in control. Ripple, ripple, watch it spread. Moving faster, miles ahead. XRP, it's the key. Breaking chains, setting free. Ripple, ripple, watch it spread. Moving faster, miles ahead. XRP, it's the key. Breaking chains, setting free. Money flies, no jet, no wings. Echoes of freedom, the ledger sings. No banks, no walls, no heavy chains. Just open doors and open planes. Woke up chasing digital dreams. Pixels flowing in blockchain streams. The world spins fast, but I stand still. They say it's a gamble, they call it a game. But I hold the spark, I ride the flame. Ripple the waves across the sky. XRP, we're aiming high. Through the ledger, like a firefly glow. Numbers rise and fall, we know. It's not just coins, it's how we flow. Fingers on the future, eyes on the prize. Breaking the borders, chasing the sky. Ripple the waves across the sky. XRP, we're aiming high. Through the ledges, through the light. Hold on tight, we'll take the flight. Hold on tight, we'll take the flight. It's a ripple in the tide, a spark in the chain, moving faster than the rumor, dodging the rain. No paper, no way, just a flash on the screen. A dream in the cold, where the numbers gleam. XRP, ride the wave, feel the rush, moving light, leaving dust in the hush. XRP, it's the beat, it's the glow, a ripple in the flow. Don't you let it go. It's a bridge to the sky, no toll at the gate. Crossing borders in seconds, no time to wait. No gold in your pocket, no coin in your hand. Just a pulse of the legend across the land. Who holds it? Who knows it? Does it even care? It's the future we're chasing. Electric air. XRP, ride the wave, feel the rush, moving light, leaving dust in the hush. XRP, it's the beat, it's the glow, a ripple in the flow. Don't you let it go. They said it's a gamble, coin in the wind, but the river's still flowing. It won't rescind. Digital whispers, a global race, a ripple in the current. We all embrace. dream. A dream in the cold where the numbers gleam. XRP, ride away, feel the rush, moving light, leaving dust in the hush. XRP, it's the beat, it's the glow, a ripple in the flow. Don't you let it go. It's a bridge to the skies, no toll at the gate. Crossing borders in seconds, no time to wait. No gold in your pocket, no coin in your hand. Just the pulse of the ledger across the land. Who holds it? Who knows it? Does it even care? It's the future we're chasing, electric air. XRP, ride away, feel the rush, moving light, leaving dust in the hush. XRP, it's the beat, it's the glow, a ripple in the flow. Don't you let it go. They said it's a gamble, a
Very, very true. Okay, so there we go. Let me come back now and we'll wrap this up. I want this to go out as its own video. So NVIDIA starting to bounce back. Let me go through all positions and show you what's going on across the board. My portfolio is green. I dressed the studio green today expecting that. I bought heavily into crypto. You know why? I've made my predictions. The S&P is now going up nicely. Virgin Galactic is...
I saw a wave, it wasn't the sea.
Going to $100, one of my best tips ever. Coca-Cola is definitely a buy because defensive is being sold now. Defensive is being sold to buy tech risk-on assets. That's what's happening right now. So now you've got another opportunity to buy Coca-Cola. You know how I do this. I trade all the time like this. If you've seen my positions, I've what is it on the screen now? Some insane number. Where is it? 58 trades, 57 wins. I've only ever lost once, and that trade was to show you what not to do. I did that on purpose. So anyway, let's carry on. Coca-Cola is a good buy, in my opinion. J&J is going up to $200. Chevron Oil is up. Trump won't like that too much. Tesla is going back up. It's the AI play. McDonald's, that's doing well. Google is doing well, up. Microsoft up. Meta down at the moment, but that's going to $1,000. A lot of people ask the question, is Meta the best buy? Well, Meta, I believe, has got the greater growth right now. Yes, it's going up 30%. It's got, sorry, whatever that is. It's going up to $1,000 within 12 months. I don't think that growth is left in NVIDIA. I've got to be honest. I do like NVIDIA, absolutely, and the AI play is absolutely in place, but there'll be competitors, and they won't keep rising at the rate they are forever, whereas Meta has a lot of room to grow. NVIDIA is down at the moment, but bouncing back quickly. Walmart, my defensive position, I'm about to sell it. I bought this. I'm $96 out of the money right now. I kept buying lower and lower. You want to have a defensive play in a situation like this because people will take profit and buy one and flip backwards and forwards. So you want to be able to go do some day trading. So I will day trading this shortly. Around about the 97, I'll start selling and reducing my margin. All right. Tilray Brands, I wouldn't touch it. It's a gamble stock. Robinhood, they've got their big event in Vegas coming up. That's nice. Rocket Lab's too expensive. Plug Power is manipulation from Russia. Bitcoin is up. I expect it to be up, and it is. I said 110 I thought was the bottom. I was right. I doubled down, triple down, quadruple down with my margin, and so far it's been proven to be accurate. I got that directly from the press room White House. I told you about how that works. XRP is down very, very slightly. That's going to $10 in the short term. Ethereum, I can see it going to $12,000 in the short term. So there we go. And finally, come back to NVIDIA and wrap this up. These are my thoughts tonight. I do expect volatility. What am I doing? Well, I would not be buying NVIDIA now, but I do own about 17, 18 grand of it through the S&P. But I recently trimmed at the very, very top of my tax lots. Remember, I never sell for profit. Ever. What I do is I buy and I'm acquiring more. I will have profit in years to come. Right now, it's not about profit. Right now, it's about acquiring more stock at lower prices, and I buy with conviction. So I've been using tax lots to trim the highest price ones and keep the lower priced ones. That's what I've been doing. So very, very important. Tap the like button if you like this. Consider subscribing as well. Subscribers is hotting up. I think we're on the way to our 100,000 now. 99,000. That's okay. Get that off the screen. That's not real. Someone's playing silly buggers again. All right. So that's okay. Someone's playing silly buggers. We're not 100,000. Someone's paying all this money to play silly buggers. So we're not celebrating it, or we're not even give them any time of day. No, we know exactly where we are, exactly what the real subscribers are, but people are playing silly buggers to try to ruin the party, and they won't. So let's move on. And they're spending a lot of money to do that, by the way. Pretty silly. So what we got now is NVIDIA on the way up. Let me just turn these off as well. Let's just do that as well. Whoops a daisy. Oh, hang on a minute. I know why I can't do that. Bloody hell, why can't I do that? Where's my little thing gone? Just please bear with me. So annoying having to play silly buggers with people all the time. Do this. There we go. There we go. Turn the alerts off. All right. So we know exactly what's happening and who's doing it and why they're doing it and all the rest of it. Pay no attention to it. We'll have a real celebration when it really happens. Anyway, let's carry on. Let me finish this video. I'm trying to wrap this up. Thank you ever so much for tuning in. Many of you asked about the mention about the $1,000 XRP giveaway. Yes, we're giving away prizes, $1,000. Lots of stuff going on. So here is the giveaway. All right, $1,000 is the giveaway. Ignore the subscribers, guys. In a minute, YouTube will cancel all those accounts again. They'll all disappear again. And the person who just paid all that money has lost all their money and they got nothing out of it. Nothing happens. We're not celebrating fake accounts. We're having nothing to do with that. We'll celebrate when it's real. I know exactly who's watching, exactly what the subscribers are. They're just paying to look like idiots. And all they do is get all these accounts get shut down. And within the next 15 minutes, YouTube will delete them all. And they've just spent about $100 doing it. So bloody stupid. And we know who they are. And we know where it's coming from as well. So here is the giveaway for you. It's martinlucas.com/giveaway. There it is. We're giving away $1,000 live on the show. It's free to enter, free for all. If you watch to the end of the video in a couple of seconds, I'll give you the link to it as well. For those that are watching the video, not the live stream, all you do is collect tickets. You simply go on and you can collect tickets. It's very, very easy. You get tickets by doing reposts, shares, likes, and all the rest of it. That's our $1,000 giveaway. It explains everything here. It's free to enter, free for all. There's nothing to download, nothing to pay. You don't have to be a member. Everybody gets a chance to win. And on top of that, we are also rewarding everybody that reposts on X and Instagram. Here is my X and Instagram. Everybody watching later, that'll be below in the chat for you as well. So there you go. If you want to repost stuff, every time you repost, we know who you are and we are supporting you and we're thanking you and we're going to give away mugs, gift cards, cash cards, and all sorts of stuff. We also have the 100,000 party planned as well, the real one, not the silly one of some idiots who like to make themselves look stupid. There is the NVIDIA earnings. That's tonight. There is the real party when it actually happens. Literally, we are literally giving money with no commission, no taxes, no credit card fees, no deductions whatsoever, including us and Google and YouTube, to charity to celebrate this. And some sad individuals want to
going to go there or not. He's someone that people want to give very long-term forecasts, and in general, he's going to talk about the Rubin, I think, in his next innovations, but whether or not he'll give clarity on actual profitability and revenue guides past fiscal third quarter, let alone his dealings with the president, we don't know.
We're speaking with Caroline Hyde, the co-host of Bloomberg Technology on Bloomberg TV, also Kunjan Sabani of Bloomberg Intelligence. He's the senior semiconductor analyst out there in San Francisco.
Kunjan, more broadly, do you think there's just too much faith in AI? When we think of productivity, will this come from existing AI companies, or will it come from those that have yet to be built when it comes to the AI ecosystem?
I think that it's going to be a combination of both. When we try to answer that question, is it a bubble or is there too much faith? We try to look at the data that we have available. Over the last 12 months, the biggest spenders when it comes to this NVIDIA GPUs have shown
NVIDIA earnings. Are going to give you a breakdown now on what we can prepare for tonight's earnings. We are covering the earnings call live. I am going to deep dive NVIDIA for you now. This is the event tonight. You won't want to miss it. Leave me your thoughts and comments below. Do you think NVIDIA is a good buy? Are you trading it or are you owning it? So I'm going to go through it right now. We're also about to give away $1,000 in XRP and lots of cash prizes. And we're also about to cross 100
no time to stall. A bridge that rises, connecting all. Ripple ride, hold on tight. XRP is the future, shining bright. Through the chaos, through the fight. Ripple ride, to the light.
the pulse of change, the beat we grow.
There's the break, right? The day break.
Yeah. Complete. Because it went to 4, that's that prior high. Technically 387. You might get a dead cat. This is a huge volume move on open, so you might get some kind of a dead cat bounce here, at least before we get the close. So it's worth watching to see if you can get like a bottoming tail, something along those lines where you could maybe just scalp it back into 420, let's just say. I haven't got a look at the $4 level yet. I would suspect there should be a bit of a bid. It's done 250 million shares of volume here on open, which, believe it or not, is actually that's relatively low compared to the last few days. Like, we've been doing $500 million on the regular on this stock. So, volume's been decreasing on it. I think you might catch a bid off the $4 level here with open. Oh, Intel just went back to break even. It just wouldn't give you more than the 10 cents, but if you're risking 5 and it gives you 10, you got to take it in that particular case. Like, the way I see like this kind of a trade, it's binary. You break the trend line, you take the short. Once it hits first support, the stop goes from the prior bar high to the prior support in here, and then that's it. Like, that's the structure of the trade. Like, I'm looking to get out, look for a pullback into the volume weighted average price with the last piece. Otherwise, break even. So, don't make a mess of a stock, especially when the NASDAQ went red briefly and this was holding those highs. So it's trend reversion. You just got to respect the fact that they don't always go all the way. Like, look at Palantir. I actually caught one on Palantir, a couple. It went into VWAP and bye-bye. Like, it just got to the volume weighted average price and died. Sometimes it continues, and other times you get that low buy in there, and you get what you can get because you're going against the grain. And Palantir might be making a bit of a double bottom here. Actually, it looks like 156. Remember, that's that 50 period on the daily, effectively, that Palantir is bouncing off of. Like, there's your 50 period on the daily. I don't know why that trend line is moving, but if you look at this trend line, it's also on the trend line as well. So this is not a bad spot here on Palantir. I might take a shot at Palantir. It's still 320, so much time to go. When I look up, I still see, it's the same names that are up at the top of the list. Although, did mine update? No. Palantir wasn't number 1 on the stock list. Yeah. Is it? Okay, well, right now it's like, open, NVIDIA, Palantir is actually at number 1 right now for me. But let's see if it can hold this higher low. I want to see this bar close above 156.4, because that's a double bottom on Palantir now. On volume, and the market just bounced off VWAP. So if we can get a close above on this 3-minute, I'd throw the stop at 156.5-ish, maybe a couple of pennies underneath it, and see if we can't get a reversion long on PLTR. Double bottom, 156, down 2.5%. The story, I don't think, was that big of a deal for Palantir. The U.S. government talked up potential stakes in a bunch of things. They mentioned defense. Palantir's name was thrown out in there, Lockheed Martin as well. Whether it happens or not, who knows?
All right, man. Here we go again, man. Another 30 cents in the monies for Google. And again, it's just about sticking with your game plan, by the way. We'll take off the Palantir hat. Sticking with the game plan right there on Google. So, yeah. I mean, like I said, man, if we're going to sit here and trade, we might as well do something like this. So we picked on Google again. Strong name. We've been looking at it for a while, and it's continuously working here. So Google, good little look here on an upswing. We just take some out at 207.09. Our most recent buy, I'll just take you to my trade list over here. Most recent buy on it, 81s there. So far, so good for sure on Google. And we'll just continue to watch out, see how high this name can fly. And we're pretty happy with it so far. I'm actually going to put an offer at 15s, see if actually going to go to 13, see if we can get that. Just use the ARCA gateway again and add some liquidity to that space. So tonight, man, we just talked about some of the big earnings. Go find me at Trader TV Sean. We have them posted right here. Thanks to Dara for everything. It's at Trader TV Research. She has some cool graphics up there. 5 below, NTAP, right there. Agilent, there's A. Is that what it is? Yeah, I believe so. So there's Agilent tonight. Bill Holdings right there. So what's up, Bill? There, shout out to the Washington Redskins. Commanders. CrowdStrike there. Crowd is tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Definitely loving some CrowdStrike. I think that's going to be, this might be one of the biggest movers there. Greater than NVIDIA, I would say, as a percentage wise.
NVIDIA. Implies only 8 on it.
Yeah, 8 versus 6.4. So it's very, very close. Snowflake with an 11.5. That's the one I'm most worried about, but I love CrowdStrike. Let's have a quick look at that. Actually, I heard us all talking about all that before, and I was like, we didn't even...
In the morning we mentioned it, but yeah, I don't think we did this. We didn't mention it this afternoon until
now. Okay, we did not. Okay. So CRWD right now. Let's see if it's a crowded space or not. you know,
it's okay if it is.
Yeah, it is, and it's way down. So, you know, potentially picking up some CrowdStrike. Okay. The only time I bought CrowdStrike was during the dog days of CrowdStrike when it absolutely got destroyed. I think it must have been in and around. It was in 2024, right, Adair? I think I have to zoom back out a little bit to.
It was July 19th, 2024.
Okay, so perfect. So we were, it's easy to look at the chart right there. CrowdStrike had a huge move up. It was at one point considered best of breed again versus Palo Alto. It was a little bit different technology. I'm not sure exactly what the technology is, but it's a different
I hope
technology
you've been
than
able
what
to
Palo Alto was
get
worth.
as much information as possible. We're going to cover the live earnings, of course. The live earnings will drop in about 50 minutes, actually. The numbers will be out earlier than the actual call itself. The market then will start to move. So you've got a little bit of time, maybe 25 minutes, half an hour, to position yourself if you are wishing to take profit or get in or whatever. My thoughts are this. We are going to get a beat, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to see a drop. However, as always, it will redigest, reprice, restructure, and in a few weeks from now, we'll be back up again. I'm not worried. I'm seeing that the next leg up will be to $200, but I would not be buying today. I am already in. I own the S&P. About $17,000 of my position, somewhere in that region, is in NVIDIA. So I am an owner of NVIDIA. I don't sell or trade NVIDIA. I own it through the S&P, which is, in my opinion, the better way to do it, because you own all of the 4 or 5 companies that are very much involved with the AI play, which is Google, Meta, Microsoft, Apple, NVIDIA. They're all in this. They all do well if NVIDIA does well because they feed into each other. So that's my take on all of this. So we got the call. So welcome everybody. So please tap the like button and let's get ready to rock and roll. Okay. Let's see how this all goes this afternoon. Let me start by taking comments and questions from everybody in the chat. I see, says Stephen Lewandowski. Hello, we got Angie here. Yes, we are. I've been waiting for this one. It's a big one. Luckily, I stumbled upon this live coming up. Forgot to set the reminder for this one. Got another 3-hour drive ahead of me. Enjoy the show, Benjamin. This channel helps me get through the workday. Crypto CY. I'm very pleased to hear that. I'm asking Bruce to become a member as well, as you can see. So you see him, absolutely. Well, there'll be members only sections today. Can I ask everyone to tap the like button? Let's get, I tell you what, let's get to 100. Oh, hang on a minute. I've got a big announcement to make. We've got 2 minutes. The next round of the special 100,000 subscriber merch is about to drop. As you can see, we are about to come up to the 100,000. We've had a few trolls play silly buggers, but we're at 99,533. But the party is ready to go. If you click subscribe, you could do it today. We're expecting 20,000 people to watch this, so please tap the like button. We could get to 100,000 today for real. Please do. A couple of trolls now, same person actually, has paid a lot of money to take it over to 100,000 just for it to get taken away by YouTube. They've done it twice, and that's why we're not celebrating until we've actually earned every single subscriber. We're focusing on the job in hand. So click subscribe, ring the bell, and we could get there. And also tap the like button. So let's get 100 likes. We've already done it. Marvelous. Oh, 534. It's rolling around. 534. Thank you very much indeed. Let's get over to crypto. Crypto is selling off. Everything will sell off into this, so be very, very careful if you are trading this today. It's a very risky play. So here we go. 99,536. It's rolling around. We're going to speed up now, I think, into this main event. So it's very, very exciting. Another new member. There's going to be members sections in today's show and for the party.
812 has become a member.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's look at the broader market. There was something that was just on my mind then to do. There's a lot going on at the moment. So I'm just trying to keep a hold of lots of things. We've got this story we'll be covering. We put it out on a video, your preparation for the NVIDIA earnings. Thank you very much. Click subscribe, ring the bell. This is very, very exciting. Let me go to the comments and questions. I want to bring everybody in if I can. Is that Bruce? Is Bruce Graham 812? Is that our? Is that Angie's husband? We saw him earlier. Let's go through some of these comments. Drive safe, yes indeed. Sold my stocks, said Stephen Lewandowski. Up, Nvidia, go. Well, the overall portfolio is selling at the moment. Crypto is down, no surprise there. The S&P is bouncing around up slightly, but everything will swing on Nvidia. Get ready for some violent trading. I would rather step out of this one. Bruce for president, and thank you. Yes, every time you see Angie, of course, which is, she's known by the name of Stage Your Life. We went in the future today. We were doing quantum jumping and stuff like that live on the show. It was great. We went into the future. We found out that Nvidia would be up today. Hi all, Bruce for president. Technically, we was your yacht restoring company we owned for 33 years. I love it. Wow. Way to go. I have a lot to learn from you all, everyone here. Same. Hi all. Leah's in the chat. Hello, Leah. Leah's now very active in Discord because we have a ladies audience now. Leah is very active in Discord. If you join Discord, you can talk to my wife off air. The lovely Leah, she's in Discord. So I'll give you the Discord link. If you do click on the link, make sure that you do click the right link. Don't choose the wrong one. I'll show you on the screen. If you just join the server, it's for premium members only. It's a VIP club for a very small audience. It's not. We're not trying to get thousands of people. We're just trying to get a good number, a good audience of investors. So don't join the server. If you do, you see nothing and we just kick you out. I don't mean physically kick you out. Sounds horrible. It's the term that Discord use. If you want to join us, it's $2.99 to be a member of Discord. There are premium channels, training courses, all for free, provided for free. And you've got direct contact with me, Sensei, Vaz, all the team, and Leah for the ladies now. The ladies are really enjoying Leah's company. It's very nice, and Leah's enjoying it too. So there you go, a little bit of a personal thing, new for the show. Anyone know what time the call is at? Yes, we'll get the figures in about 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and then we will get the call on the hour. Oh, I bloody hell forgot again, the shop. Yes, I think the shop has just dropped. The shop has just dropped. Number 9, has it sold out? I bet it has. Number 9. Get it? 9 of 10. There is only one more. 9 of 10. This was number 9. If I refresh the screen, they're probably gone. Let's have a look. Yep. Oh, the latte one's gone.
Not try to chase the dream, because 98% of traders, money gets deposited into Robinhood, never comes out of Robinhood. It goes into Robinhood's pocket or other traders' pockets. So just be careful with all of that and make sure that you keep your expectations realistic, and that's why I think it's important that you try to ask not just us, but fellow traders as well. That's why we have this environment. Are you green? Is Joe green? Is Sharif green? Am I green? Is Neil green? Are we green on the day? What kind of day? Because not every day we're going to be green.
Well, I answered this one in the chat.
Good.
The one thing that in over 20 years has definitely got me through is I don't care what happens on the short term. If you're trying to be successful at something which is a probability game, there is like hundreds of trading days in the year. Hundreds of trading days in the year. What you're doing has to work on a higher time frame. Like, you need to be positive on a month, and then a positive on a quarter, and then positive on a year. If you have 2 or 3 good days, it actually doesn't mean a lot. It's great. Don't get me wrong, it's great, but it doesn't actually mean a heck of a lot in terms of expanding your strategy. So I only ever look at that. And that's what's gotten me through. And I've been pretty fortunate. Like I said, consistent on a higher time frame. Make sure, like Sean said, like if things work, you hit those ones hard. Make sure you put the right amount of capital into the things that are the best. But if you have something that's not working on a month-to-month basis, then who cares? Like you positive every single month out of the year. Then you're a good trader. You know, you could have the greatest month ever, but if you're negative, 10 out of 12 months, and it doesn't really matter. If you're able to, and I've seen a couple of trades, if you're able to then somehow, like that one trade blows out the 10 months that you lost, that can happen. I've seen it work before, but not in the long term. It doesn't usually work out. So just try to have that idea of trying to build consistency into something, and consistency is different for every other person. Like for some people, it could be a side hustle. You don't have to try to pay your bills with it. So you don't have that kind of pressure, which I think can be a good thing. And then try to just build that consistency and build a bankroll too. That's important. If you don't have a bankroll, when I started out as a trader, I lived at home as long as I could. Straight up. And I didn't care what anybody else was saying because I was saving. I was saving, because I understood that it could all blow up. Who knows? It's trading. Like, it's not going to be easy. So that's just my 2 cents on it for sure. It's about 15 minutes to the imbalances, but we didn't look at the early look. Remember, both Interactive Brokers and Walgreens are NASDAQ stocks. We're not going to get like an early look at what we're expecting to be one buy imbalance and one sell imbalance. Interactive Brokers is going into the S&P 500. We expect that to be a buy. Walgreens Boots Alliance is going to be coming out. I'll just call it WBA from now on. So we expect that to be a sell. Not really much of anything. I'm seeing a bunch of names that I don't. CVE's in there for 3 mil sell, SNQ maybe, Visa 1.2, but no big names here on the early look for the imbalances. AMD broke trend a little bit to the upside here, so it's always the same story on a trend break. In, prior bar out, get to first resistance, move stop to break even. I lied when I said I wouldn't go after the fly again. I swung and missed at that fly. It was on my screen. I'm like, I don't want to punch the screen. I thought I'd be like really quick with a swipe. It didn't work. You got to be able to just hit it. So yeah, into AMD was prior bar stop. Now I'm going for the break even. About 166.8 will be the out, so about 10 cents worth of risk. Looking for it to get back into 167.4. Pre-market high also was a bit of a head and shoulder look there at the 167.4. As well. Nonsense saying CrowdStrike's tanking going into earnings?
Who knows? But right now Google is not, and there it is, another one for you again right here. So yeah, so far so good as we continue to watch out for this mover coming through. There goes Google. Look at that. We just get that fill there at 46s. So that's a decent opportunity there for us on Google. As we look to cash out again. Oh, it's because I had. All right, that actually put me short. I actually had too many shares up there, so we'll punch out, and there it is. That's the end of that trade. Nicely cooking right there on Google. We'll go, as Neil mentioned, right, we're going to go 3 for 4 today and play the strategies the way that you do. And that's it, man. There it is. So out on Google. Right there at VWAP. Lows to highs. We did it, everybody. Right there. So congrats for everybody that's doing that. Right there. Yeah, so there it is. All right, what else? All right, that's NVIDIA is the last one that we have on board right now. We're just going to watch out for this. Okay, you know what? It's at these levels. I might as well take a piece out now. Again, good trade. Why not? We'll take an 80 fill there. We get it. Or 79, sorry. So there's a 79 fill at the 200 period. Moving average, and there it goes. So boom goes the dynamite one more time to the upside. So, you know, you're looking for the big winners. Hopefully we'll be able to give you some here today. And we're just going to continue to watch out for this market and what's going on into the close with CrowdStrike, someone said. As you just mentioned, tanking. Yeah, I mean, whatever. This is just a typical move. Yeah, we'd have to wait for that. I mean, look at MongoDB, MDB today. And I just want to say, like, let's just see what it did yesterday. I guess I'll have to zoom in a lot. We don't want to see that. Yeah, so look at this. So, whoops, there was Mongo yesterday into the close.
Is that Sumali? Can only be no. You can use it on any device. Actually, Leah likes to be on my wife Leah Lucas. She likes it on iPad. So I'll give you the link for it. There's a Discord link. But what you do need to do is purchase it for $2.99. We've made it as cheap as possible, and we give you the free training course as well. We don't sell our training courses here. We make money investing. So there you go. When you come to it, we got 225 members. All right. These are the actual members. Don't click join server. It tells you here, it's premium subscribers only. You click this here, but you do it on a computer. Otherwise, you get charged $3.99 if you do it on the app. $2.99. And then once you're in, it takes 10 minutes to get verified. Verify your email and your everything else so we know you're the real person. And then you'll be in. And remember, when you do go in, do not accept any friend requests from someone pretending to be me. I get scammers all the time. They are not me. I never friend request anyone or message anyone. I only reply to your messages once I know that you are one of my premium subscribers. And you'll know because you'll be in green, your name's in green, and you have a role of Lucasade, and you can message me and you can friend request me, and I will accept it if you are a proper signed up member. All right, and then we can have conversations, and you get all the community stuff and all the videos, all the training videos, and so on and so forth. And you can talk with Leah as well. Leah's really enjoying. She's never been a public person. She's just come out now. This is a brand new thing that Leah is enjoying being in Discord. And there's a nice little community of ladies. It's really, really nice. If you are here in your right, please subscribe and like and share. Thank you so much indeed, Blazing Bandit. You should become a member of our channel. There you go. In fact, the next 10 people to become a member, I will pick one of you and make one of your YouTube channels famous if you are a YouTuber. If you've got content, the next 10 people that become members. Lucasades, the family, that's what we call you here on my show. If you are, we'll spin the wheel, play spin the wheel, and we'll pick one of you and we'll make, if you've got content, one of your channels famous. So not only will you get all the perks and benefits, but you'll also get the extra perk of we'll make one of your channels famous. All right, there you go. Hi all, says Bruce Babbage. Another Bruce. I got 50 trillion mini Bitcoin to pay off this debt for all Americans. I don't understand that. Nvidia is exciting, but won't be the reason stocks run, or it certainly will if it does well. Thanks for the hard work. You're very welcome. We love you, Bruce. I love it. Click here. Oh, by the way, did we sell the last item? My guess is we did. Every item is sold up to now. Let me have a look. Did it sell? Yep, sold out. Tomorrow morning on Sensei's show. Don't miss that if you want 10 of 10, the final one. And they'll have a special message on there as well. Awesome, great job. Oh, here's our first member. Here's our first member. 9 to go.
At Fangmung 7105 has become a member.
Thank you very much. You need 9 to go. And don't forget, if you are already a member, you can play along in Spin the Wheel because you can do a celebration super chat. That's not a paid super chat. It's a free super chat. You get a free super chat. It's called a milestone super chat. Many of you got them and you've never used them, so that you could have one now and be part of that. And we need another 9. So happy to have got an 8 out of 10 sign frame. Yes, you have. It's very special. It's very limited. I've already seen one on eBay being sold, but we are about to hit for real 100,000 subscribers. We've had scammers try to spoil the party, but they won't do that. We're not going to celebrate and pretend it's real. We know it's not real. This is the real number. And when we get there, we will celebrate it. The party is ready to go. This channel is a big shill. I have no idea what that means. I don't know why people use that silly word. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't pump and dump anything. In fact, I tell people not to follow my trades. I own my main position is the S&P, and if you think I can pump the S&P, then you're a flipping nutcase. I can't possibly pump the S&P 500. What are the bloody nonsense? Anyway, don't talk silly. Why is that, collective? Congratulations, Benjamin. Don't forget there are other mugs in the store, also limited edition. There are. Yes, there are other items, but not in the 100,000. That's right. Thanks for reminding us, Seth. Got number 6. Lovely. George, Pepsi will never be sold again and only so many made. Just went to your shop. It's all sold out again. Yep, it sells out.
Very similar on VWAP is not great because there it goes, man. It is now. Nice trade there if anybody has it. And let's take this opportunity right now to go find out who's actually, as we talk about, making some money around these joints right now. So shout out to everybody trading with us here at Real Trading. These are the top traders from yesterday. So a little bit of a different look there because we have Amex, Canada, NASDAQ, and New York yesterday. So that's the #1 trader. These are the markets that they traded in, and this is the US dollar denominated number there. So it's also going through the different markets. So Canada, we don't have any year. Oh, we do have. I was going to say, okay. Here's somebody that traded a bunch of Europe there. So someone, we have offices located all over the world. I've traveled all over the world opening up offices for Real Trading. That's what I was I wasn't traveling before this, but I was the head of Trader Floor Development, and we actually created that division of Real Trading, and that's just because I like to talk, and some people think I know what I'm doing, but I don't know, I kind of fooled those people. But Zitra, Switzerland, Stockholm, Paris, Milan, Madrid, so there it is right there, Amex and NASDAQ, so not a huge number from yesterday, but still, congratulations to anybody that made this board. I mean, $2,500 is great, especially if you can somehow average that. That would be real nice right there. Okay, so there goes Google. Again, big congratulations to anybody that sort of followed the lead on that one and was able to buy those dips on Google. There it goes. Still, I honestly, that's why it's purple. I put out too many shares and it just ripped higher because I had some offers up here. So it was thinking that, oh, you don't have enough shares, you're going to try to short sell this thing. But it just covered all of my shares and actually put me short, which we had to cover immediately, which is why we have that green there. But again, boom, 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 upside right there. So hopefully some of you can have some of that success right there. We only have 4 minutes now until the imbalance. Let's go have a quick look at how awesome crypto is doing for y'all today. Bitcoin right here in the last 7 days down 1.3%. Ethereum today in the last 24 hours. It looks like Bitcoin may be the leader, but no, it's Solana right there. I thought I was in a Solana amount of trouble when I bought that at 200. It went down to 180, but right now 3.5% in the money and not selling it, so it doesn't matter. But there's Solana right there, up 5.5% today and up 12 on the week. The other name that I have probably too much of is Cardano, so we'd like to see those numbers green, not red. And then recent XRP Army, not recent, but it was one of the last ones I wound up buying there, Ripple. So we'll see if that can go. And then Ethereum, man, I cashed out of that. It was 2,500, something like that, out of all the coins that I had. Still hold it in trust, but that was where we wound up buying. I don't think we bought Bitcoin. We must have bought XRP, and then we talked about our recent there with Solana. So it looks like crypto names still continue to work. And then, you know, if you want to get rugged a little bit, you can go to BMNR and look at that if you want. Down $45. Again, down 8%. So there we go again right now. I wonder when you're going to find out that Tom Lee sold everything on this. Probably won't tell you until much later. So wait for the 13Fs and whatnot on that. But, you know, follow those guys to your demise. Nice move there to the upside. And then right now,
every single time, I can accept your friend request. This is you on Discord. You've just joined, you are in green, you've sent me a friend request, you could talk to me directly, you could talk to Leah, my wife, Sensei, Vaz, everybody. So yeah, you've got role of Lucasade, so I can accept that. And also, you also get, let me accept that, you also get for free, the video training course, which other people would charge thousands of dollars for, you get for free. It's all in the premium service. Now, please, now you've made a friend with me, do not accept a friend request from anyone else pretending to be me. Leah will not send it. I will not send it. Sense or Vaz will not send friend requests. We only accept them from premium members. All right? So there you go. Success, gift, lover. Yeah, we got people joining now. Unfortunately, trying to scan the channel. I'll delete those in a moment. Let me carry on. Cover Snowflake. We can cover Snowflake if you are a member of the channel. and you do a $5 super chat. Please subscribe, folks. Thank you. Real life, most honest channel on YouTube. Hello, Khalidad. Hello, Khalidad. I'm hoping that we get Jerry and Elba in this afternoon. There's been a confusion from Jerry and Elba, and there's a lot of upset going on at the moment, and I want to put that right. They have made a little mistake, and unfortunately, some people are a little upset. And I will explain exactly what's gone on if we get Jerry and Elba in. But I have already spoken to him on the phone, so we're all good there. All good. I did. Yes. We got our second member. 8 spots to go. Oh, welcome to Silver. That counts. That counts.
A Chill Animal Channel has become a member.
And now, Chill and Channel, you are a silver member. Now, if you are a YouTuber and if you have content, you can go on the homepage of my channel and you get free publicity all the time. And people will subscribe to you all the time. But you have to request it live in the chat. I don't do it. I just don't do it automatically. I do it for you live on the show. So if you are a YouTuber, if you do have content, you can actually request it. And I will do it for you live on the show, and you'll get lots of subscribers. Best community on YouTube. We're here to help, absolutely. Right as rain. Thank you. I will try again. Okay. Sumali Phillips, indeed. Thank you. I look forward to you as one of our ladies. You might like to meet my wife, Leah. All right, lovely stuff. How lovely is that? Lots of people joining now. Is that Jupe Jang? That might even be you. It looks a very similar picture. I don't know if it's you or not. I won't know until you tell me. Good man, Brian. Like Martin said on Discord, write and fix the settings privacy. Yes, you've got full control who messages you. All right, Martin, congratulations on 100,000. Well deserved, sir. That's very, very kind. We're not quite there, though. We're at 99,549. We've had a few trolls and scammers. Oh, there we go. Try to inflate it just to spoil the party, but that won't happen. We'll focus on the business in hand and we'll celebrate at the right time. Just become a member. Thank you. I think we have 2 members now. Like and subscribe, hit the 1 million. Yeah, we're going to 1 million now. Welcome to new members. Good day, Martin Crusades. Let's make some money. XRP, yes, indeed. Pump my bags. I hate to be broke. Can't afford the cups. Can't afford the cups? What's all that about? Will bull market end if NVIDIA as it... No, the bull market will not end. We are in an uptrend, but we will have a sell-off. So there's a very big difference. What do you think about NVIDIA, Martin? Go down or up? I think NVIDIA will beat on earnings but sell off because it will never be good enough. And it's already got very expensive again. So that's okay for a long-term investor, but I would not be buying NVIDIA here. It's why I use tax lots to trim the S&P and bring my average down. So we've got lots of new members. If you've won a member, please thank Brian. S&P Final Boss. Hello, says Daniel. I want Study with Music. Well, if you subscribe and engage and like, you might win one. And you get lots of benefits and perks. When is the earnings? The earnings will be out in 10 minutes, 15 minutes. We'll cover it live. And then the earnings call starts on the next hour. I will cover it. I'll take one. Just subscribe. New to crypto. Welcome to you. You're new to crypto. Well, this is my crypto position. I only entered the crypto space a few weeks ago because I built my portfolio on the S&P first. And now I've got a position here built on the S&P, and now I've got 140,000 in crypto. I've got my 78 in the wallet, and I've got the rest of it is on my ETFs. So it's about 140 grand. I'm in 3 positions. I'm staking all my Ethereum. I'm in Bitcoin, Ethereum, and XRP. That's it. That's what I'm in. And I'm out of the money on most of it at the moment, but I have been buying the lowering the average, not with buying the dips, by buying with conviction. There is a difference, and ask me about that, and I'll explain that later on. Well done, Brian. Got the number 9 mug. Congratulations. Bye-bye, DDOG. I can do a full review on it if you want to. So we are looking at NVIDIA. There's a little bit of an issue going on with NVIDIA at the moment. There is some rumors about China, tariffs. I'm going to cover all of that. But also, the call itself hasn't been broadcast yet. This is very, very unusual. They haven't yet broadcast the link for it. It's not available anywhere. So I can tell you that now, that it hasn't been published anywhere. Robinhood can't get hold of it. They've not shared it on their website.
Trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and
site, there is some, literally, there is no call. We have last year's call, but we do not have, we have the one from May, but we do not have the one from today yet. All right, the bell is about to go. Let me go and refresh Wall Street so we can ring the bell. This is the overall portfolio. I'm up, which is nice, beating the market again today. Nvidia, there it is. We'll get ready now. Let me go and refresh the screen. Just refreshing the screen. All right. Okay, we're all set. We have Wall Street ready to ring the bell.
Curbs, the guidance for July was actually up 17% higher. So it was
Here we go.
plus 2% guide up.
We've got a bit of time. I'll bring it all to you. We're now at 99,556. If you all click subscribe and ring the bell, we've got a special moderator party, a special members only party, and then general subscribers. It could happen today. It could easily happen in this show. We had 11,000 when we were at 50,000 subscribers. I'm expecting 25, 30,000 people, but maybe everyone's already subscribed. I don't know, but I think it's possible that we could hit the 100,000 today. So how much time is remaining in the report? The report will drop in exactly 20 minutes from now. From Pakistan, good afternoon and welcome to you. Oh, we're rolling round. Here we go. We're at 558. Come on, everybody. Just 432 to go. We could get there today. It's very, very exciting. Sorry, 38. Oh my God, I'm a bloody maths are gone. Never mind. XRP. Yes, we are looking at XRP as well. We're doing our crypto watch as well. This channel helps me distract from the anxiety-riddled brain, as does watching the markets. From Pakistan, I want to be a member. And if you want to be a member, there is the link. If you are on an iOS device, browser or an iPad, if you are on an iOS device, iPad or iPhone, select a browser, desktop version, and you can become a member. There are members who are donating them in the chat. Let's have a little look. We got a few bad actors in the show. Thank you very much indeed. My moderators are doing a good job as always. I need a membership. I'm new to trading. Well, if you are a member, you can call in live to the show. Let me end the poll right now because we're about to get an announcement. 78% of you think it will be a beat. Let me end the poll. And we've got our main poll, of course, on Google. This is what ranks on Google. Let's see how you voted. This is very, very important. We call it the Lucas Archies, better than the Fibonacci. Beat or miss. We had 70% said beat. So 201 votes. Let me refresh the screen. That is now up to 219, 70 votes. If you'd like to vote on the poll that actually ranks on Google, we rank #1 for this stock when we broadcast the earnings. There is the link right there. Go and vote on it. You've got about 19 minutes before the call, it drops, all right? We're about to ring the bell as well. Here we go, 2 minutes to go. We're about to ring the bell. It's a big, big, big night. The markets could go up, down, or definitely not sideways. I want to be a winner. Nvidia is up. Who wants to win $1,000? We're giving away $1,000 in XRP. If you would, say yes in the chat and I'll tell you how you can win. It's free to enter, no purchase necessary. You haven't got to download anything. We're giving it away to celebrate 100,000 subscribers and we are very close to getting there. So click subscribe, ring the bell, and you can be part of our big event. We're nearly there. 99,564. Start getting it to roll round, folks. All right, here we go. Just subscribe to your channel. Thank you, Super Rooster. Lovely stuff. Right, here we go. 45 seconds to go. We're about to ring the bell. We've got the earnings call in 18 minutes.
The edge that people are going to try to get some comfort on.
Here we go.
I'll just mention this. 3 months ago we talked, and I mentioned that we're in the third inning of the AI infrastructure build-out. Today, I think we're in the second inning. So I actually think I'm more confident, despite all these big numbers, despite the $4 trillion market cap. Now, I'm not saying it's going to trade up tomorrow, but I think that the takeaway when people read between the lines about next year is that those numbers, that 29% growth number, ends up being between 30 and 35% after the revisions.
Mike, it's hard to crack the bulls. It's
Yeah,
hard to make them
is.
crack.
There's a great deal of
3,
comfort because of how the
2,
markets behave.
1.
And the cyclical indicators are looking
The bell has gone. The bell has gone. Let's go for our positions. Here we go. It's going to be a big, big evening. 18 minutes to go. Right, let's go for all our positions. So we've got the S&P is green. We are up. We've got the S&P itself, my overall portfolio is up. Virgin Galactic is going down. Palantir is going down. Make sure you click subscribe and ring the bell. We are just inches away now. Inches away from 100,000 subscribers. The party is waiting to begin. The fireworks is waiting to start.
5 should be coming out any second now, and tap as well. We'll be looking for Bill, Snowflake, HPQ. It's a decent list, but everything is hinging on NVIDIA. Decent recovery after it sold in the morning pretty heavily into about 10 o'clock, and then recovering to get almost green.
I have NTAP
Basically
5.
flat on the day here for NVIDIA, but it's so close to those highs in the 180s that you knew there'd be some sellers because everything has to be perfect, that we've said. Dara, the slightest misstep, and you could see them punished a little bit when you're at these all-time highs.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. We have some numbers out already. I'm just not really seeing things compared to estimates. I have my own estimates that I take down, but sometimes those are not, you know, the same as what we actually see for what the market runs with. Regardless, I can talk about Bill Holdings. They reported fiscal 2025 revenue, $1.5 billion, up 13% year over year. Their core revenue for the year grew 16% year over year. Q4 total revenue up 12% year over year. Q4 core revenue up 15% year over year. Again, as I have estimates, I'll get those two guys as well, or like I guess how things compare to estimates. Bill Holdings, yeah, so Bill Holdings was a double beat. I'll just get those numbers for you guys. Q4 adjusted earnings at 53 cents per share versus 41 expected. Sales 383.349 million versus 376.172 million. Now I know, guys, everyone wants NVIDIA. Fortunately, they are not out yet, or unfortunately, sorry. So I'll just give you guys what I have while I have it. NVIDIA's already moving.
It's already moving here a little bit. The earnings aren't out.
Yeah.
But NVIDIA's doing volume already. It just made like a 50-penny move off the low, so it is bouncing here in the aftermarket in real time. Just got to 182.20, going in the other direction from Bill, because Bill's getting absolutely smoked, as you just saw.
Yeah, I mean, Five Below I can talk about here too. Q2 earnings of 77 cents per share, not seeing how that compares to estimates. Revenue looks like a beat, 1.03 billion. I'm seeing estimates of 992.7 million. What else are we seeing here? Yeah, they beat here on pre-tax profit, it looks like. They're guiding Q3 earnings per share between 9 cents and 21 cents. Their net income, they're guiding between 5 million and 12 million for the year. Again, not seeing how all of these compare to estimates, but it does look like Five Below beat on pre-tax profit and on revenue.
52-week highs.
Yeah, nice look there for Five Below. NTAP, I have some of the numbers, but I'm not really seeing how things compare to estimates. Their billings grew by 4% year over year. That is a pretty small growth amount, but apparently that's their 7th consecutive quarter of year-over-year growth. They recorded, I guess, their first quarter free cash growth. That's free cash flow for the quarter for NTAP. Yeah, I'm not seeing too much here for NetApp, but Five Below, we did have a double beat there. I said I wasn't quite sure how things compared to estimates. There's a double beat, Five Below. Adjusted earnings of 81 cents versus 61 expected.
Hey, wait for the
and
guide.
I already mentioned the sales beat.
Yeah, I mean, the guidance, I think, we'll see if we get guidance from
I don't
5.
have guidance yet.
Yeah,
I have Bill Holdings
with that out, with guidance not out yet on 5, I'd hold off. It's holding the 52-week high, but like just barely above it, so it's not exactly blowing the move away. But someone just said in the chat, call Tarantino because they killed Bill.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a pretty good one. I like that joke. Let's get into these guidance numbers, because I think the guidance might be the issue here, specifically their quarterly guidance. They're getting Q1 2026 Earnings between 49 cents and 52 cents per share. The entire range misses estimates of 54 cents. Sales, 385 to 395 million. They're guiding that is mostly below estimates of 394. The midpoint certainly misses estimates. Their fiscal 2026 guidance, though, is kind of mixed. I mean, their Q2, or sorry, not their Q2, their fiscal 2026 EPS guidance is certainly in line. $2 to $2.20 versus $2.08 expected, so midpoint in line. Their sales guidance is better than expected, though, for the fiscal year. 1.589 bill to 1.629 bill versus 1.455 bill expected. None of these billions are good enough for bill. Looks like we've got a whole bunch more that just came out here, Neil, so I will take a look, and I will let you guys know. People asking when NVIDIA reports, they report at 4:20. So
Snowflake is out, and Snowflake is ripping to the upside. Snowflake just hit 214. We could see this break. Well, let's cross our fingers here. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. We've got a big resistance level at 215. You can see on the daily chart of Snowflake, and it's already through the 50 period on the moving average as Snowflake is out. I haven't seen the actual numbers yet here at Dara, but we were expecting 12%. 11.5% for the implied move. So even with this move, we're only up 10% here as the numbers are now out. What do we have here? Very, very close. It keeps resisting this 220.
Yeah, let's talk about these numbers here for SNOW. 1.09 billion in product revenue. Sometimes the product revenue and like the actual revenue numbers don't compare, so I'm not going to say estimates until I know for sure. 32% year-over-year growth. Net revenue retention rate 125%. That's a great number there. Apparently 33% year-over-year growth when it comes to remaining performance obligations. HPQ is out early here, Neil. HPQ Q3 earnings per share in line with estimates at 75 cents. Revenue beating estimates, it looks like 13.93 billion versus 13.7 billion expected. They're guiding midpoint Q4 earnings per share. Free cash flow, they're guiding 2.6 billion to 3 billion. They did note some trade-related costs, though, for HPQ. If you're enjoying the content and you're ready for these NVIDIA earnings, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and thank you to our friends at Beta Pro, brought to you by GlobalX. And I am waiting for some more numbers here from the likes of CrowdStrike. Yeah, again, like HP, their earnings per share guidance is in line. I just saw that now, and I wanted to mention that again. What else do I have? Yeah, 5 below, pretty solid guidance here, I will say. Agilent I have. Let's get into A. Let's see if this was an A1 report. I'll start with their guidance. Okay, they narrowed their fiscal 2025 guidance. They tightened it on both ends. It's basically in line with estimates for EPS. Sales guidance, they actually raised. That's above estimates. Let's talk here. Do I have their actual numbers, though? Yes, I do for Agilent. So Agilent, again, we talked about their guidance. Let's talk here about their earnings. In-line earnings per share of 137. Sales beating estimates 1.738 billion versus 1.665 billion expected. Snowflake.
Just one thing on Snowflake here. With the double beat on Snowflake, it just hit 225.
For the email to complete. There you go, DGOG. I've got a good question. Let me know if you see. I'll ask. I see everybody. Yes. Top 3 XR. Now, folks, it's getting too busy now for me. I knew this was going to happen in tonight's show. We got loads planned for you, so I'm going members only. I have to focus on the members. We get a lot.
They're looking pretty good, especially with individual customers there. 32% year-over-year growth, that'll play. And they need growth because it's not a company that has overwhelming profitability over any kind of time period. So let's be real. That's what matters here. We are expecting about 10 minutes we're going to get NVIDIA earnings. They did move around a little bit. I know everyone's sitting here like, when do we get NVIDIA? Holding on with bated breath. It is moving around a little bit, not a heck of a lot. It's up like maybe 0.5% here in the aftermarket. But we have to have some patience. You save the best for last. So far, so good on Snowflake. Unless you have shares of Bill, you're probably not too happy about that. But yeah, already NVIDIA is starting to catch some buys. The volume on this, the fact that 10 minutes in front of earnings, you're already seeing solid volume in trading through, gives you an idea. Like a lot of times it's like you're watching paint dry on an individual name before they report. Who would want to be executing trades? With NVIDIA, there's already a lot of trepidation, I guess maybe some posturing going in before this crucial print. I'm going to be watching, we're going to get top and bottom, obviously, and we care about the guys. Look for that margin number. Right? We're expecting 75 to 78% gross margins. That comes in the low 70s. I think you're in a bit of trouble. So if I don't hear that number, I'm not thinking anything about the earnings until we get that margin number, Adara.
Yeah, and I know margin killed NVIDIA before, like they missed by the tiniest metric, and that's what matters, I guess. Let's talk here about Snowflake, because they did actually have that double beat Q2 adjusted earnings of 35 cents per share versus what 27 cents expected. Sales 1.144 billion versus 1.088 billion expected. I do apologize for the speed to the people in the chat, but this is how I talk, and I do find the faster I talk, the easier it is for me to get things out and get this info for you guys. The market does talk fast. I'm a little bit more tired as well, so I'm trying to stay alert in that way too. Let's talk about CrowdStrike. I don't have the numbers yet. Do I feel okay? I just got the numbers now. They did also agree to buy Onum to supercharge Falcon. Okay, so they're buying this company called Onum to supercharge their next gen. That's what it was.
This is sort of the thing. You're going to get punished if you buy somebody, but sometimes you report a deal when the earnings come out. So the initial move is to the downside on CrowdStrike until I hear the terms of whatever this deal is. Let's just give it a minute, because it immediately flushed 420 into 400 and is trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Now CrowdStrike has been under trouble, but holding on at least to this 200 period moving average. So yeah, like I said, you're usually going to get punished when you make an acquisition. But remember Fortinet. Fortinet was down monstrous after its earnings, and it was a fantastic buying opportunity. That's just how this space has been going for sure. So right now, you do have CrowdStrike hitting lower, 4% to the downside here on CrowdStrike. I still haven't seen any details on whatever this deal might be here at Darrow, but that's going to be the most important thing. How much are they spending? What kind of synergies can you expect on any deal that they make? This is a segment of the market where you're starting to see some consolidations. You're starting to see the big boys make some acquisitions. Whether it's Palo Alto, it doesn't matter. CrowdStrike here, they're making a power move as well. So you tend for at least 2 or 3 days. Sometimes you will see an acquiring company get hurt a little bit here. So 10 minutes to go till NVIDIA and CrowdStrike, in the L column, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, their Q3 revenue guide here is basically exactly in line, $1.21 billion to $1.22 billion they're seeing. That is compared to estimates of $1.23 billion. So to call that a beat, what I think that is actually a total miss. 1.21 to 1.22 billion. We were looking for 1.23 billion. So it's like a slight miss, but it's still kind of in line with estimates. It's nothing insane. I'll read through their numbers here. So revenue 1.17 billion. I was seeing estimates of 1.15 billion, so it looks like a slight beat. It is up 21% year over year, and their subscription revenue up 20% year over year. Annual recurring revenue up 20% year over year. Subscription gross margin tightened a little bit, Neil, 77% versus 78% on a year over year basis. So slightly tighter subscription gross margin here for CrowdStrike. I have not seen anything that would strike me with a lot of enthusiasm or excitement to buy, but I love day trading this. I've talked a lot about how CrowdStrike earnings day one is like one of my highest probability trades. So this is something I'm going to be watching. Personally speaking, when I get more numbers from CrowdStrike, I'll let you guys know, but I don't have the synopsis yet from Benzinga, so I'm literally like scouring through the report.
The company that it's Onum that they're supposedly buying. Is it Unum Group or On? I think it might be Unum Group.
Onum, real-time data intelligence, I think.
If it's the company I think that's an $11 billion company. So that's not a small, you slap a premium on that, that wouldn't be chump change. That could be like $14, $15 billion that they could be spending potentially. And that could be a lot of the reason why you're seeing it beaten up. Down 8% here now with CrowdStrike. And like I said, you give it a breath. It didn't sound all that bad, but anytime you hear about an acquisition, you want to see those details. Yeah, unfortunately, not a good one. I mean, we have NVIDIA coming up. For those that are asking, 420 is the expected time on NVIDIA. Now, I believe HPQ came out early.
Yeah, I went over those ones. Yeah,
you went over them. So I'm not saying that NVIDIA, it'll be right at 420. It could be 422. It could be 415. It could happen a minute from now.
It's usually 420. I find NVIDIA
but they're usually pretty good. It's not like Meta.
Yeah.
This will not be a Meta situation. We're waiting around for Zuckerberg to figure it out. And next thing you know, we're doing the market recap to like 445 because we got to make sure we get the Meta earnings. That being said, we're not going anywhere until we get NVIDIA earnings. All right? We're not going to have to sleep here. If NVIDIA doesn't report on time, people will probably start freaking out. So I know they're going to get this one right and they'll get it on time. We're expecting that 420. But CrowdStrike, I don't love it. I don't love it.
I have more on Crowd, and I'll also talk about NetApp too, because I mentioned it earlier, but Gravel Culture asking about NetApp, so I'll get back into that. CRWD was a double beat. Q2 adjusted earnings 93 cents per share versus 83 cents expected. As I mentioned, they like really towed the line here when it comes to their sales, because they reported sales of $1.169 billion versus estimates of $1.149 billion. So it's a beat, but like it's still pretty tight, right? It's cutting it pretty close. CrowdStrike for guidance, though, was not a beat for revenue, 1.2 to 1.22 billion. Analysts were looking for 1.23 billion. Do you have NVIDIA?
No, it's not out yet. It's not out yet, but believe me, everybody, we're locked and loaded. I'm watching some interesting price action. Here's the thing, we're live with this for you. Like, it's not about, I got live action here. We'll see it. If it comes out early, I'm gonna see the price action almost instantaneously, everybody. So you're in the right spot. Make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. If you have questions in the chat for us here, something particular you want to know about the earnings or our thoughts on something, you've got to hit the subscribe. It's a subs-only chat. So you want to be in there asking questions, engaging with our community on this monstrous day here, of course, because we're expecting big things from NVIDIA. Make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. You're in the right place for sure. NVIDIA still continue to churn through volume as it tries to take out what was a top here, temporary top here at 182.5. And remember, I'm looking at that margin number. I mean, we'll be top, bottom. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter. I want to see a good margin. If it's in the 80s, it's game over. If it's in the low 70s, I think we could be in a little bit of trouble here. CrowdStrike is catching a bit of a bid. Little bit of a bid here. 410 you like?
No, 410 has been a level in Crowd.
Okay, well, it can't even hold. It can't even break back above 400.
Okay.
So they're really punishing it. They're really punishing the stock right now, and it could just be they don't care about the top and bottom. They care about an expensive acquisition that's getting made, and when that can mean temporarily. This is something that's already pulled back 20% from the highs. Is at the 200-period moving average. So I feel like this could be a nice little dip buy opportunity tomorrow, but that's a tomorrow play, right? Today we have 3 minutes till NVIDIA. We do have Snowflake, which thankfully that one let it snow. This one was not an informer. This one was legit.
Whew.
Yes. I was watching, YouTube recommended some weird stuff on the weekend, including like Snow being interviewed by Arsenio Hall. Which,
Wait, what?
When I was a kid, I remember watching that, and Arsenio didn't come off too well.
Really?
Yeah, I watched it back. And
really?
Like, Arsenio did not come off too well in the interview.
You didn't like Snow?
No, there was some stuff that was just like, and whatever. And the guy was controversial, but like, it wasn't very cool. When I look back at it, and I think back in the day you give him a pass because he was cool, but no, it wasn't. He kind of didn't treat him that well when you look back at it. But Snowflake, 220, I think 228 would be that high. 228 high is half is the high, and it's close. It got close. It did not break the 52-week high. So Snowflake goes right to the 52-week high. Now keep in mind, it's exceeded the expected move here with Snowflake. 11.5 expected. It's done 13. So I come in with a bias tomorrow to the long side if it can hold on to above that 11.5% mark. So, a good look here for Snowflake. I love that growth that they had. Just looking at 32% revenue growth, but also looking at the individual large customers over $1 million in revenue, that grew by 30% as well, right? So it's like they're growing it in the right places. This is a growth name. It's not necessarily the EPS. To me, it doesn't really matter about it for a stock like this. You just want to continue to see big double-digit growth so that they can grow into what is a pretty robust and large pie. And the biggest pie out there is the AI pie, and we're going to see in about a minute or two what NVIDIA has to say about it.
Yeah, I think it'll be a pretty exciting report. Like we said, I find NVIDIA and Apple to be the most timely of these companies when it comes to reporting earnings.
Yeah.
CrowdStrike, it's worth noting, it's actually running into another trend line I have. I just checked my chart and I was like, oh, another trend line. So yeah, CrowdStrike, I find these spready tickers tend to respect, for whatever reason, like horizontal trend levels a lot more than other things. And CrowdStrike is doing that. So interesting stuff there. NTAP, though, I want to go over for gravel culture. This is a narrow beat on both metrics. So they like barely beat adjusted earnings per share, 155 versus 154 expected. Sales 1.56 bill versus 1.55 bill expected. So these are like, I mean, you can call them beats if you're being generous. It's basically in line. It's a little bit of a mixed report for NetApp, but they did tap that 102.50 level and bounce a bit. This is a hard one to make puns at without it getting a little wild. But I think that's a good point there. People are talking about Crowd as well. The guidance for Crowd was mixed across the board. So specifically when it comes to revenue, so their revenue, their midpoint for their revenue guide for the fiscal year actually did miss estimates, and then they also totally missed estimates for their quarterly guide. Issue with crowd is forward guidance and potentially as well the risk that people are associating with their acquisition. 398, I don't think crowd even cares about 400. Crowd seems to care about 398, and to a degree that I'm going to be watching this tomorrow. 100%.
100. Well, it's got to be on radar, and of course, Snowflake will be on radar. But we have seconds to go until I think we get Nvidia. Someone already getting a little bit antsy because I just saw someone swiped it down like 50 pennies. It just came right back in here at the top end of the range on Nvidia. But we're expecting 420. It is about to hit 420 right now. It's still in a range-bound trade, obviously. Oh, come on. Let's see what that first move. The first move, oh, it's inching up. It's not flying, it's inching. This is not convincing yet. Like you said, you're still inching, like 20, 30 pennies. What's going on here? That's not, like volume is definitely coming in pretty decently here on Nvidia, but we're not flying, we're not tanking. What is going on? You should be, if the numbers are out, it should be doing much more than just kind of really, really slowly grinding. Like this is an absolute grind. Like it's up, it just moved almost $1 in a slow grind up. That is not how you see this thing move. Let's get going, Nvidia. You've got that 184 resistance you got to punch through, and then 185 psychologically as well. And if you're doing this slow, that's a disappointment. You need a rocket ship to get through levels like this when you're in company this big here at Dara. I don't see the numbers even out yet. And here we go. Now they're out for sure.
They're out. I got
because
them.
it just absolutely smoked it to the downside here. Is Nvidia numbers at Dara get them, but we're just tanked $5.
So they got them. Again, I don't want to compare to estimates yet, so I'll just read you guys the numbers. 46.7 bill was their revenue up 6% quarter over quarter, 56% year over year. Quarter over quarter, 56% year over year. So Nvidia revenue up 56% year over year, 46.7 as well year over year, 41.1 billion. So again, the revenue was up 6% sequentially. Data center revenue up 5% sequentially, both up 56% year over year. Blackwell data center revenue up 17% sequentially. It makes sense they don't have year over year for that yet, but they did beat, it looks like on both metrics, earnings of $1.05 per share, beating estimates of $1.01. Revenue, 46.7 billion versus I was seeing anywhere from 45 to 46 billion. So I'm not going to specify what those numbers are yet. Most people are saying that they did beat estimates. So here's the official Benzinga numbers. We'll go with those. Adjusted
72.7, 72.7% gross margin.
Oh, that was
Street wanted 75 to 78. The gross margin comes in low 70%, and Nvidia gets smacked 5% to the downside here. You knew it was going to be the gross margin number. If it was going to be anything, it was going to be that. That being said, oh my God, we're literally complaining about 72% gross margin. 72% gross margin. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh man, like I'm just saying, like if that's what sucks, it ain't all bad. It ain't all bad, but at the end of the day, you're at the highs. You're the biggest company in the world, and it had to be perfect. We said it had to be perfect. Thankfully, it's still underneath the expected move because if we're down, the implied move was 6.5%. If we're down more than 6.5%, I think you'd be in a little bit more trouble because my first thought was with that number. I thought if it came in the low 70s, we could be at least pushing double digits down, and we're not. We're down 4% here. And we actually resisted that move, the expected move of 6.5%. So maybe not all that bad.
Because we are ready with those results.
Here we
Christina
go.
Partsinevelos, please give us those NVIDIA numbers.
That's a beat on the top and bottom line. EPS, $1.05. That's adjusted. That's higher than what the street anticipated on revenues of $46.7 billion. That is an increase of 56% year over year. In regards to the data center revenue for the quarter, that's coming in at $41.1 billion, slightly less than what the street anticipated.
It's too low. It'll go down.
$41.34 billion. Non-GAAP gross margins, 72.7%, slightly higher. There is a line in the report saying, quote, there were no H20 sales to China-based customers in the second quarter. NVIDIA, though, benefited from a $180 million release of previously reserved H20 inventory from approximately $650 million in unrestricted H20 sales. So they did benefit from $180 million, but overall, the key takeaway there is there were no H20 sales. I'll come back with the guidance in just a moment. You can see shares dropping 4% on this news.
All right, Christina, thank you, and we will look for that guidance as well. Gil, they're beats, but they're modest beats, and I guess we can possibly expect...
So it's exactly what we expected. It's all about how Jensen presents this. So we know this is exactly what we got. It's the beat we anticipated. It was in our newsletter. We had all the charts to say this is what it would be. And we also said this morning, do not buy. It's going to sell off, and it has. So this is all exactly as planned. It's the business is still good. I still want to own NVIDIA. I own about $17,000 of it through the S&P 500. I'm not buying anymore. I'll let this digest, but we'll wait to hear what Jensen says. This is exactly as we planned, exactly what we budgeted for. So I hope you didn't buy this into the print. Now, I will tell you, there is an issue with... Oh, we've now got it, finally. Okay, we've now got it. They wasn't displaying the call, but they are now. We've finally got the call. So the call starts in 35 minutes. So we've got between now and then to get ready. So if you'd like to be on the call, here is the link. Live video phone in. If you want to be on this call. All right. There you go, live video phone in, and there is the call. If you want to be on the show, it's members only. Now, I did say to you, if we got 10 members, we'd spin the wheel. So let me see how many we actually got. Let's have a quick look. Here is the party, the 100,000 party when we get there. I don't know if we're going to get there yet. We're not quite there. We're at 99,619. We're not quite there. Oh, it's rolling a little bit. Are we going to get to 700? We're so close. The party is ready to go. We're about to give away $1,000. We want to be able to give away all the prizes. We want to be able to do so many things. I want to drink the bottle of whiskey, fall off my chair, but we have to get to 100,000 to do it. We're not quite there. I wonder which audience it will be, an NVIDIA audience or an XRP audience. These are our two biggest audiences. I thought it might come tonight, if not tonight in the morning, but we're so close now. We're not quite there.
I knew what I was looking for out of the report, and I didn't get what I wanted. So I'm not really thinking it's necessarily buy, but the market's trying to buy up here. Don't give us bad news. NVIDIA's bouncing here, up $5 from the low. So anyone that liked it as a trade, I hope you took a shot at it, because we just held and bounced up 5 bones.
I'm sorry, Neil, but I have to talk about the guidance-related issues here when it comes to the gross margin.
We don't want bad news, Adara.
So I have to do it to him, Neil. So gross margin, I actually looked this up to make sure I had an accurate comparison. So they're guiding gross margin for Q3, both GAAP and non-GAAP, at 73.5%, plus or minus 0.5%. Now, last year's gross margin, though, was 75%, Neil. It's not. So that is actually going to be a year-over-year decline. And then I also looked up what the gross margin was the year before that.
Oh, it's been...
And it was 75%. So we are getting like a multi-year gross margin decline if they actually deliver, because it's just guidance, right? They could obviously beat the guidance.
Exactly.
But they are guiding lower year-over-year gross margin, which is, I think, a bit disappointing, because their gross margin, it looks like for Q3, is held relatively steady the past couple of years at 75%.
Well, okay, well, that wasn't good news, but it could be worse. It could be worse. Like, they're not guiding in the low 70% range, which would have scared me a heck of a lot more. The guidance on the margin was at least better than the current number, right? Like, the current Q was 72%. So if they're still guiding for 73, that means they're telling you, well, NVIDIA's trying to tell us that the bottom for margin should be in, right? That's what that means. If you're sitting here saying you're still guiding 73, it's not 75, but it's better than the current quarter. So that's really not that bad. So maybe that's why there was like a slight bounce on that. Like, it makes me feel not as bad about it if they're thinking that you could be bottoming out that little slide, because margins are everything. They're making so much money. When everyone's talking about how much demand there is, it's like it's 10 to 1 demand versus supply, and they can't make enough of the chips. And can we sell to China? We'll hear about that on the call. I think that matters a heck of a lot. But some margins that you want to hold. You can't be talking about that much demand relative to supply and shrinking margins. Because if you still have that robust demand, your margins should be holding up, right? It's like there's a bit of a dichotomy going. It's like, oh, okay, well, why are margins sliding if you keep telling us how great the demand is? So that's where the strength needs to be for NVIDIA. That said, it is catching a bit of a bid here. I just want to circle back, if I can, quickly, because, hey, we should acknowledge that Snowflake has a buy. Well, seriously, did I just jinx it? There was a buyer holding 225 on Snowflake. It was happening. Trust me, for like the last 10 minutes, we're talking about NVIDIA, and there was literally a buy just holding it at the even 225, which is a key level, obviously, for the stock. It just broke it and fell a buck. But Snowflake with a good beat. Exceeded the expected move, although it's pulling back right into that now. That's one positive name. Bill was not very good, but the story is going to be, has NVIDIA caught a bid off that margin guide? I know it's not 75%, but higher than the current quarter margin. To me, they're signaling a turn. They're signaling the bottom in the margin decline with that number.
They did say one thing that I think is good. People were just asking me about China, and the one thing I just saw, apparently they have not assumed any H20 shipments to China in their outlook. That could be why we're bouncing. Because what that means, guys, is this guidance does not factor in, and even then the guidance was pretty good, with the exception maybe of the gross margin. Their guidance does not include any H20 shipments to China. So if they're able to ship the H20 chips to China, the assumption is we're going to get much better sales. I do apologize for the gross margin drop. People were like, Adara, don't say it, stop. But like, we got to give you guys the earnings.
But you ended with good news. That's good news.
And it's actually great news. So there we go. I've redeemed myself. It's also worth noting, apparently, they in Q2, they gained $180 million from the release of previously reserved H20 inventory. So that is of note. Furthermore, they also, they did beat here on EPS, as I mentioned earlier, but apparently that's specifically adjusted to exclude H20-related charges. So that's also of interest. I think H20 is going to be both a headwind and a tailwind for NVIDIA at different times. I know that sounds kind of weird, but I do believe that.
You're 100% right.
But yeah, not a bad report.
And don't forget,
across the board,
they sprinkled a little buyback on that too for everybody else.
$60 billion?
What is an earnings report with just, hey man, just 60 bill? Is that it? That's all you're buying back? Oh, come on. You can do better than that, NVIDIA. You can do better. And that bounce, of course, bounced CoreWeave right back to where it started. Maybe falling down a little bit here, but CoreWeave was down 5 points, and that just came right back in there. So the sympathy play is going to be very real after support. There's a lot to dig into. Of course, the conference call is going to matter a lot because I'm sure you're going to get some comments. You're almost certainly going to get some comments with regards to China and where that is headed, about the prospectus for this 15% stake. Hey, man, better to pay 15% on some revenue than just not make anything selling to the largest market out there that's dying for your chips. So NVIDIA, I don't want to say disappointed, because as far as I'm concerned, for the margins to come in that low end range and it to be down 2%, I would say is a win. I was expecting it to be much worse if that number came in the low 70s, and it was in the low 70s. Yeah. So I'd say that's really not too bad.
I have a bit more too, sorry, quickly, Neil, about their gross margin, because they just came out with a little bit more here. NVIDIA apparently continues to expect to exit the year with non-GAAP gross margins in the mid-70s range. So that's not a bad look. Apparently, they already expected this. We're going to have, looks like mid-70% non-GAAP gross margin. Though it is worth noting, their GAAP gross margin and their non-GAAP gross margin was basically like the same, their guidance this quarter, so I don't think there's a huge difference, but they're specifying non-GAAP, so I'll specify. I just got another comment from NVIDIA. Oh my gosh, NVIDIA, come on. I have to write a watch list tomorrow. I can't put all of this in here, NVIDIA, but they're giving us more color, Neil. Apparently, they said there were no H20 sales to China-based customers in H2. So it looks like they incurred some charges related to H20 because that was factored into their EPS, or rather, it was factored out of their adjusted EPS, I should say, but they didn't actually sell H20 chips to China-based customers in Q2. Though, again, they are maybe opening the possibility that they might in Q3, but it's not in their guidance yet.
Because look at the rate at which sales are, the rapid growth we're seeing, that's slowing down, right? So you got to keep the pipeline open. They need to have those sales in China to at least continue this march. That's why the margins matter so much, because if you're going to have a slowdown in how much you're selling in terms of growth, then you want those high margins to still be the thing that keeps the party going for sure. So again, I'd say a bit of a mixed bag here for NVIDIA, down about 2.5 points. Thanks, everybody. I mean, we always have a fun time around here, but I want to thank you guys for turning out in almost like record, in record time, almost in record fashion, over 10,000 viewers here for the NVIDIA party. Yeah, enough respect. Shout out to Fabian on the one. I think it's Fabian over there. It's so I can't really tell because you're so far away. I can see Ramin, but I can't really see Fabian. You guys do a great job making us look and sound good. But here's the thing, everybody. I know some people are like, oh my goodness, NVIDIA at the top, it's over. It doesn't matter. We've seen NVIDIA do this before. NVIDIA has now beaten 12 out of 13 quarters, right? 1/3 of the time, it actually goes down. But 100% of those times, it has then gone back to make an all-time high. The overall trend is still pretty much intact here. Yeah, it's getting a little pricey. It's getting a little frothy. There are some chinks in the armor. All that kind of stuff is happening. It's happening, man. But at the end of the day, I don't think it ended up that bad. We'll certainly see how Snowflake and CrowdStrike fare tomorrow. CrowdStrike they're making an acquisition, and that's beating them up despite their beat on earnings.
Their guidance was also yuck.
Their guidance was a little bit yuck as well. So they're
absolute rubbish. But Bloomberg talk rubbish. They've all got self-interest. I don't pay any attention to what Bloomberg say at all. They talk absolute load of twaddle. All right, so I want to be absolutely clear there. All right, 99,650 subscribers. We're nearly at the party. Are we going to do it on an NVIDIA earnings? Are we? So come on, everybody. Is there anybody left? Do we have 350 people watching the show who have not subscribed? How close can you get? The party is about to begin once we get to 100. The giveaways, everything we're doing, I can't believe it. We're so bloody close. So if you want to call in, the phone line is open. Who is Martin Lucas Investor? Who is? I've got no bloody idea. Why? Is there someone in the chat called that? Is there somebody in the chat called Martin Lucas Investor? Let me have a look. Is there somebody in the chat called that? No, there's nobody in the chat called that. I don't see what you mean. On Discord, if there is somebody called that, let me go and kick them out. M-A-R. No, I don't see it anywhere. So I don't know what you mean. No, sorry, mate. I don't know what you mean. I have looked for you, but I don't know what you mean. Hink Dad. Okay, let's bring you on the show. Here we go. Guest spot number 2. Put you right there. And I'll bring you into here. I'm going to put the NVIDIA chart there. And I'm going to bring you here. So here we go. I'm going to put you here tonight. Let me change that there to this screen here. Let me put up the, not that one, Quattrini screen. And we've got so many screens in here. And I'm going to put you in this spot here. Guest number 2. Guest number 2. I'll put you right there. Here we go. And Hink Dad, welcome to the show. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
How are you?
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure.
It's a pleasure having you on the show. Let me just hide these a moment, please. I just got a lot of things going on in the chat at once. Let me just hide that. All right. So, Hink Dad, where are you calling in from?
I'm in Illinois in the USA.
Illinois, USA. Well, thank you very much for being here. It's lovely to have you on. Are you well?
Yeah, I'm well. I'm just enjoying your show. You help get me through my workday each day, so I appreciate your show and everything you do for us.
Oh, well, that's an absolute pleasure. It really is my pleasure. So how can I help you? What would you like to talk about?
I just called in to talk about the NVIDIA stuff and the AI industry that you were commenting on. I've been in the IT industry now for almost 25 years. And AI is something that people are trying to grasp and wrap their minds around on what it's doing for not just, it goes beyond just Chat GPT. And that's
yeah,
the
of
way,
course. Yeah.
That's the way most people are being exposed to it right now. But industries like architectural and engineering, medical fields, law, all of that's going to be fundamentally changed by AI, by what it brings to the table. And we're just scratching the surface on what AI is going to do in the next even 10 to 15 years.
So, and so this is what you do. This is what you work in. So, are you an investor in Nvidia?
Yeah, I got in fairly early on Nvidia.
Fantastic.
So maybe some dumb luck, but some just because I was in the tech industry and saw the value there. It's sort of the invest in what you know kind of thing.
Wow. Yes,
So,
exactly. Wow. So you must be up very nice. You must have a good percentage up now then.
Yeah, I think I looked the other day, my cost basis on Nvidia is $58.
Hey, how about it? So you must be very, very happy. So are you buying any more? I bet you're not buying any more now, are you? I mean,
well, it's really hard to buy something when you get it at such a good deal. Right?
I would say. Have you got enough? Have you got enough to set yourself up nicely, do you think?
I have a really good chunk. It was a smaller portion of my portfolio, and now it's a quite large portion of my portfolio, but it's one of those things.
Something like that comes out, hyperscalers are going to open up their wallets again and buy plenty and plenty of those. So the great thing is you don't even need these sovereign AI for the growth, especially some of these sovereign AIs in like Middle East or around that area. Just the big hyperscalers are going to continue. As long as this AI market continues to grow, they're going to keep spending. I mean, you have the big four are each going to be spending $100 billion in capital expenditure next year. From those four players, a good portion is going to go to NVIDIA, obviously to some other players, but NVIDIA is going to continue to dominate. So growth is still here with and or without some sovereign nations.
And it seems like we're picking up new sovereign nations, right? Like now we have to factor in what percentage of the overall revenue goes to the Saudis or potentially the UK or other areas like this. So there will be other massive buyers as well. Which is also, quite interesting to the, not just on a quarterly basis, but the multi-year perspective on the company as well.
Yeah, I mean, this really does feel like it was at all-time highs and the print was good, just not good enough. And the street's not giving them enough credit for the lack of China revenue and the guidance for Q3, but they don't need to give them credit because the stock's at all-time highs. It's not like a $120 stock anymore. So I think this is fair. 2-3% down. We'll see if it gets worse when Jensen talks or better. But if this stays flat going into the end of September, and then eventually we have to wait for rate cuts, kind of Santa Claus rally, maybe that's when it picks up. The point you made about robotics is also very true. I mean, we saw this company today, RR, that was up like 20% based on NVIDIA taking a stake in them and some of their robots already being inside of NVIDIA's operations. I mean, that stuff's going to scale to the tunes of billions of robots. Right? Like that's happening. It's not happening tomorrow, but it is happening. And as a result, selling NVIDIA at 175, if you got in at 100 because of a quarter that just might not have had the print that got the street really excited about, probably not the best idea.
Wait. The Rich Tech Robotics, NVIDIA took a stake in the company?
That's what I heard.
No, they just have,
I thought they just tweeted something.
Yeah.
Oh, they tweeted about them? Oh, well, my chat said they took a 3% stake in these guys.
Huh. Oh, I didn't see that part. I don't know about that part. Maybe they did. I didn't see that one though.
If they didn't, then the tweet was good enough to get them up 20%. A tweet pumped them 20%. Goodness. All right. Well,
I mean, and Navitas did the same thing with their blog post, and that thing skyrocketed as well. But yeah, if they took a stake, okay, that's something else. But no, I thought it was just that tweet that they were one of the first to adopt NVIDIA Jetson or whatever that was. Like, wow, okay, great.
Well, it is a small cap, so maybe a tweet could have pumped them from like 200 million to 400 million.
Yeah, I think the market right now also can look at individual quarterly prints, which, by the way, let's not act like this was a miss. Okay, it was still a double beat, although slight, and then guidance was, still more than expected. Well, factoring in the the fact that they're not adding in China sales. But whenever you look at it that way, the long-term perspective here of having more AI through all of those businesses, robots, autonomous driving, every single factor, I wonder which analyst really does believe that over the next, multi-year time period that NVIDIA is either not going to play at the same market share in terms of the chips that end up getting delivered, or that the growth in that total addressable market is, not up to what the rest of the market is seeing. I don't see very many bear cases on, robotics or full self-driving and the data centers that are needed for those fleets. So I personally am not going to look at this from a quarter to quarter perspective, but mainly on a multi-year basis, which I think places NVIDIA at a much higher price than where it is today.
Yeah, Tanner has I think the great mentality there. I mean, not Jensen, but I forget her name, the kind of vice president of health. She does a healthcare presentation at least once a year, and NVIDIA sees just the healthcare market as a multi-$100 billion opportunity for them. Just because of the training, if you're kind of need to figure out some new type of medicine, AI agents for a lot of the hospitality, and just everything in between, the robotics within there, just the healthcare market, which hasn't even started yet, in the long term is going to be a massive tailwind for that space. And that's a space that has a lot of money. So, yeah, quarter it was all right. I mean, obviously great to have beat earnings, and that's already that analysts are already expecting a lot from NVIDIA. So to be able to be on that and then just tell us that, look, we're still with 72% margins, developing in the software side, developing in the hardware side, developing in the data center and the kind of overall server rack system, I just can't see why long term, it's not always going to be a straight line. And I think Tanner would probably agree with that. It's not going to be always a straight line of growth here. There's going to be some hiccups. Those hiccups will create great buying opportunities for investors in the long term. But that long-term mentality of AI being that revolutionary product, I think or revolutionary tech is definitely there.
Yeah, that is not slowing down anytime.
Operated at a certain speed. And then you got the next iPhone, and it still operated at the same speed, but it was doing more. Then the next one, it's the same speed, but it's doing more. So
that gets into what they call Moore's law, if you're familiar with that.
It doesn't just get massively faster, like in a microsecond, everything works, because there's more being done, right? So that's what you're saying about this technology. It's just going to keep advancing and growing, and we're going to need bigger and faster and more and more. And
it seems right now the only limitation that AI has, particularly in the United States, is the amount of power we have to consume. I'm sure you've read and seen the reports where they talk about our power output has to double by, I think, 2030, or maybe it was 2035. I can't remember.
Amazing.
But there's really no way to do that right now. That's why I've kind of shifted focus to energy companies.
Yeah, nuclear energy.
The small modular reactors and how they're looking to fill that gap. I've seen some really interesting concepts for some of these small modular reactors. It's slated to be a building like the size of a Walmart that has a modular reactor in it that can power an entire data center.
Thank you for your insight, Hink Dad. I always wondered who you were in the chat. We see you in the chat, and you've supported the channel, and you've been so great. It's lovely to get to know you. This is how we get to...
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. This is how we get to know about this is how all our moderators come, because we get to know people, their members, they call in, because we get to know you. So who knows where we'll be in the future. But thank you very much. You're quite new on the channel, aren't you? You've not been here that long.
Yeah, so I think I'm a 6-month subscribe member on YouTube. I've watched you probably for at least a year before I subscribed, but it was one of those things where you brought so much value to my day just at work listening to you, and also your advice and your methodology, that I was like, the little bit of few dollars it costs a month to subscribe to support your channel was nothing compared to what I get from your advice. So
oh, wow.
I do appreciate you for that.
Well, I can't thank you enough for the kind words. It's the best job in the world. I love what I do, and every person is I'm terrible with memory and terrible with names, but I try to, I think of everyone as a, you know, obviously as a real person. I know I'm just sat in the studio on my own looking down a camera lens, but I think this is one thing I have over what's called YouTube. As I always say, I'm not a YouTuber because I traveled the world as the world piano man, entertained everywhere, and met millions of people on my tours over 40 years. 40 years this October, actually, when I went professional at 16. So I've met my audience over 40 years. So I didn't get successful on YouTube. I spent years touring, meeting people. And I know what it means because I used to have people that get on a bus and drive across the country to see a show in London or over in Germany or wherever. So even though you're just a visual representation on my monitor, you're a real person, and I like take that really seriously because people say, you know, what it means to them. It's like there's this person at home with a wife and a family and kids, and they all watch and they're part of it. It's like, oh my God, this is such an honor and a responsibility to get it right. So thank you for that. And
my days are a lot longer when you're not live, so I appreciate the
Bloody
days
hell,
when
mate.
you are.
People say they watch a show like Netflix. They just stay all day and watch like Netflix.
Yeah.
So thank you again. Is there any final thoughts you want to go before I let you go? We've got 10 minutes before the call begins.
Oh no, nothing. I just keep doing what you're doing. Congratulations on the the impending 100,000 followers. You deserve it, and I'll be here watching.
Thank you, mate. We're pushing on to a million now. We want to change the world. We want, keep doing what we're doing. Thank you for that. Thank you ever so much for calling in. Appreciate it. There you go. Isn't that wonderful? I absolutely love meeting the members. That was a nice conversation, very calm, and it's just lovely to talk to somebody. It's calmed me down because I know I get quite excited sometimes, but that was nice talking to him. Absolutely wonderful. So we've got 9 minutes. If anybody else wants to call in, we can have 10 people call in at once. I think we are 2 members away from doing the spin the wheel. Let me just double check. We are 2 members away. We've got 8 minutes to go before the call. If you've not yet clicked subscribe or ring the bell, I was hoping today it would be our NVIDIA audience who would take us over the 100,000. It's either that or XRP. It's one of the 2 audiences. 99,668. We've had some bloody silly buggers play silly buggers, basically, for a few days, trying to spoil it, but they won't. They will never do that. So 99,668. Please do click subscribe and ring the bell. We are about to hit 100,000 subscribers, and please do be part of it. It could happen tonight on the show. And then we're giving away $1,000 in XRP, prizes for nearly everybody. We're doing fundraisers. We're doing all sorts of stuff. We've got a live concert planned. We're going to promote people's channels. We're going to be doing live phone-ins, drinking whiskey, falling off chairs. I mean, we just don't care. We do, but we don't. We just want to thank everyone for the best opportunity in the world. It's a gracious honor to be able to serve 69 countries all over the world. People are watching this in many, many languages, and I can't thank you enough. Right, let me just double check. We've got 8 minutes to go. The call should now be refreshed. Let me see what it looks like. Play lobby music. Yes. Play lobby music. That's what they call it. There it is. There is the call. We've got it ready to go. Now make sure you've clicked the cogs. If you click the cogs, this broadcast is being delivered to you in 4K surround sound. Many of you don't do that and go, I didn't realize it looked so good. You've had it all blurry and like 260 DPI rather than like 1400 or 14,000 or whatever it is. So you can watch this in 4K. Click the cogs, bottom right hand corner of the screen. If you've not done that, you might like to do that. Let's look at our poll. Our poll says 219 say yes, we're going to beat. Well, we did beat, so you were right. 243 now at 67%. What we got here? We got some comments coming in.
17 Emirati dirhams and 99 fills through a super chat. Should I take profits on my ETH and Solana trades before the call?
I can't tell you what to do. I don't know your position. If you called in, I could talk to you more, but I can't tell you what to do. I don't know your position. I mean, I've not sold anything. I wasn't going to sell anything. I'm not selling anything. I know what I own. I'm happy. I'm not really bothered about the day-to-day of it all. So honestly, I would love to be able to tell you but I can't tell you what to do. I've no bloody idea about your portfolio. I don't even own Solana, I'm afraid. I own XRP, Bitcoin, and Ethereum. And the reason why I own those, I spend my time talking to the right people, and I get information from them. CEOs, all my member shows, my member shows are all CEOs. CEO interviews are all members only. I have direct contact with our press room, White House contact. And I have very good reason to own Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP. I don't own Solana, but I believe it's a great one. I honestly don't know enough about it, so I can't really comment anything about it. I just don't know enough. We've got 5 minutes to go. Let me give everyone the chance now to call. Let me go over to general subscribers. Let me now go general subscribers, so everyone can now have their say. Here we go. Where are we now? 99,681. Oh, are we gonna get to? Let's zoom in. 99,681. Are we gonna get to 700 before the call? I think we will. I think if everyone looks at that and click subscribe, we'll get 700 before the call. 300 to go, and then it definitely will happen tomorrow. We are so bloody close. It's been so difficult because we've done it the hard way. We haven't made sensationalistic videos. We go live all the time. I'm live 12 hours a day, all day, every day, doing it the real way, the right way. Building a real audience. You heard what our last caller said. It's part of their lives. They love what they do. This is not about selling videos. This is a real live family. And I will call in on this, Martin. Oh, that was Hink Dad. I got you already, you know. Angie, how's Bruce? What do you think about... Oh, I don't talk about that anymore for very good reason. NVIDIA is a solid company and may have ups and downs, but it will continue to succeed. I agree with you. All hanging on guidance. Let me go through more comments here. Hink Dad, appreciate your support. Not Bloomberg, but Doomberg. Yeah, I mean, that's all self-interest groups. I don't like it. Counting on Jensen to keep us excited as usual. 4 minutes before the call begins. Get ready. Bloomberg said that. What was that? Bloomberg said what? I can't believe that what Bloomberg just said. It's absolute nonsense. Bloomberg will say whatever they can to create a noise. And the empty vessel makes the most noise. Illinois on camera, 50% revenue. Hit to China ban. Denise Bruckner, they did. I was reading their article on it. Rejected. And not all IT issues, just reimagine the machine and the user. Reimagine them as well. Share the article. Going lower. It'll be in our newsletter tomorrow. I'm sure Sensei will pick it up. I just looked it up and it can't find anything that says that. I always take profits. Rule of is my number 2 strategy rule. According to Google and ChatGPT, they didn't say that. Okay. Welcome to new members. Leah Lucas is in the chat. There she is. She's now active on Discord. Do you know what? I'm really proud of Leah because she's a very private person. And last night, she came into Discord for the first time. And because of all the ladies, and we have 30% ladies watch our show. Most crypto channels that cover crypto have 1%, and we have a large audience of ladies. We might soon have our first lady broadcaster, and it's a wonderful space. And she's making friends now, and they're making friends with Leah in Discord. It's absolutely lovely. I really love it. And if you want to be part of that, you can. It is a premium service. We don't want millions of people. We just want really good investors that want to, share their thoughts. So if you want to become a Discord member, there is Discord. Make sure that you do choose this option here, not the free service, because there's nothing there. If you choose the free service, there's nothing there. But there you go, $2.99, and then you get the free training course as well, and all the direct. There's no AI bots. You communicate directly with me, Sensei, and so on. We've now got 225 people have been joining. 228. We're really getting close to maximum now. If it gets too busy, this is another reason why Leah is helping me. She's answering questions, talking to people, providing that one-on-one service. I always told you, if it got too busy, we will turn it off. There'll be no more links given out. Welcome to new members. We got 1 minute to go. Here. I'm finally at my destination. Perfect timing. Are you going to broadcast Jensen's call? Yes, of course I am. It's the earnings call. I'm not going to sit here and just talk, mate. Of course I am. This is the call. It starts in 1 minute. Absolutely, I'm going to cover it. Right, there's the music. We're going to mute this. I'm going to listen in. Loading slides. Loading slides. Stand by. Stand by.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah, and I will be your conference operator today.
Hello, Sarah.
At this time, I would like to welcome everyone to NVIDIA's second quarter fiscal 2026 financial results conference call. All lines have been placed on mute to prevent any background noise. After the speaker's remarks, there will be a question and answer session. And if you would like to ask a question during this time, simply press star followed by the number 1 on your telephone keypad. If you would like to withdraw your question, press star 1 again. Thank you. Toshiya Hari, you may begin your conference.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to NVIDIA's conference call for the second quarter of fiscal 2026. With me today from NVIDIA are Jensen Huang, President and Chief Executive Officer, and Colette Kress, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to remind you that our call is being webcast live on NVIDIA's Investor Relations website. The webcast will be available for replay until the conference call to discuss our financial results for the third quarter of fiscal 2026. The content of today's call is NVIDIA's property. It can't be reproduced or transcribed without our prior written consent. It's based on current expectations. These are subject to a number of significant risks and uncertainties, and our actual results may differ materially. For a discussion of factors that could affect our future financial results and business, please refer to the disclosure in today's earnings release, our most recent Forms 10-K and 10-Q, and the reports that we may file on Form 8-K with the Securities and Exchange Commission. All our statements are made as of today, August 27th, 2025, based on information currently available to us. GAAP financial measures. You can find a reconciliation of these non-GAAP financial measures to GAAP financial measures in our CFO commentary, which is posted on our website. With that, let me turn the call over to Colette.
Thank you, Toshiya. We delivered another record quarter while navigating what continues to be a dynamic external environment. Total revenue was $46.7 billion, exceeded our outlook as we grew sequentially across all market platforms. Data center revenue grew 56% year over year. Data center revenue also grew sequentially despite the $4 billion decline in H20 revenue. NVIDIA's Blackwell platform reached record levels, growing sequentially by 17%. We began production shipments of GB300 in Q2. Our full stack AI solutions for cloud service providers, neoclouds, enterprises, and sovereigns are all contributing to our growth. We are at the beginning of an industrial revolution that will transform every industry. We see $3 to $4 trillion in AI infrastructure spend by the end of the decade. The scale and scope of these build-outs present significant long-term growth opportunities for NVIDIA. The GB200 NVL system is seeing widespread adoption with deployments at CSPs and consumer internet companies. Lighthouse model builders, including OpenAI, Meta, and Mistral, are using the GB200 NVL72 at data center scale for both training next-generation models and serving inference models in production. The new Blackwell Ultra platform has also had a strong quarter, generating tens of billions in revenue. The transition to the GB300 has been seamless for major cloud service providers due to its shared architecture, software, and physical footprint with the GB200, enabling them to build and deploy GB300 racks with ease. The transition to the new GB300 rack-based architecture has been seamless. Factory builds in late July and early August were successfully converted to support the GB300 ramp, and today, full production is underway. The current run rate is back at full speed, producing approximately 1,000 racks per week. This output is expected to accelerate even further throughout the third quarter as additional capacity comes online. We expect widespread market availability in the second half of the year as CoreWeave prepares to bring their GB300 instance to market, as they are already seeing 10x more inference performance on reasoning models compared to H100. Compared to the previous Hopper generation, GB300 NVL72 AI factories promise a 10x improvement in token per watt energy efficiency, which translates to revenues as data centers are power limited. The chips of the Rubin platform are in fab. The Vera CPU, Rubin GPU, CX9 SuperNIC, NVLink 144 scale up switch, Spectrum X scale out and scale across switch, and the silicon photonics processor. Rubin remains on schedule for volume production next year. Rubin will be our third generation NVLink rack scale AI supercomputer with a mature and full scale supply chain. This keeps us on track with our pace of an annual product cadence and continuous innovation across compute, networking, systems, and software. In late July, the US government began reviewing licenses for sales of H20 to China customers. While a select number of our China-based customers have received licenses over the past few weeks, we have not shipped any H20 based on those licenses. USG officials have expressed an expectation that the USG will receive 15% of the revenue generated from licensed H20 sales. But to date, the USG has not published a regulation codifying such requirement. We have not included H20 in our Q3 outlook as we continue to work through geopolitical issues. If geopolitical issues reside, we should ship $2 to $5 billion in H20 revenue in Q3. And if we had more orders, we can build more. We continue to advocate for the US government to approve Blackwell for China. Our products are designed and sold for beneficial commercial use, and every licensed sale we make will benefit the US economy, the US leadership. In highly competitive markets, we want to win the support of every developer. America's AI technology stack can be the world standard if we race and compete globally. Notably in the quarter was an increase in Hopper 100 and H200 shipments. We also sold approximately $650 million of H20 in Q2 to an unrestricted customer outside of China. The sequential increase in Hopper demand indicates the breadth of data center workloads that run on accelerated computing and the power of CUDA libraries and full stack optimizations, which continuously enhance the performance and economic value of our platform. As we continue to deliver both Hopper and Blackwell GPUs, we are focusing on meeting the soaring global demand. This growth is fueled by capital expenditures from the cloud to enterprises, which are on track to invest $600 billion in data center infrastructure and compute this calendar year alone, nearly doubling in 2 years. We expect annual AI infrastructure investments to continue growing, driven by the several factors: reasoning agentic AI requiring orders of magnitude more training and inference compute, global buildouts for sovereign AI, enterprise AI adoption, and the arrival of physical AI and robotics. Blackwell has set the benchmark as it is the new standard for AI inference performance. The market for AI inference is expanding rapidly, with reasoning and agentic AI gaining traction across industries. Blackwell's rack-scale NVLink and CUDA full-stack architecture addresses this by redefining the economics of inference. New NV FP4 4-bit precision and NVLink 72 on the GB300 platform delivers a 50x increase in energy efficiency per token compared to Hopper, enabling companies to monetize their compute at unprecedented scale. For instance, a $3 million investment in GB200 infrastructure can generate $30 million in token revenue, a 10x return. NVIDIA's software innovation, combined with the strength of our developer ecosystem, has already improved Blackwell's performance by more than 2x since its launch. Advances in CUDA, TensorRT LLM, and Dynamo are unlocking maximum efficiency. CUDA library contributions from the open source community, along with NVIDIA's open libraries and frameworks, are now integrated into millions of workflows. This powerful flywheel of collaborative innovation between NVIDIA and global
We now have 10 members. We'll spin the wheel at the end.
NVIDIA's performance leadership.
Stay to the end.
NVIDIA is a top contributor to OpenAI models, data, and software. Blackwell has introduced a groundbreaking numerical approach to large language model pre-training. Using NV FP4, computations on the GB300 can now achieve 7x faster training than the H100, which uses FP8. This innovation delivers the accuracy of 16-bit precision with the speed and efficiency of 4-bit, setting a new standard for AI factor efficiency and scalability. The AI industry is quickly adopting this revolutionary technology, with major players such as AWS, Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure, and OpenAI, as well as Cohere,
Yes.
Mistral,
Can remember
AI,
quick.
Perplexity, Reflection, and Runway, already embracing it. NVIDIA's performance leadership was further validated in the latest MLPerf training benchmarks, where the GB200 delivered a clean sweep. Be on the lookout for the upcoming MLPerf inference results in September, which will include benchmarks based on the Blackwell Ultra. NVIDIA RTX Pro servers are in full production for the world's system
Membership links in the chat.
makers. These are air-cooled, PCIe-based systems integrated seamlessly into standard IT environments and run traditional enterprise IT applications, as well as the most advanced agentic and physical AI applications. Nearly 90 companies, including many global leaders, are already adopting RTX Pro servers. Hitachi uses them for real-time simulation and digital twins, Lilly for drug discovery, Hyundai for factory design and AV validation, and Disney for immersive storytelling. As enterprises modernize data centers, RTX Pro servers are poised to become a multi-billion-dollar product line. Sovereign AI is one on the rise as the nation's ability to develop its
Nearly
own
there.
AI using domestic infrastructure, data, and talent presents a significant opportunity for NVIDIA. NVIDIA is at the forefront of landmark initiatives across the UK and Europe. The European Union plans to invest 20 billion euros to establish 20 AI factories across France, Germany, Italy, and Spain, including 5 gigafactories to increase its AI compute infrastructure by tenfold. In the UK, the Umbard AI supercomputer powered by NVIDIA was unveiled at the country's most powerful AI system, delivering 21 exaflops of AI performance to accelerate breakthroughs in fields of drug discovery and climate modeling. We are on track to achieve over 20 billion in sovereign AI revenue this year, more than double than that of last year. Networking delivered record revenue of 7.3 billion, and escalating demands of AI compute clusters necessitate high efficiency and low latency networking. This represents a 46% sequential and 98% year-on-year
Please repost
increase,
the X
with
good
strong
news on
demand
NVIDIA.
across Spectrum X Ethernet, InfiniBand,
You also win
and
tickets to win
NVLink.
$1,000 if you do that.
Our Spectrum X
For free.
enhanced Ethernet solutions provide the highest throughput and lowest latency network for Ethernet AI workloads. Spectrum X Ethernet delivered double-digit sequential and year-over-year growth, with annualized revenue exceeding 10 billion. At Hot Chips, we introduced Spectrum XGS Ethernet, a technology designed to unify disparate data centers into gigascale AI superfactories. CoreWeave is an initial adopter of the solution, which is projected to double GPU to GPU communication speed.
Free giveaway.
InfiniBand revenue nearly doubled sequentially, fueled by the adoption of XDR technology, which provides double the bandwidth improvement over its predecessor, especially valuable for the model builders. The world's fastest switch, NVLink, with 14x the bandwidth of PCIe Gen 5, delivered strong growth as customers deployed Grace Blackwell NVLink rack scale systems. The positive reception to NVLink Fusion, which allows semi-custom AI infrastructure, has been widespread. Japan's upcoming Fugaku Next will integrate Fujitsu's CPUs with our architecture via NVLink Fusion. It will run a range of workloads, including AI, supercomputing, and quantum computing. Fugaku Next supercomputing and research centers running on NVIDIA's CUDA-Q quantum platform, including ULIC, AIST,
Valuation on
NNS,
NVIDIA has improved.
and NERSC, supported by over
Very good.
300 ecosystem partners, including AWS, Google Quantum AI, Quantinium, QEra, and PsiQuantum. Judson Thor, our new robotics computing platform, is
Good
now
valuation
available.
going
Thor
forward.
delivers an order of magnitude greater AI performance and energy efficiency than NVIDIA AGX Orin. It runs the latest system partners, generative and including AI models at the edge in real time, enabling state-of-the-art robotics. Adoption of NVIDIA's robotics full-stack platform is growing at rapid rate. Over 2 million developers and 1,000 plus hardware, software applications, and sensor partners taking our platform to market. Leading enterprises across industries have adopted Thor, including Agility Robotics, Amazon Robotics, Boston Dynamics, Caterpillar, Figure, Hexagon, Medtronic, and Meta. Robotic applications require exponentially more compute on the device and in infrastructure, representing a significant long-term demand driver for our data center platform. NVIDIA Omniverse with Cosmos is our data center physical AI digital twin platform built for development of robot and robotic systems. This quarter, we announced a major expansion of our partnership with Siemens to enable AI automatic factories, leading European robotics companies, including Agile Robots, Neuro Robotics, and Universal Robots, are building their latest innovations with the Omniverse platform. Transitioning to a quick summary of our revenue by geography. China declined on a sequential basis to low single digits percentage of data center revenue. Note, our Q3 outlook does not include H20 shipments to China customers. Singapore revenue represented 22% of second quarter's billed revenue as customers have centralized their invoicing in Singapore. Over 99% of data center compute revenue billed to Singapore was for US-based customers. Our gaming revenue was a record $4.3 billion, a 14% sequential increase and a 49% jump year on year. This was driven by the ramp of Blackwell GeForce GPUs as strong sales continued as we increased supply availability. This quarter, we shipped GeForce RTX 5060 desktop GPU. It brings double the performance along with advanced ray tracing, neural rendering, and AI-powered DLSS4 gameplay to millions of gamers worldwide. Blackwell is coming to GeForce Now in September. This is GeForce Now's most significant upgrade, offering RTX 5080 class performance, minimal latency, and 5K resolution at 120 frames per second. We are also doubling the GeForce Now catalog to over 4,500 titles, the largest library of any cloud gaming service. For AI enthusiasts, on-device AI performs the best RTX GPUs. We partnered with OpenAI to optimize their open source GPT models for high quality, fast, and efficient inference on millions of RTX-enabled Windows devices. With the RTX platform stack, Windows developers can create AI applications designed to run on the world's largest AI PC user base. Professional visualization revenue reached $601 million, a 32% year-on-year increase. Growth was driven by an adoption of the high-end RTX workstation GPUs and AI-powered workload like design, simulation, and prototyping. Key customers are leveraging our solutions to accelerate their operations. Activision Blizzard uses RTX workstations to enhance creative workflows, while Robotics innovator Figure AI powers its humanoid robots with RTX embedded GPUs. Automotive revenue, which includes only in-car compute revenue, was $586 million, up 69% year-on-year, primarily driven by self-driving solutions. We have begun shipments of NVIDIA Thor SoC, the successor to Orin. Thor's arrival coincides with the industry's accelerating shift to vision, language, model architecture, generative AI, and higher levels of autonomy. Thor is the most successful robotics and AV computer we've ever created. Thor Willpower. Our full-stack drive AV software platform is now in production, opening up billions to new revenue opportunities for NVIDIA while improving vehicle safety and autonomy. Now moving to the rest of our P&L. GAAP gross margin was 72.4%, and non-GAAP gross margin was 72.7%. These figures include a $180 million or 40 basis point benefit from releasing previously reserved H20 inventory. Excluding this benefit, non-GAAP gross margins would have been 72.3%, still exceeding our outlook. GAAP operating expenses rose 8% and 6% on a non-GAAP basis sequentially. This increase was driven by higher compute and infrastructure costs, as well as higher compensation and benefit costs. To support the ramp of Blackwell and Blackwell Ultra, inventory increased sequentially from $11 billion to $15 billion in Q2. While we prioritize funding our growth and strategic initiatives, in Q2, we returned $10 billion to shareholders through share repurchases and cash dividends. Our board of directors recently approved a $60 billion share repurchase authorization to add to our remaining $14.7 billion of authorization at the end of Q2. Okay, let me turn it to the outlook for the third quarter. Total revenue is expected to be $54 billion, plus or minus 2%. This represents over $7 billion in sequential growth. Again, we do not assume any H20 shipments to China customers in our outlook. GAAP and non-GAAP gross margins are expected to be 73.3%, 73.5% respectively, plus or minus 50 basis points. We continue to expect to exit the year with non-GAAP gross margins in the mid-70s. GAAP and non-GAAP operating expenses are expected to be approximately $5.9 billion and $4.2 billion, respectively. For the full year, we expect operating expenses to grow in the high 30s range year over year, up from our prior expectations of the mid-30s. We are accelerating investments in the business to address the magnitude of growth opportunities that lie ahead. GAAP and non-GAAP other income and expenses are expected to be an income of approximately $500 million, excluding gains and losses from non-marketable and public held equity securities. GAAP and non-GAAP tax rates are expected to be 16.5%, plus or minus 1%, excluding any discrete items. Further financial data are included in the CFO commentary and other information available on our website. In closing, let me highlight upcoming events for the financial community. We will be at the Goldman Sachs Technology Conference on September 8th in San Francisco. Our annual NDR will commence the first part of October. GTC Data Center begins on October 27th, with Jensen's keynote scheduled for the 28th. We look forward to seeing you at these events. Our earnings call to discuss the results of our third quarter of fiscal 2026 is scheduled for November 19th. We will now open the call for questions. Operator, would you please poll for questions?
Thank you. At this time, I would like to remind everyone, in order to ask a question, press star, then
Jensen
the number
didn't
one
say
on your
anything.
telephone
I'm sure he'd
keypad.
ask questions.
We'll pause for just a moment to compile
Wow.
the Q&A roster. As a reminder, please
When a
limit yourself
CEO
to one
doesn't speak on
question.
a call,
Thank you.
it shows confidence. Doesn't need to.
Your first question
He'll answer
comes
questions.
from
That's
CJ
very
Muse
good.
with Cantor Fitzgerald.
Shows
Your line is
strength.
open.
Very unusual.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the question. I guess with wafer in to rack out lead times of 12 months, you confirmed on the call today that Rubin is on track for ramp in the second half. And obviously, many of these investments are multi-year projects contingent upon power, cooling, et cetera. I was hoping perhaps you take a high-level view and speak to your vision for
Bitcoin is
growth
not pulling back hard.
2026. And as part of that, if you can kind of
Why are you
comment
saying
between
that?
networking, data
It's up.
center, would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, CJ. At the highest level of growth drivers would be the evolution, the introduction, if you will, of reasoning agentic AI. Where chatbots used to be one shot, you give it a prompt and it would generate the answer. Now the AI does research, it thinks and does a plan, and it might use tools. And so it's called long thinking. And the longer it thinks, oftentimes it produces better answers. And the amount of computation necessary for one shot versus reasoning agentic AI models could be 100 times, 1,000 times, and potentially even more as the amount of research and basically reading and comprehension that it goes off to do. And so the amount of computation that has resulted in agentic AI has grown tremendously. And of course, the effectiveness has also grown tremendously. Because of agentic AI, the amount of hallucination has dropped significantly. You can now use it. It can now use tools and perform tasks. Enterprises have been opened up. As a result of agentic AI and vision language models, we now are seeing a breakthrough in physical AI, in robotics, autonomous systems. So the last year, AI has made tremendous progress. And agentic systems, reasoning systems, is completely revolutionary. Now, NVLink 8, which is a node scale computing, each node is a computer, to now NVLink 72, where each rack is a computer. That disaggregation of NVLink 72 into a rack scale system was extremely hard to do, but the results are extraordinary. We're seeing orders of magnitude speed up, and therefore energy efficiency, and therefore cost effectiveness of token generation because of NVLink 72. And so over the next couple of years, you're gonna you asked about longer term. Over the next 5 years, we're gonna scale into with Blackwell, with Rubin, and follow-ons to scale into effectively a $3 to $4 trillion AI infrastructure opportunity. The last couple of years, you have seen that CapEx has grown in just the top 4 CSPs has doubled and grown to about $600 billion. So we're in the beginning of this build out, and the AI technology advances has really enabled AI to be able to adopt and solve problems to many different industries.
Your next question comes from Vivek Arya with Bank of America Securities. Your line is open.
Thanks for taking my questions. Colette, just wanted to clarify the 2 to 5 billion in China. What needs to happen, and what is the sustainable pace of that China business as you get into Q4? And then Jensen, for you on the competitive landscape, several of your large customers already have or are planning many ASIC projects. I think one of your ASIC competitors, Broadcom, signaled that they could grow their AI business almost 55-60% next year. Any scenario in which you see the market moving more towards ASICs and away from NVIDIA GPU? Just what are you hearing from your customers? How are they managing this split between their use of merchant silicon and ASICs? Thank you.
Thanks, Vivek. So let me first answer your question regarding what will it take for the H20s to be shipped. There is interest in our H20s. There is the initial set of licenses that we received. And then additionally, we do have supply that we are ready. And that's why we communicated that somewhere in the range of about 2 to 5 billion this quarter, we could potentially ship. We're still waiting on several of the geopolitical issues going back and forth between the governments and the companies trying to determine their purchases and what they want to do. So it's still open at this time, and we're not exactly sure what that full amount will be this quarter. However, if more interest arrives, more licenses arrives, again, we can also still build additional H20 and ship more as well.
NVIDIA builds very different things in ASICs. But let's talk about ASICs first. A lot of projects are started. Many startup companies are created. Very few products go into production. And the reason for that is it's really hard. Accelerated computing is unlike general purpose computing. You don't write software and just compile it into a processor. Accelerated computing is a full stack co-design problem. And AI factories in the last several years has become so much more complex because of the scale of the problems have grown so significantly. It's really the ultimate, the most extreme computer science problem the world's ever seen, obviously. And so the stack is complicated. The models are changing incredibly fast from generative based on autoregressive to generative based on diffusion to mixed models to multimodality. The number of different models that are coming out that are either derivatives of transformers or evolutions of transformers is just daunting. One of the advantages that we have is that NVIDIA is available in every cloud. We're available from every computer company. We're available from the cloud to on-prem to edge to robotics on the same programming model. And so it's sensible that every framework in the world supports NVIDIA. When you're building a new model architecture, releasing it on NVIDIA is most sensible. And so into any architecture, the fact that we're everywhere, and also we accelerate the entire pipeline. Everything from data processing processing, to pre-training, to post-training with reinforcement learning, all the way out to inference. And so when you build a data center with NVIDIA platform in it, the utility of it is best. The lifetime usefulness is much, much longer. And then I would just say that in addition to all of that, it is just a really extremely complex systems problem anymore. You know, people talk about the chip itself. There's one ASIC, the GPU that many people talk about. But in order to build Blackwell, the platform, and Rubin, the platform, we had to build CPUs that connect fast memory, extremely energy efficient memory for large KV caching necessary for agentic AI, to the GPU, to a super NIC, to a scale up switch we call NVLink, completely revolutionary when we're in our 5th generation now, to a scale out switch, whether it's quantum or Spectrum X Ethernet, to now scale across switches so that we can prepare for these AI super factories with multiple gigawatts of computing all connected together. We call that Spectrum XGS. We just announced that at Hot Chips this week. And so the framework in the world, if I could just say one more thing, you know, we're in every cloud for a good reason. Not only are we the most energy efficient, our perf per watt is the best of any computing platform. And in a world of power limited data centers, perf per watt drives directly to revenues. And, you know, you've heard me say before that in a lot of ways, the more you buy, the more you grow. And because our perf per dollar, the performance per dollar is so incredible, you also have extremely great margins. So the growth opportunity with NVIDIA's architecture and the gross margins opportunity with NVIDIA's architecture is absolutely the best. And so there's a lot of reasons why NVIDIA is chosen by every cloud and every startup and every computer company. We're you know, really a holistic, full stack solution for AI factories.
Your next question comes from Ben Reitzes with Melius. Your line is open.
Hey, thanks a lot. Jensen, I wanted to ask you about your 3 to 4 trillion in data center infrastructure spend by the end of the decade. Previously, you talked about something in the 1 billion range, which I believe was just for compute by 2028. If you take past comments, you know, 3 to 4 trillion would imply maybe 2 billion plus in compute spend. And just wanted to know if that was right. And that's what you're seeing by the end of the decade. And wondering what you think your share will be of that. Your share right now of total infrastructure, compute-wise, is very high. So wanted to see, and also if there's any bottlenecks you're concerned about, like power, to get to the 3 to 4 trillion. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks. As you know, the CapEx of just the top 4 hyperscalers has doubled in 2 years. As the AI revolution went into full steam, as the AI race is now on, the CapEx spend has doubled to $600 billion per year. There's 5 years between now and the end of the decade. And $600 billion only represents the top 4 hyperscalers. We still have the rest of the enterprise companies building on-prem. You have cloud service providers building around the world. United States represents about 60% of the world's compute, and over time, you would think that artificial intelligence would reflect GDP scale and growth, and would be of course accelerating GDP growth. And so our contribution to that is a large part of the AI infrastructure. Out of a gigawatt AI factory, which can go anywhere from 50 to, you know, plus or minus 10%, let's say 50 to 60 billion, we represent about 35 plus or minus of that, and 35 out of 50 or so $billion for a gigawatt data center. And of course, what you get for that is not a GPU. I think people, we're famous for building the GPU and inventing the GPU, but as you know, over the last decade, we've really transitioned to become an AI infrastructure company. It takes 6 chips just to build 6 different types of chips just to build a Rubin AI supercomputer, and just to scale that out, to a gigawatt, you have hundreds of thousands of GPU compute nodes and a whole bunch of racks. And so we're really an AI infrastructure company, and we're hoping to continue to contribute to growing this industry, making AI more useful, and then very importantly, driving the performance per watt, because the world, as you mentioned, limiters, it will always likely be power limitations or AI infrastructure or AI building limitations. And so we need to squeeze as much out of that factory as possible. NVIDIA's performance per unit of energy used drives the revenue growth of that factory. It directly translates. If you have a 100 megawatt factory, per 100 megawatt drives your revenues. It's tokens per 100 megawatts of factory. In our case, also, the performance per dollar spent is so high that your gross margins are also the best. But anyhow, these are the limiters going forward, and $3 to $4 trillion is fairly sensible for the next 5 years.
Question comes from Joe Moore of Morgan Stanley. Your line is open.
Great, thank you. Congratulations on reopening the China opportunity. Can you talk about the long-term prospects there? You've talked about, I think, half of the AI software world being there. How much can NVIDIA grow in that business, and how important is it that you get the Blackwell architecture ultimately licensed there?
The China market, I've estimated to be about $50 billion of opportunity for us this year. If we were able to address it with competitive products, and if it's $50 billion this year, you would expect it to grow, say 50% per year, as the rest of the world's AI market is growing as well. It is the second largest computing market in the world, and it is also the home of AI researchers. About 50% of the world's AI researchers are in China. The vast majority of the leading open source models are created in China. And so it's fairly important, I think, for the American technology companies to be able to address that market. And open source, as you know, is created in one country, but it's used all over the world. The open source models that have come out of China are really excellent. DeepSeek, of course, gained global notoriety. Q1 is excellent. Kimi is excellent. There's a whole bunch of new models that are coming out. They're multimodal. They're like great language models, and it's really fueled the adoption of AI in enterprises around the world, because enterprises want to build their own custom proprietary software stacks. And so open source model is really important for enterprise. It's really important for SaaS, who also would like to build proprietary systems. It has been really incredible for robotics around the world. And so open source is really important. And it's important that the American companies are able to address it. It's going to be a very large market. We're talking to the administration about the importance of American companies to be able to address the Chinese market. And as you know, H20 has been approved for companies that are not on the entities list, and many licenses have been approved. And so I think the the opportunity for us to bring Blackwell to the China market is a real possibility. And so we just have to keep advocating the sensibility of and the importance of American tech companies to be able to lead and win the AI race and help make the American tech stack the global standard.
Your next question comes from the line of Aaron Rakers with Wells Fargo. Your line is open.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I want to go back to the Spectrum XGS announcement this week, and thinking about the Ethernet product now pushing over 10 billion of annualized revenue. Jensen, what is the opportunity set that you see for Spectrum XGS? Do we think about this as kind of the data center interconnect layer? Any thoughts on the sizing of this opportunity, within that Ethernet portfolio? Thank you.
We now offer 3 networking technologies. One is for scale up, one is for scale out, and one for scale across. Scale up is so that we could build the largest possible virtual GPU, the virtual compute node. NVLink is revolutionary. NVLink 72 is what made it possible for Blackwell to deliver such an extraordinary generational jump over Hopper's NVLink 8. At a time when we have long thinking models, agentic AI, reasoning systems, the NVLink basically amplifies the memory bandwidth, which is really critical for reasoning systems. And so NVLink 72 is fantastic. We then scale out with networking, which we have 2. We have InfiniBand, which is unquestionably the lowest latency, the lowest jitter, the best scale out network. It does require more expertise in managing those networks. And for supercomputing, for the leading model makers, InfiniBand, quantum InfiniBand is the unambiguous choice. If you were to benchmark an AI factory, the ones with InfiniBand are the best performance. For those who would like to use Ethernet, because their whole data center is built with Ethernet, we have a new type of Ethernet called Spectrum Ethernet. Spectrum Ethernet is not off the shelf. It has a whole bunch of new technologies designed for low latency and low jitter and congestion control. And it has the ability to come closer, much closer to InfiniBand than anything that's out there. And we call that Spectrum X Ethernet. And then finally, we have Spectrum XGS, a gigascale for connecting multiple data centers, multiple AI factories into a super factory, a gigantic. Complications, the complexity of everything that we do, a gigantic system. And you're gonna see that networking obviously is very important in AI factories. In fact, choosing the right networking, the performance, the throughput improvement, going from 65% to 85% or 90%, that kind of step up because of your networking capability effectively makes networking free. Choosing the right networking, you're basically paying, you'll get a return on it like you can't believe, because the AI factory, a gigawatt, as I mentioned before, could be $50 billion. And so the ability to improve the efficiency of that factory by tens of percents results in $10-20 billion worth of effective benefit. And so, the networking is a very important part of it. It's the reason why NVIDIA dedicates so much in networking. It's the reason why we purchased Mellanox 5.5 years ago. And Spectrum X, as we mentioned earlier, is now quite a sizable business, and it's only about 1.5 years old. So Spectrum X is a home run. All 3 of them are going to be fantastic. NVLink scale up, Spectrum X and InfiniBand, scale out, and then Spectrum XGS for scale across.
Your next question comes from Stacy Raskin with Bernstein Research. Your line is open.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my question. I have a more tactical question for Colette. So on the guide, you're up, over $7 billion. The vast bulk of that is going to be from data center. How do I think about apportioning that $7 billion out across Blackwell versus Hopper versus networking? I mean, it looks like Blackwell was probably $27 billion in the quarter, up from maybe 23 last quarter. Hopper's still $6 or $7 billion post the H20. Like, do you think the Hopper strength continues? Just how do I think about parsing that $7 billion out across those three different components?
Thanks, Stacy, for the question. First part of it, looking at our growth between Q2 and Q3, Blackwell is still going to be the lion's share of what we have in terms of data center. But keep in mind that helps both our compute side as well as it helps our networking side, because we are selling those significant systems that are incorporating the NVLink that Jensen just spoke about. Selling Hopper, we are still selling it. H100, H200s, we are. But again, they are HCX systems, and I still believe our Blackwell will be the lion's share of what we're doing on there. So we'll continue. We don't have any more specific details in terms of how we'll finish our quarter, but you should expect Blackwell again to be the driver of the growth.
Your next question comes from Jim Schneider of Goldman Sachs. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. Thanks for taking my question. You've been very clear about the reasoning model opportunity that you see, and you've also been relatively clear about the technical specs for Rubin, but maybe you could provide a little bit of context about how you view the Rubin product transition going forward. What incremental capability does that offer to customers? And would you say that Rubin is a bigger, smaller, or similar step up in terms of performance for a capability perspective relative to what we saw with Blackwell? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Rubin, we're on an annual cycle, and the reason why we're on an annual cycle is because we can do so to accelerate the cost reduction and maximize the revenue generation for our customers. When we increase the perf per watt, the token generation per amount of usage of energy, we are effectively driving the revenues of our customers. The perf per watt of Blackwell will be, for reasoning systems, an order of magnitude higher than Hopper.
I think it will hit 100,000
everybody's data center
by about midday tomorrow.
By definition. For any data center that using Blackwell, you'll be able to maximize your revenues compared to anything we've done in the past, compared to anything in the world today. And because the perf per dollar, the performance is so good that the perf per dollar invested in the capital would also allow you to improve your gross margins. To the extent that we have great ideas for every single generation, we could improve the revenue generation, improve the AI capability, improve the margins of our customers by releasing new architectures. And so we advise our partners, our customers to pace themselves and to build these data centers on an annual rhythm. Rubin is going to have a whole bunch of new ideas. I paused for a second because, I've got plenty of time between now and a year from now to tell you about all the breakthroughs that Rubin's going to bring. But Rubin has a lot of great ideas. I'm anxious to tell you, but I can't right now, and I'll save it for GTC to tell you more and more about it. But nonetheless, for the next year, we're ramping really hard into now Grace Blackwell GB200, and then now Blackwell Ultra GB300. We're ramping really hard into data centers.
No, we never hit 100,000. It was 2 fake
year.
accounts.
I expect next year to be a
subscribers just to dump
year.
them.
And
this is the real number.
Continue to increase the performance of AI
this is the real number
as we race towards artificial superintelligence. On the one hand,
there's always a couple of idiots who try to spoil things.
Gary with UBS, your line is open.
Thanks a lot. Jensen, I wanted to ask you, just answer the question. You threw out a number, you said 50 CAGR for the AI market. So I'm worried that you have into next year. Is that kind of a reasonable bogey in terms of how much your data center revenue should grow next year? I would think you'll grow at least in line with that CAGR. And maybe are there any puts and takes to that? Thanks.
Well, I think that the best way to look at it is we have reasonable forecasts from our large customers for next year, a very, very significant forecast. And we still have a lot of businesses that we're still winning and a lot of startups that are still being created. Don't forget that the number of startups for AI native startups was 100 billion was funded last year. This year, the year's not even over yet. It's 180 billion funded. If you look at AI native, the top AI native startups that are generating revenues, last year was $2 billion. This year is $20 billion. Next year, being 10 times higher than this year is not inconceivable. And the open source models is now opening up large enterprises, SaaS companies, industrial companies, robotics companies to now join the AI revolution, another source of growth. And whether it's AI natives or enterprise SaaS or industrial AI or startups, we're just seeing just enormous amount of interest in AI and demand for AI. Right now, the buzz is, I'm sure all of you know about the buzz out there. The buzz is everything sold out. H100 sold out. H200s are sold out. Large CSPs are coming out renting capacity from other CSPs. And so the AI native startups are really scrambling to get capacity so that they could train their reasoning models. And so the demand is really, really high. But the long-term outlook between where we are today, CapEx has doubled in 2 years. It is now running about $600 billion a year just in the large hyperscalers. For us to grow into that $600 billion a year, representing a significant part of that CapEx, isn't unreasonable. And so I think the next several years, surely through the decade, we see just really fast growing, really significant growth opportunities ahead. Let me conclude with this. Blackwell is the next generation AI platform the world's been waiting for. It delivers an exceptional generational leap. NVIDIA's NVLink 72 rack scale computing is revolutionary, arriving just in time as reasoning AI models drive order of magnitude increases in training and inference performance requirement. Blackwell Ultra is ramping at full speed and the demand is extraordinary. Our next platform, Rubin, is already in fab. We have 6 new chips that represents the Rubin platform. They have all taped out to TSMC. Rubin will be our 3rd generation NVLink rack scale AI supercomputer. And so we expect to have a much more mature and fully scaled up supply chain. Blackwell and Rubin AI factory platforms will be scaling into the $3 to $4 trillion global AI factory build out through the end of the decade. Customers are building ever greater scale AI factories from thousands of Hopper GPUs in tens of megawatt data centers to now hundreds of thousands of Blackwells in 100 megawatt facilities And soon, we'll be building millions of Rubin GPU platforms powering multi-gigawatt, multi-site AI super factories. With each generation, demand only grows. One-shot chatbots have evolved into reasoning agentic AI that research, plan, and use tools, driving orders of magnitude jump in compute for both training and inference. Agentic AI is reaching maturity and has opened the enterprise market to build domain and company-specific AI agents for enterprise workflows, products, and services. The age of physical AI has arrived, unlocking entirely new industries in robotics, industrial automation. Every industrial company will need to build two factories, one to build the machines and another to build their robotic AI. This quarter, NVIDIA reached record revenues and an extraordinary milestone in our journey. The opportunity ahead is immense. A new industrial revolution has started. The AI race is on. Thanks for joining us today, and I'll look forward to addressing you next week, next earnings call. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. NVIDIA Q2 2025 earnings is complete. Tanner, I'll take it to you. Reaction from what Jensen said.
Technically Q2 2026. Actually,
Nick, do you have legal permission to play this call? It's like,
yeah. Well, you know what? I wasn't napping the whole time. Your head was like, I'm wondering if you have neck pain. Your neck was like this during the call the whole time. I was worried about you.
Dude, I was texting my freaking. Never mind. I was gonna say my 10 side chicks, but no one's gonna believe it anyway. So, all right, go ahead.
I was like, bro, I got like 4 messages. What do you call me in your no, I think that's a great way to wrap the call. Him just talking about the true immense opportunity. I think the market maybe questions whether or not Jensen can keep up the total market share of that build out. But if you are honestly questioning whether that build out is going to happen or not, I think that's a check yourself kind of moment. I mean, the opportunity here is just insane. NVIDIA is a major player. This might be a short-term reaction to guidance and uncertainty for China, but overall, the spelling out of what is actually happening here in this market is very real. And he talked about performance per watt, a ton right now. So over the next 5 to 10 years, while there still is a large energy bottleneck, NVIDIA is still going to place #1 in those markets. So I'm a big believer. I think that the AI market will continue to expand greatly like it has in the past year. Like he said, 10xing from 2 billion to 20 billion over the last little bit. And I remain very, very bullish and have zero, I'm not looking to trim or take profits or anything like this. I'm a long-term viewer of this of this company and the markets that it plays in.
Jose, your thoughts on what Jensen said?
Yeah, same as Tanner. I mean, what we heard is just continue to see that bullish thesis. I mean, just the ending, right? He's talking about the Rubin platform expanding into millions of GPUs per data center, as opposed to where we're at right now in the hundreds of thousands. So long term, still there. He kind of hinted a little bit into kind of like a 50% kind of compounded annual growth rate within certain kind of data center space, which is crazy. I mean, that within itself is wild. One thing that really, I have a few notes, but one thing that really got me a little bit shocked was he did mention that H100 saw growth, H200 saw growth this quarter, even though it is the Blackwell era. It's just like they're so compute constrained that customers are willing to still take the previous generations just to get more compute. They even mentioned that a company outside of China bought the H20. The H20 is supposed to be a watered down version only for China, but if you're so compute constrained, other players are willing to take it so you don't lose it. So the H20 went into someplace else. It just, I think, solidifies the demand for compute. And he kind of talked a little bit about how right now the buzz is you're even seeing cloud server providers renting from other cloud server providers just so they can get the compute that they need. So like Tanner, long term, nothing really kind of worried me a little bit. Tanner, one thing I think you mentioned it, and maybe I misheard it when you first mentioned it. Before the earnings call, free cash flow did take a bit of a hit.
Yeah.
This quarter, I thought you were, I thought it was something else. But I was looking at the numbers. It seems like I think what happens is Blackwell, a lot of their Blackwells probably shipped at the end of the quarter. So the date of outstanding sales or before kind of they get their money increased a bit. So I wonder if that's creating some of the impact. I would love to hear maybe your thoughts on what happened there. If you were able to look at the number, but I did see free cash flow definitely took a hit, and that's something that I want to kind of maybe look into a little bit closer.
Yeah, I didn't look into it closer, but I did see from Q1, we had such a major increase, and then now going, the margin was almost cut in half quarter over quarter. But I don't know what actually led to that. I didn't actually take a closer look. I just did notice that and brought that up earlier, but I have not looked at it more. I was just looking into or writing down the notes for the call mainly. But yeah, 50% growth in the AI markets. They said China is going to be growing at about the same per year, 50% per year. I also thought that was interesting. There was a quote that I wrote down.
They've never said that before, right? China 50%. They've never.
I don't think so. They said the $50 billion TAM before, but not the 50% growth. I don't remember hearing that. And then he said the opportunity for us to bring Blackwell to China markets is a real possibility. And so we have to keep advocating for the sensibility and the importance of American tech companies to be able to lead and win the AI race and help the American tech stack be the global standard. We've harped on this a bunch. That's why I was so mad about the ban originally. So hopefully, if that ends up coming to fruition, even if it is in the form of a B30 chip or something like this to help with national security, I still think that's going to be an amazing opportunity. Like Jose said, there's American companies or companies outside of China that are still trying to get hands on H20s. So it just goes to show you the lead that they have right now.
Couch, your thoughts on this quarter?
A couple of things. First up on the daily sales outstanding. So that was 54 days this quarter, up from 46 days sequentially, driven by timing of cash collections and Blackwell Ultra ramping late in the quarter. So Jose, you got that answer here. Then with the China news, it does not surprise me, right? Because I think yesterday or 2 days ago, we've seen reports of China's goal for the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, with their AI expansions and leading chips providers and all of that. So 50% growth. First time we hear that number, but I'm not surprised because China is moving quite rapidly. Now remains to be seen how big of a role US companies will play in all of that and how big of a role Huawei will play in it. But no, for a quarter, I mean, stock is down, so of course people will say, oh, it's probably a bad quarter, but it's not a bad quarter at all. Far from it. I didn't catch the exact number again from the Spectrum business. Couple of $1 billion.
Yeah, $10 billion annualized.
Okay, I mean not bad
So
for a pretty young business. Yeah, for a pretty young business.
Yeah.
What did you guys think about the Rubin comments? We have a bunch of new ideas and can't wait to tell you about breakthroughs that Rubin is going to bring, but we're going to wait for GTC. The stock did not care about those comments at all.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think Rubin Ultra is definitely going to be the GOAT of this one because there's this. It seems like a huge shift between Rubin Vera and Vera Rubin Ultra. Just because one has NVLink 144, which is still here, and the other one's going to have the NVLink 560, whatever. So I think Ultra is going to be the crazy one. In terms of new products, I can't. I don't know. I'm pumped for GTC, which is still almost a year away.
Which those numbers are a little deceiving, right? They broke it down in the Ultra, counting the dies rather than the individual chips, right? So it's a little bit different, but yeah.
Yeah, they started with this one, so I think even
for the Blackwells for China, then of course the story might change here. But for now, and I mean,
revenue generation.
Renee and James, two people, and then very close behind.
Wall Street has been start, right? When suddenly Nvidia grew 80% quarter over quarter, we're like, okay, what the heck is this? But it took them like a year and a half for Wall Street to actually understand, because it's now they beat, but they don't beat by much, which, okay, makes sense. I mean, after 2 years, you would think that Wall Street understands the story and the estimates are quite close to reality. But now it feels like Wall Street and some analysts are like putting up numbers that don't make any sense. I mean, Jose and myself talked about this with AMD when we started the year. Like AMD's AI revenue estimates were what, $13 billion. Now it's 8.5 to 9 or something like that, which is a bit more realistic. So again, Wall Street is Wall Street. I think retail has crushed Wall Street in the last 5 years anyway. So who cares what these guys are thinking? But yeah, Nvidia will be fine. Jensen will be fine. GTC next year will be very interesting. And everybody's going to buy more GPUs anyway. So
it's not all about the beats, right? Like, let's just look at the fundamental growth. It's 56% growth on data center revenue. I mean, forget the 1% surprise versus 2% surprise, which we usually have seen over the past quarters. I mean, just fundamentally, whenever you look at this company on a PE basis, on a PEG rate, like pick the value, we can look at it from free cash flow. It is not as expensive as what you would think for being the number one player in a market that's expected to grow by 50%. Yeah. Costco is growing, or is a more expensive name on a trailing 12-month basis than NVIDIA. Okay. This is a $3 to $4 trillion market that NVIDIA plays a 75% role in for, or, you know, till the end of this decade. What are we talking about here? You know, so Wall Street is now understanding that they understand the channel checks. They have relationships with the buyers. They understand the supply chain a lot more now, but that doesn't change the fact that they're growing by 50+%. So, yeah, NVIDIA is going to do this. Was a good quarter, and I think that they're going to continue to do well.
I was just
hey, I mean, Costco's a granny shot. I'm not anti Costco, but it's just a good name that has 2% margins to compare against a company that has, you know, 30x their margins. And
yeah, but you have that combo deal. You have that combo deal, which is probably
NVIDIA
better
sells
than
no
a
hot dog.
GPU. Exactly.
The hot dog drink combo, NVIDIA's at $0. So that's true.
It also puts into context, if NVIDIA was like 250, you can make an argument of like, all right, the market's like, but like, and that would be way more expensive than Costco. It's not there. People are willing to pay more for a company with 2% margins, which means, and I like that. I like that it's not at 250. I like that there's not that much excitement and euphoria, and there is this wall of worry, but that does not mean that this thing's heading back to 120 because the story is done. I mean, it just feels like that's not the case. Jose, what do you think about the $2 to $5 billion potential China revenue coming up next quarter?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, think obviously, I like the fear on the stock. It helps it stay somewhat reasonable. All right, just how you were talking about the 2 to 5 billion. Obviously, if they get it accepted, it's going to be great. And I think they're obviously sandbagging these numbers. They mentioned it. I think certain China customers are just really waiting to see if approvals happen before they place their orders. And that's why they mentioned if we had more orders, it would actually be higher. I think there are certain Chinese customers that would rather just wait to see actual approvals before sending some of those orders out. So overall, China market, they're going to have a strong quarter three if that opens up. To me, the one that gets me more excited is quarter four. I think Jensen talked about it. We kind of heard it from, he mentioned CoreWeave, how CoreWeave is going to be spending a lot of money in quarter four for Blackwell Ultra. I don't think they're going to be the only ones. So I really think quarter four is going to be a pretty crazy quarter, as I don't know if anybody follows CoreWeave in the chat, but they expect to spend $20 billion or so in CapEx this year. In the first 3 quarters, they're only expected to spend about 7-8 billion. The other 12 or 13 billion is coming purely on quarter four. So CoreWeave is one of them, but there's a lot of preferred partners out there that have that GB Ultra. Colette mentioned that the Ultra, the transition from GB200 to GB300 on their factories went pretty smoothly, and now they're shipping, I think, 1,000 racks per week, I think she mentioned, which was kind of like the GB200 number as well. So guidance for Q3, I think, is great with or without the China numbers. I can't wait. I know I'm already, as a long-term investor, that's what gets me excited. What's next? What's after Q3? Q4 already looks crazy. What's after Q4? You have Ruben, which he talks about million GPUs. All right, what's after that? Robotics, and the list goes on and on. So that kind of roadmap gets me excited. So Q3, great, but super pumped for Q4.
Yeah, look, I'm super pumped as well. And even though Chad is tweeting screenshots of me sleeping, I wasn't sleeping. The call was just, Jensen's voice is so soothing. You tend to, just like not stare at the screen. So a little nodding off. It does. I really wasn't sleeping, but it does look like I'm sleeping. Look at Tanner. Tanner's actually sleeping. Look at this. He's got his eyes closed.
Bro, I just
no, your eyes were closed, bro. There you go. No, but in general, like this call was not that exciting, but it's also like we know the story, we know the quarter, and the earnings was exceptional. But I think even Jensen is like tired of reiterating the same exact story, saying over and over again. You could tell he was just like, gasping at some point of just like, this is the thesis again. Let me explain it if you guys still don't get it. And as long as CapEx is not slowing down, then I think the growth won't slow down either.
I think that's the case for every company that has to come on and do a quarterly report. Right?
Yeah.
If the theme is the theme, then they have to come on and repeat themselves. But I think out of any company that we could have picked, this is the one that is, moving the quickest in terms of the new products that they are releasing on, a semi-annual basis, where they continue to find new customers, and those customers are re-upping and setting up new data centers that are, 10x larger than the data centers that they're setting up before. I mean, that's the thing, right? You're a big Palantir investor, and one of the great things about Palantir is that their customers speak for them. But you can go to Meta, Google, Amazon, any of these customers, and they will tell you the bull case for NVIDIA. Jensen doesn't even need to explain it. So that's another thing too. This is not a catalyst-driven name per se, where the stock needs to move on their earnings. Their earnings can be based on OpenAI and comments that Sam Altman has to say. Zuck, what Sundar Pichai or any of these leaders have to say about artificial intelligence can make NVIDIA move over the 3 months between their earnings. So it's not like we have to wait 3 more months to wonder if NVIDIA can then now push to over $200 per share. This can move on a lot of different news, or even what Trump has to say. Let's remember how big of a pawn in the political game NVIDIA actually is. So there's a lot more room for NVIDIA to move, not just on earnings day.
And I mean, the company did add $1 trillion in the last 3 months in market cap.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a $4.3 trillion company. So as much as we wanted it to go higher, it's like, it's nice to see the earnings come in, the stock consolidate a little bit, maybe go down a couple of percentage points, and all those multiples come right down as the growth is still phenomenal, even if the stock is not going that much higher. I think that's it. Let's do final thoughts. Jose, I'm going to leave everyone's YouTubes and Twitters in the chat right here, also in the description, but
where can people find you, Amit? You're always shouting me out. I mean, I've got people in my audience that don't know what channel you're on.
Okay, so you got to put my link in the chat. You got to put my YouTube channel in your chat, but I'll put everyone else's right here. Jose, final thoughts on this quarter.
AI is here. It's definitely the thing. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I think AI is going to be that revolutionary thing, and I just want it to continue to grow. I mean, NVIDIA is going to continue to grow with it. There was nothing in this earnings that was scary for investors. Obviously, short-term price target might look bad. Earnings were okay. Guidance was great, and I'm super excited for the future. So see you all in 3 months for this 4-way call. But yeah, pretty cool.
Neil,
my comment, please.
Yeah, I think you'll see Jose in a couple of hours on his channel with a video editing. And then every other day, you'll see him talk about NVIDIA and CoreWeave and AMD as well. And
you'll probably see him on my channel soon. So there you go.
Exactly. And actually every morning with me, we're talking about some interesting companies. But I mean, if the stock was up 5%, would people say something else? Would this be like the best quarter ever? I don't know, probably, because price drives sentiment, but I don't know, it doesn't really change much. It's a good quarter, good comment. But yeah, Jensen is there. He's playing also a political game. Don't forget about that. Like everything he said is pretty much calculated. Like when he said about, oh, we need to make sure that US tech is being used around the world. He's like, he's talking the talk to sweeten maybe a future potential deal here and there. But yeah, Nvidia is not going to disappear tomorrow because stock is down 3% and maybe it's not growing 100% year over year anymore, or 50% quarter over quarter. This is still a company worth over $4 trillion that grows faster than a lot of shitcoins. And that's my end statement here. Voilà.
Amit's too humble to put up my comment of his YouTube channel, not acting like there's 3 other channels, but
I put it on my side, but I'm pretty sure everybody here knows Amit here.
I didn't even see it. But there's my channel as well for Tanner's audience to come on my channel. Tanner, your final takeaway from what Jensen said, and I guess your also reaction to the stock as a result of
that. Sorry, what?
Your
no,
final takeaway from the quarter.
No, I've already said it. Like I'm positive. I've got nothing else to add. I've already said essentially everything I wanted to say. Happy with this. Excited to see. You know what we didn't talk about? There was a comment that he said about the expected CapEx spend between all 4 names will be $600 billion.
You're right.
I did my math. That didn't add up. Like, how does that work?
And was that a 2030 thing or was that next year?
No, that was, he said this year.
This year? I thought he said 2026 on that one.
It could be next year. Sorry.
Let me look at transcript.
So he says here, as we continue to deliver both Hopper and Blackwell GPUs, we are focusing on meeting soaring global demand. This growth is fueled by capital expenditures from the cloud to enterprises, which are on track to invest $600 billion in data center infrastructure and compute this calendar year alone, nearly doubling in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
This
this calendar
year alone.
Mm-hmm.
And then he also says it's from the 4 big names, which that's what I was surprised about.
Dude, if that's going to be a multi-trillion-dollar CapEx cycle, like, you either believe Jensen or you don't, if that's the case.
Because that's the other thing, right? Is like Meta can tell their shareholders on a public space how much they're expecting to spend on AI. But what Zuckerberg tells Jensen is probably a more clearer picture of what they actually expect to spend, because they want to make sure that they have the chips ready for them whenever they come to order.
And that's a great point, Tanner. I mean, many people don't understand that for this to happen, they talk about it. It's about a 12-month lead time from wafer to rack. And that's why NVIDIA kind of has this supply constraint. It's not that they can't make the chips or anything. It's they just need to know the proper type of demand that they need to make those orders. So companies like Meta need to go directly to NVIDIA and say, next year, not this year, next year, I need to purchase this amount of chips. If I get that wrong, that's on me. But that's the main reason NVIDIA's kind of supply constraint is because it takes a whole year for that kind of from production to full rack system goes on tag. So he definitely has a way better picture of what next year's revenue guidance can be. And he keeps telling us, I mean, he keeps saying, he's like, I expect growth. He doesn't give us a real number, but he tells us pretty much in every earnings call, he expects this number to continue to go up.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing for us as investors to continue to qualitatively and quantitatively analyze is there a real world impact from AI? Whether it's in our personal lives, in our friends, our family, what we're seeing in enterprises, because that will likely lead to CapEx continuing to go higher if companies continue to see an ROI or results from AI, because then they're going to want to upgrade to Rubin and more advanced models. So I think As long as that trend is intact, which Jensen obviously believes it will be intact, and especially with the self-driving ultimately becoming as amazing as we think the Tesla robotaxi thesis can become, and then you put Waymo in there, and from robotics. So if that's the case, yeah, 600 billion going to 1.2 trillion by next year. I mean, like, that's not crazy to imagine. And obviously NVIDIA would be a massive beneficiary of that, and Broadcom and Micron and all those other guys.
Yeah, the 600 billion, I'm just going over the transcript, and like one time they mentioned like only the top 4 hyperscalers, the other time they mentioned
Enterprise players
enterprises,
too.
and
Yeah.
so it's like which one is it? Like, okay, it's 600 billion, which is still a big number, but is it only for, or is it for and all the other enterprises? So that's a big,
because 600 would make sense if it was all the names, but across only the big 4, that would surprise me.
Yeah,
I'd see that closer at 400 or something.
Right. They did say also, this is another stat if you guys didn't catch it. One customer drove 23% of Q2 sales, 10.8 billion, and another was 16%, 7.5 billion. That's 18.3 billion from 2 customers tied to compute and networking, which is basically their data centers.
Well, their biggest is Microsoft. I don't know what number 2 would be, but it would be one of the, obvious names.
But so people think that's a concentration risk, but in reality, if those companies are continuing to accelerate, and Microsoft's probably one of them, that should continue to go up in terms of the amount that they're buying from NVIDIA. Also, the sovereign revenue, this is the first time I heard guidance. They're expecting it to be 10 billion this year, and they expect that to grow 100% next year as well. I think it might be 20 billion.
Yeah, he said 20 billion this year, which grew already 100% compared to last year. So already just 20 billion from the sovereign nations. And yeah, I mean, you would see that concentration of big players. I mean, Google, Microsoft, like Tanner mentioned, and Meta are the ones really making these orders. And that's one thing that I guess Jensen's pretty excited about, the enterprise space. He mentions the pro servers, which are for the enterprise. He expects it to be a multi-billion-dollar product already. So that's the enterprise market coming in. And obviously we have kind of those other players like CoreWeave, like Nebuous, that are also coming the preferred partners of NVIDIA for some of these solutions to help diversify outside of those main ones.
Agreed. I think this is going to be a story that plays out for the Bulls over the next 5 years, but it was up a lot going into the print, and as a result, it's down 2%. So that's what you got.
Boys, this was fun.
This was awesome. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Everyone's YouTubes and Twitters are in the descriptions. Appreciate it. We will see you guys in 3 months to cover NVIDIA's earnings next time. Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Behind is David Hensley and Zach Zay. That's it. 2
spots at the start of this. I don't know if any of you have signed up yet. It will go blank once those 4 spots are concluded there. So if it is something you want to partake in, the 2-day workshop, here we go. Make sure you click that link down in the description and get started so that you can get joined. All right. So that's where we are with NVIDIA. Now let's go take a look at, or we were looking at earnings. So now let's go take a look at, so forward PE. How about we look at, let's just keep our forward PE for right now. And let's put a average out there. So right now we have the stock, remember our Seeking Alpha friend, buy the dip. We have a stock that's trading at 36.3 times is where they're at right now. Now, again, if it goes down 3% tomorrow, maybe it's going to be at 36.2. Yeah, nothing crazy by any means there. We're still slightly below our 5-year average, but again, that's also taken into account when we were at a 90 times multiple there. And again, I like to look at forward multiple, and I'll be talking more about that in the valuation workshop. People will say, well, Mark, isn't that an estimate? Yes, it is an estimate, but I'll explain why I prefer that within the in that 2-day workshop. Let's go over to our chart really quick to see. I'll make a full screen so you guys can see it better. Let's see where NVIDIA is from a chart perspective right now. So again, we're closing in on, we just had all-time highs in the stock at, 180, mid 180s right there. RSI sitting up around 72 right now. So again, indicating that this is a overbought condition. So expect a bit of a pullback. Wouldn't be all that surprising if we do and see that a little bit more. I would look for that first spot, probably closer into the mid 150s, high 150 range is where I would like to dip my feet in if we could get it that low. Post earnings is right now at 175. So again, another $20 or so would be ideal. Trying to be patient. Now, again, how can you be patient when it comes to, like you could be sitting there at the screen going, Mark, it's not going to drop another $20. Well, you don't know that. They're the same people were telling me that when the stock was trading at 150 here, and lo and behold, a month later, it was below 100. So the people that comment on my videos all the time when I give you my buy price targets that say, oh, you're just wishing, I could go back through all of those and show you instances in where they've probably hit around 80 to 90% of the time. And I don't just hit a trade alert. I utilize options. I get paid to wait to buy a stock that I want to buy at a price that I want to buy it. Options is what makes early retirement a reality. Options is what takes your investing to the next level. I sound like I'm going to be, giving you guys an options workshop sales pitch here, and I'm not. That won't be till later next month or mid part of next month. So stay tuned for that. But again, it's just something. Number one, I think it's fun. I enjoy doing it. Long-term investing, the hard part is that long-term part, the buy and hold part. Buying isn't hard. Holding is the difficult part. Options, I'm constantly flowing through them. And those of you that are in my Options Edge Discord community, you know that I'm putting out almost daily links showing you my trade alerts. Here's what I'm buying. I'll show you when I get out of them as well for profits there. So it's been fantastic. If you're interested in options, definitely check out our Options Edge Plus. We have our Labor Day sale going on right.
The U.S. government.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It is Wednesday, August the 27th, and wanted to hop on here and give you a market update. Once again, busy week for me, but wanted to try to give you a midweek update here. This week is crucial for the overall market, certainly XRP, Bitcoin. We are watching the Bitcoin price. If we end up dropping back below this 108, 109 area, as you can see, I have a little message just reminding me what the situation is like. But really, we need to stay above this area. So just a lot of chop over the first few days of this week. We thought we had a pretty good rally coming up off of here, off the recent bottom with XRP. If you draw a fib, you can see that we came almost up to that 886 fib level. And now looks like we're coming back down to retest the 293 area. Obviously we need to hold that area if this is impulsive, merely for the fact that I thought we were starting a mini wave 1 impulse. Here, if you look off the bottom here around that 282 level, I thought we were starting a mini wave 1 impulse. This would be a wave A, B, C. So this would be your 4 wave. And then hopefully we're putting in a higher high to that 321, 322 area. But we just continue to show signs of weakness here on smaller time frames. As we come down to the 15-minute, we obviously had this pretty violent reaction here with a good amount of volume on the 15-minute candle earlier today. But just a lot of chop, a lot of high leverage. This would be ideal for an ABC, but I'm not even really sure what the wave count would be here. Just a lot of overlapping, zigzagging waves that are, really hard to count. So this is where Elliott wave theory really just doesn't serve you well. Elliott wave is good for an impulsive market, either to the long side or the short side. When you get in these sideways markets, it's just very hard. So really here, you just lean more on supply and demand levels and, just looking at where price is traded over the last several days. So as you come out here to like the 6-hour chart, you just look and you take a look at the moving averages. You take a look at, where price is sitting here and just, try to make an assessment. So I think the breakout play would be to look at prices back above that 308, 309 area for taking along. I'm currently 10% long and going to add, if we get any further dips here, we might get a dip to 295, 294 here before the daily close. As we come up here to the daily, this isn't a terrible candle right now. But obviously we would need to hold internal here to the previous day's candle, maybe bounce off this daily 50 EMA. It was great to get back above this 50 EMA on the daily chart. So let's see if we can hold that. That's around 295. So let's see if we can hold that for wave 4 and then hopefully make a new higher high here. Well, not a new higher high, but a higher high for this impulsive move, which would be the completion of wave 1. Then wave 2 would come back probably to retest this $3 area, and then hopefully we would get a major wave 3 breakout. So yep, that's what we're looking at. It's really actually just boring, not a lot here. We're really hoping we hold this triangle, which pretty obvious, you can see it. So yeah, just hoping we hold that, and we are going to go higher here. So we should be close to a breakout. I'm looking for the breakout to happen. If it does happen to the upside, I'm looking for that breakout to happen before the close of the weekly candle, just because that's also going to be the close of the monthly candle. So Sunday night's going to be pretty big. We'll be closing both a weekly and a monthly candle then. So those are my thoughts, and that's what we're waiting for and watching patiently. So fingers crossed that we get our major breakout here into price discovery, and hopefully we see between $8 to $11. So pretty big price range we're watching. A lot of that's going to depend on what Bitcoin is doing. But there is a person that I've come across on Twitter who seems to indicate that, so this guy here gives me cause to think that we have a much larger bull market that's coming. So take a look at him, techdev_52, some interesting views on Bitcoin and where we're at in the cycle. So anyway, hope that helps, and we'll talk soon. Take care.
Today's market call is presented by FactSet, financial data and analytics powered by Tomorrow, and SoFi. Get your money right, all in one app.
How my mind works. It's 11 a.m. on the East Coast. That's Elizabeth Thomas. That's Dan Nathan. I'm G Swizzle. There was a movie many years ago with Nick Nolte, Jacqueline Bisset, and the great Robert Shaw. Any of you know what that movie was?
No, absolutely not.
The Deep. That is correct, Dan Nathan. You recall that I believe Louis Gossett Jr. was in that movie. Do you recall that?
I do. Let's see where he's going with this
I'm
list.
just going to assume you're not talking to me.
Let's see where he's going.
I am speaking to you, Elizabeth. By the way, this is market call, as I mentioned. At the end, towards the end of the movie, as they were all looking, they needed to find something to validate the treasure. Louis Gossett was diving, and his head got bit off by what, Dan?
Dude, a shark. Spoiler alert.
No,
here,
not a shark. See, I thought you knew. His head was bit off by a rather large moray eel that was living in the reef. I mentioned that because both Elizabeth and Dan mentioned that my shirt is moraying.
Okay, by the way, Liz, couple things here, because you sometimes live out near the ocean here. You know that
I'm there right now. Can't you tell by my hair?
Yes. Yesterday or the other day when we did a pod, you zhuzhed your hair. I'd never heard that expression before. Somebody emailed me or texted me about a zhuzh. How do you spell such thing? Really quickly on the deep. Okay. I forgot that it was a moray. I just at the summer camp I went to in Lake George. It was a rustic summer camp, YMCA camp. They had one of those old projectors, old projector with like this is before beta and all that sort of stuff. They had one movie. It was The Deep. So every year, if it rained, you know what I mean? They put us all in this lodge and we watched this one. I don't know how appropriate that was for like a 11-year-old.
No, there were a couple scenes, a little risque.
And that would be the Jacqueline Bisset. But the last thing I'll say, and then we'll move on to Liz, because she deserves the spotlight here. When you think about Robert Shaw, and I know he's one of your favorites, he had a certain part of the movie thing just cornered there a little bit, like the old pirate thing near the water. Isn't that true, guy?
No, he played
Jaws.
He was a very versatile actor. Obviously, he portrayed Quint in the movie Jaws. That was patterned after a gentleman named Frank Mundus, as Elizabeth knows, his boat out of Montauk, the Cricket. I can do this all day long, as you know, but that's not what we're tasked to do. But yes, Robert Shaw had a certain character he'd play. My favorite role of Robert Shaw, obviously Quint, but he was, if you recall in the movie The Sting, he was Doyle Lonigan.
Correct.
You're gonna remember, Liz, it's Lonigan.
Are you focused on anything from the movie front here?
No, I'm feigning interest in this conversation.
Okay, Guy, why don't we get to something that Liz might be interested in?
Before we start with Elizabeth's work, along with Mario, Rosie had an interesting piece out about sector rotation likely to favor the equal weighted stock index. And listen, this is something that I know the three of us have been talking about. Rosie does extraordinarily thoughtful work, Dan, but I think this is something that, again, people have been waiting for a while. We have pointed out the math hundreds of times in terms of, as much as people want to talk about rotation, it's not really happening in any way that's markedly tangible, but maybe we're at the start of something now.
Yeah, Liz, you and I were talking about this on the Risk Reversal pod the other day, and we're talking about different sectors that you're focused on. I mean, he is focused on, the technology and communication services. Like, that's kind of weird. They kind of split up some of these big hyperscalers, and we're going to get to your note because you're talking about a lot of the spend here. But as you think about, all of a sudden, we've seen a widening of the volatility bands right off the all-time highs in the S&P 500. It was the concentrated names that led to the downside. It's also yesterday, if you saw that reversal, right, intraday, it was also those names. How do you think about everything X that 44% in the markets there? Because again, if you're looking at it from a market cap weight situation, it's just forget the other, 60 or 56. I can do math there. But on an equal weight basis, like, are you starting to focus a little bit more on equal weight after you've seen, the market cap weight being, heavily levered to those big names?
No, I guess is the short answer to that. I mentioned this, I think, on the pod on Monday. I think people are getting a little ahead of themselves on the smaller cap stuff. So here's the thing, if you're going to be pro equal weight, that means that you're bullish small caps, like full stop. You have to be, because that means you have to believe that the smaller cap names are going to pick up the slack and perform as well, if not better than some of the larger cap names. And if you look over history, small cap does not start outperforming large cap until you're pretty deep in a cutting cycle. That's usually because it's after a recession. You've had cuts because things have weakened so much, and small caps tend to rip coming out of a recession. So some of these calls about the rotation and small cap finally having their day, I don't believe it yet. And frankly, I don't believe entirely that the Fed is going to cut in September. Odds are still pretty high, but they've come down quite a bit since last week. And I don't remember who it was in the comments that said this last week. I was talking about the Fed, the rate cut probabilities, and the fact that I thought they were too high, and that we had even sniffed at the possibility of a 50 basis point cut. And I said, I didn't think that was going to happen. And somebody in the comments said something along the lines of, is Liz crazy or just that naive? And I don't look that crazy or naive now, because you've got some of the reality setting in that the data just isn't supporting that narrative. So I think markets getting really married to this idea of, okay, we're embarking on a cutting cycle and it's going to be aggressive and small caps are going to come back and all of this rotation is going to stick. I don't think that's going to happen. I do, however, think that this rotation, what's going on right now, because money is coming out of some of those big mega cap names, I think the rotation will persist for another week, couple weeks, maybe even until the Fed meeting. But the money is going to find its way somewhere else in the equity market. I don't think it's going to come out and go to cash. So some of this rotation that's happening under the surface, I think, has staying power for another 2 to 3 weeks.
All right, let's talk about the small caps before we get into some other things. It's a bizarre set of circumstances because we're not in a recession in terms of just the math. I think everybody agrees upon that. Yet we're appearing to be on the verge of a rate cut cycle, maybe for other reasons that are not entirely clear to me either. So where does that put the small caps here? To me, they're sort of in no man's land. I don't think you want to be in the midst of a downturn so you can get an inflection here in small caps, but we're not anywhere. We're nowhere.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a few things at play in small caps. First of all, just over the long term, the small cap playing field has just changed. Companies go public much later in their cycle. So there isn't that same growth from small to mid to large, and watching that success story happen over a number of years. The small cap space too, because we haven't had a recession. We haven't had those economic conditions that small caps tend to thrive in. Small caps do need the stimulation. They need the rate cut stimulation. They need the fiscal stimulus. They need to have a reason to start hiring more workers than they already have right now. You've got a labor market that's pretty stalled out, not in a good way or a bad way. It just isn't really moving right now. So small caps have not increased their production. They haven't increased the productivity of their workers enough to drive margins. And when you look at just the fundamentals, and this is where I think this makes sense, if stock
right now. All right, so let's
the beat we grow.
The seas, dive into the stream, feel it hum. Future's calling, here it comes. Ripple ride, hold on tight, moving faster than light. XRP, we're breaking free, changing the way we see money. Hold on tight, moving faster than light. XRP, we're breaking free, changing the way we see money. No more waiting, no delay. Transactions flash like a lightning ray. The old world cracks under the strain. We're surfing tech through the blockchain vein. Dive into the stream, feel it hum. Future's call, feel it Ripple ride, hold on tight, moving faster than light. XRP, we're breaking free, changing the way we see money. Ripple ride, hold on tight, moving faster than light. XRP, we're breaking free, changing the way we see money. No middleman, no tangled chains, just innovation in our veins. The future whispers, join the flow, ride the ripple, let it show. Let it show. Let it show. Let it show. Ripple ride, hold on tight, moving faster than light. XRP, we're breaking free, fast the current flows, digital ties where the money goes. No borders here, no locks, no keys, just waves of trust across the seas. Dive into the stream, feel it hum. Future's calling, here it comes. Ripple ride, hold on tight, moving faster than the light. XRP, we're breaking free, changing the way we see money. Changing the way we see no more waiting, no delay. Transactions flash like a lightning ray. The old world cracks under the strain. We're surfing tech through the blockchain. Ripple ride, hold on tight, moving faster than the light. XRP, we're breaking free, changing the way we see no middleman, no tangled chains, just innovation in our veins. The future whispers, join the flow, ride the ripple, let it show. Ripple ride, hold on tight, moving faster than the light. XRP, we're breaking free, changing the way we see
A spark in the dark where the currents collide. A silent wave pulls the world to its side. Whispers in the ether, call to confide.
Like you don't want to, oh my God, right? Like if you're looking for those lower highs, you want to be like offloading on those retracements, right? So it'd be a situation where I would be looking here, right? Saying, oh my God, this looks like the bear market might be coming in. This could be a macro lower high before the bear market. That's where I would be selling into, right? It wouldn't be like on the scary drop. So yeah, hopefully it helps you out. Not that you have to do that. That's just me personally, right? Hey, if we go down one massive red candle to the bear market, maybe I round trip, but I doubt it. So there you go. Shout out to JetStack said the best calves that money cannot buy. Get a peek if you can. Shout out to JetStacks. Maybe we'll show a little bit of calf at the end of the stream. If you guys smash that like button, or maybe we should show the calves to get people to smash the like button. But let's go ahead and continue on. We took a look at ETH, took a look at Bitcoin. Let's take a look at Crow real quick. Not on OKX. Let's take a look at Bybit, right? So obviously Crow getting a massive push up. Obviously there was news pushing this up. However, again, exchange tokens getting the pop to the upside, guys. This is another kind of early warning sign. Even, I mean, BNB as well, right? BNB putting in the new all-time high. We got BNB putting in new all-time highs. Not BNB. BNB. Putting in new all-time highs, right? Like, we got Crow starting to get the pop to the upside. These exchange tokens starting to rip, especially with Ethereum up against all-time highs. This is typically, I broke this down in a market update as well on like why this is the case. This is oftentimes an indicator that the alts might start to move, right? This is a alt season indication, right? Especially with the RTY breaking out, especially with ETH pushing up against its all-time highs, the weekly money flow crossing over into the green. This is nice, right? Of course, there is some kind of news event to happen, but it's just interesting that it's happening at this part of the cycle. Show me the news. Show me the charts. I'll tell you the news every single time. So yeah, I not really much else to look at here. Weekly, 6-day money flow crossing over into the green. Weekly money flow crossing over into the green. This is a massive signal. Crow weekly money flow crossing over into the green. This is the equivalent to Bitcoin's weekly money flow crossing into the green. Where did that happen, guys? It happened as the bottom was already in. Right? Weekly money flow faked into the green here. Got the real crossover right here. Either way, bottom was in. Bull market. Right? So when you look at something like Crow, weekly money flow crossover, the overall anticipation of the trend here would be a big continuation up. If that red dot prints on the weekly, maybe you pull back, but the overall trend continuation would be anticipated to be to the upside. Taking a look at BNB. I'll just pull it up on Binance. Right? Where'd that weekly money flow crossover into the green? Right about here, before the overall continuation to the upside. Weekly money flow crosses green, low, high, higher, low, higher, high, higher, low, higher, high. Boom, there's your trend to the upside. It's not that you don't get scary dumps to the downside, but that money flow is always, keep this in mind when you're looking at things like Ethereum. Oh my God, it's a bear market, oh my God. Like this market is so emotional, it cracks me up, right? Money flow crossover into the green would indicate that you have to anticipate pullbacks. And there's that weekly red dot. But the overall anticipation would be the continuation of the uptrend. Is that 100% guaranteed? No. But it is just happening at an eerie time with all the other macroeconomic indicators. So there you go. XRP. Yeah, let's jump into XRP real quick. So on XRP... All right, so we have been looking at this recently. I have this kind of like new range pulled. I'll bring up the other chart as well, but we had this major resistance level between the daily MPOC of running all the way up to this weekly level here at about $3.19, macro anchored VWAP. I mean, this is your biggest resistance level on XRP, right? This thing is just kind of bing bonging around, right? Like there's nothing really, like everybody gets so emotional. Oh my God, big drop. Oh my God, big pump. Oh my God, big drop. Oh my God, big pump. Like we're just kind of chilling up here. Right? So, again, rate cuts, all these other macro indicators, like we're kind of just waiting. We're kind of just waiting here, guys. And I can give you the local levels, obviously, if you want to take, if you were looking to take some trades. And again, I said this on Monday. Like, I had alert set up here, and I opened up the XRP chart, and I was like, oh, I was actually looking to short this. And we talked about it when we marked out this level, right? I'm like, I have my alert set. I'm interested in shorts up here. And literally, like, we tapped it and insta-dumped to the downside. And at that point, I was like, yeah, I got to wait for a retracement. We never really got the retracement and just headed down. I'm not mad that I missed that short position. Why? Because if I really wanted to, you can catch the long, you can catch the short. I've been trading Bitcoin more. But just because of all the confluence up here, I was actually really interested in a high probability rejection here. And all we had to do was squeak in and get the big dump. But overall, got down to the value area low, deviated below. We're back inside here. So I would say locally, your key level of support is going to be sitting at about 291. As long as you could stay inside here, the doorway to your, I can get rid of this now because that's tapped. I can get rid of this now because that's tapped. I can get rid of this now because that's tapped. Right? But now it's like, hey, you're inside your volume profile. Your key level support is the value area low. If you could stay inside here, doorway to the POC is open. We front ran this POC, right? So, I would say stay above the value area low. Doorway to this zone is still open. This is still major resistance. You have your golden macro golden pocket, POC of the range, weekly horizontal, and your anchored VWAP from the all-time high. So major resistance here, but if you could flip that, well, hey, maybe you could fill the range in full up to the value area high, 335. But what happens if we go for the bigger retracement down? Well, this is where I'm going to pull up that next major range or major chart, high time frame chart, I guess. Can't talk. I would say if you break down below that, I'm not anticipating this golden pocket to really hold well for a second time. But, if we just wind up getting stuck under here, biggest level to look at on XRP, in my opinion, before I start getting a little suspicious, is going to be sitting between 250 and 260. So it's still sitting down there. From a high time frame perspective, weekly red dot has been confirmed, holding up pretty well, to be quite honest with you. I would say locally, you have your green dot printing. 4-hour money, 15-minute money flow cracking into the green as well. It's not pretty. It's kind of choppy, right? I said this in the beginning of the stream. I do anticipate a lot of chop here coming up. But I'd probably pay attention to these local levels right now. It's not until we wind up getting like the big breakdown of this low. Like if you crack this low, that's where I'm looking for 250 to 260. But until then, just watch this local range. Value area low sitting at 291. POC sitting at 318. Or I'm sorry, POC sitting at 314. Value area high sitting at 335. You have confluence on this golden pocket potentially. Yeah. So if you're looking for bounces here, you can look for this golden pocket 786. Lose that 786. Might be headed down to that 250 to 260 level. But yeah, this would be the local chart I would look at. Long term, 250 to 260 is still that bigger level of support, in my own personal opinion. So there you go. Perry said on XRP, money flow is not suspicious on the higher time frames. Weekly money flow is thick in the green here. Plenty of room to come down and still continue this larger trend to the upside. Right? We could check the 6-day. Yeah, 4-day might be doing something weird. This thing has been picking dandelions in the outfield. Yeah, 4-day money flow coming out. VWAP is kind of rounded off here. 3-day money flow just crossed back over into the green in the beginning of July, right? So that still is coming up. VWAP coming up as well. 2-day money flow is coming out as well, but this could also turn into a much bigger wave, right? These 2-day money flow crossovers could, you have to see what these green dots do, right? If these green dots give you big pushes up and that money flow comes back up, not suspicious. If you get the green dot and then like a VWAP fake out where this just continues into a downtrend, sure, that would be a little bit suspicious to me. But high time frame like the weekly, this has just gotten a big pop to the upside. So there's plenty of room to correct and still see that weekly money flow cross back, continue into that bigger wave. Even a 2-day money flow crossover might not be like the worst, even if this crosses into the red, maybe that's what gives you the push down to 250, 260, maybe even 230 for a bigger move up. But you just got to kind of wait out this chop. Unless you're trading the shorter time frames, like I would say, I would be anticipating new all-time highs for XRP, but not forever, right? If we start losing that 786 at 230, right? And if this thing doesn't start moving soon, we do have to get moving pretty soon, in my own personal opinion. So, 2-day money flow could kind of go into the red. It doesn't always mean like on altcoins. XRP is kind of a hard coin to show this as because it ranges for so long. But 2-day money flow crossovers are not always as bearish on like an altcoin as it will be on Bitcoin, right? Like, sure, we got the 2-day money flow crossover here. Massive drop to the downside, but it's, it indicates the trend, right? But when you look at the weekly, it's like your money flows in the green on the weekly. Even if you fake out here, like this is the bigger signal. So like even with this little fake out into the red, like these weekly money flow crossovers are so much bigger than something like a 2-day. So that's where you can kind of anticipate low, high, higher, low, higher, high. That 2-day money flow might just indicate the more internal downtrend. So for XRP, that would kind of look like 2-day money flow crossover, internal downtrend, maybe to the 250, 260, or 786 before that weekly rounds back up and gives you another move up. So I would say the weekly looks pretty good. 2-day does look a little suspicious. That's not wrong. This is trending out. But you're also about to print a green dot. So I would see what that green dot gives us on the 2-day. Shout out to Jay Gilly said, I'll have you know I eat nails and bite noodles. Shout out to Jay Gilly. I don't even know what that means. You eat nails for breakfast, baby? Let's go. H-bar, yeah, we can take a look at H-bar. No problemo. Shout out to Usman said, brother, are you expecting ETH to test 4680 before going down if it has to? Expecting ETH to test 4680. I mean, it could. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're looking to print a 45-minute green dot. See here, 4-hour red dot. I wouldn't say it needs to, right? Like maybe. I mean, I don't know what you're looking at down there. Like 4680. I don't know. I don't know what the significance of that is. Maybe something like maybe to come up and sweep some liquidity. But I would assume, if you were going to sweep that liquidity, you probably would have done it here. So not necessarily. I'm not saying it's impossible. But I don't know. Yeah, I would kind of need more information on that. But yeah, one thing I can say is getting stuck underneath this value area high. That's probably going to give you the bigger drop to the downside. Eating swords is cooler than nails. Shout out to Singularity. Yo, those sword swallowers are crazy. Those sword swallowers are, that's some insanity. Shout out to Crypto Pollo. Said we're going to crack that low. Trend and structure is screaming in your face. Shout out to Crypto Pollo. Let me know what you're looking at on Bitcoin potentially. Which would be kind of the anticipation there, honestly, on Bitcoin. Coming down to like a 4-hour, right? Money flow in the red here. High, low, lower, high, lower, low, lower, high, lower, low. I mean, I'm not saying you have to crack down to 102. But, yeah, like I would not be shocked here if we come and take that low again. Just same thing here, right? Like, would not be surprised if we take that low again. Wouldn't be surprised if we take this low again. Still, we have that untapped golden pocket down there. So I don't know if, shout out to Crypto Pollo. Oh, on XRP. Let's see. Which obviously, I mean, honestly, if we're expecting that on Bitcoin, right? Like, you'd probably expect it on the alts as well. So that would actually make sense. Yeah, to sweep this low. I mean, yeah, I mean, 4-hour high or low. But, yeah, I would say, yeah, maybe you're talking about this low. I would want to see the liquidity heat map there, actually. Let's take a look here. XRP. I assume that's the low that you're talking about there, Pollo. Let's take a look here. What is that low? 272. Let's pull up like a 2-week. $277. Where is that low? Yeah, so there's your 277 low, and then your 272, 273 low. So, yeah, 270. Yeah, that 277's got some liquidity. Let me pull up a 3-week or a 1 month. Because if you can see that hotspot on the heat map, it could mean 278, 272. I would say a majority of the liquidity is actually sitting down here at 278. Definitely more. And not that this has to be like to the dollar accurate. But, I mean, yeah, if you sweep out all this liquidity coming down to that 72, you could sweep that low as well. But, yeah, the idea here could be, right, massive untapped low, massive untapped low. And then let me pull this local golden pocket really quick. What is this? Oh, that was a measured move, I believe. But let me see this on the other chart. Yeah, 272. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't expect this to hold up as support. But either way, right, you would think to yourself, right, well, hey, you got liquidity sitting down there. Clearly you have liquidity sitting down here, and that's even visible on the heat map. So these would definitely be lows where I would be watching for potential liquidity sweeps. Because if you look at it from the local perspective as well, I don't know. I mean, you lose that 786, I'd look to take this low. So, yeah, potential liquidity sitting down here. And then bigger level down here, which does not have visible liquidity, but doesn't mean that's not there. And if you could put in, if you can get that to line up with some bull divs or something like that, it's kind of hard to front run there. Yeah, I like to see these liquidity sweeps line up with bullish divergences, right? So it's like if you had a daily momentum wave that was like this, right? And then you could come in and SFP those lows for a bigger bounce to the upside and get nice bullish divergences. That would be very nice. Too soon to front run that, but yeah, I would say on the heat map, most liquidity sits between below 278. But hopefully we could just stay in this range. That would be very nice. But yeah, I would expect some kind of just chop. I mean, for the altcoins, I think it's going to be a waiting game. Let's see. Can we check Arrow? Yeah, we could take a look at Arrow. I think I have an Arrow chart here. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, I haven't really been covering the altcoins as in detail. I say that, but we actually do. I always say I'm not going to cover them in detail because, like, really not much has changed here. Yeah, we rejected the value area high. Doorway to the POC is open, right? I mean, this is the next target within the profile. Is it possible? I mean, 10-hour money flow coming out, 8-hour money flow coming out, 16-hour money flow is actually coming up. Daily money flow is flat. 2-day money flow coming out, 3-day, 4-day. I would still say longer term, guys. Like sure, chop, right? You have the 10-hour, 8-hour, 6-hour money flow trending out as well. So moves down are possible. POC will be the next target, sitting here at about $1.18. Lose the POC, looking down towards the golden pocket, which is the macro golden pocket. This is a huge level of support here. About $1.04, huge level of support. Right, you could look for bounces off the POC, but if that money flow is continuing out here on something like the 6 and the 8-hour, lower highs and lower lows could be anticipated to fill that range in full, and then this would be your big level of support. So that's what I would look at. Golden pocket value area low sits here between $1.06 and $1.02, and then your POC sits here at about $1.18. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I would stick with these levels. $1.18 to $1.05 to $1.02 at the value area low, and then I would just say $1.18 to $1.17 at the POC. These are your biggest levels of support. Continuation to 6-hour money flow would indicate lower highs, lower lows. But again, taking a look at those higher time frames, like 3-day money flow crossover into the green, right? Like you can see, even money flow trending up is indicating the trend will continue to the upside. But you're going to get those pullbacks. You're going to get those pullbacks. You're going to get those pullbacks, right? So something like that might not be super out of the question. So, yeah, that's what I would look at on Arrow. And then even if, maybe if you can get a little 4-hour bull div into this, could get a nice little bounce to the upside. But again, with that 8-hour money flow, you got to be careful of the lower highs and lower lows. But for a local bounce off that POC, could have an opportunity to look for that 4-hour bull div into the point of control. And then, maybe that turns into, my target for this would not just instantly be new all-time highs, right? I would probably be looking, let's say you push into exactly into the POC, right? And you do get those bull divs. Maybe it's on the 4-hour, maybe it's on the 5-hour, right? Maybe it's even on the 3-hour. But my target for that would probably be looking into the Fibonacci retracements, because if money flow continues out, you could capitalize on this little bounce of 11, 12%. But if you're looking for a continuation of that downtrend here, probably want to take some profits. And if it runs, then hey, you can move your stop loss to break even, take some money off the table. And if it runs, you can hold a portion of the trade. But if not, you'll get stopped out in profit. So yeah, I would look for like maybe an intraday bounce from this level, and possibility of it turning into something bigger is there. But again, what's money flow look like on the way back to the upside? So yeah, that's what I would look at. And then even if you pull this from like a local profile perspective, yeah, that's a pretty big deviation below your low. And then if you start pulling your fibs there, it's like I can almost guarantee you, right? Yeah, I mean, even if you push into that POC, like what you have confluence on that resistance now. Value area low, golden pocket, 786, right? So breakdown out of the range. Sure, you might be able to ride that move to the upside. And then if you flip this 786 POC zone, then you can look for a bigger continuation up. But if you're looking for lower highs, lower lows here, this would be big resistance. So yeah. Because you could look at that as technically a deviation below your volume profile, right? This is where you want to be looking for longs to get back into your range, flip the POC, go back up to the high. But because of the context and money flow coming out, I would definitely be careful around there. So there you go. That's what I would be looking at on Arrow. Shout out to Jake. Is that Jake from State Farm? Shout out to Jake. Welcome in, bro. Welcome in. Jupe. Yeah, we could try to take a look at Jupe. Yeah, so Jupe getting the bounce off the POC, which is obviously always going to be key support. Money flow. Let's check the daily here real quick.
I want you to speak up when you talk about the prices.
Got you, brother. First support it's sitting on right now around $46, Larry. The RSI is really neutral on the daily. This is a daily time frame that I'm looking at. So it's sitting right on 50. This could vacillate right here some. You could get a pullback maybe to 40. You're going to come down to 40 on your RSI and see if it holds. If that don't hold, you're going to come on back down. It's very, very neutral right now, in my opinion. You got a little bit more pullback coming in.
Okay.
Sitting on 50 on your RSI, yeah. A little bit.
Okay.
If this level don't hold. Resistance above, I would call 51. Somewhere in this neighborhood here. 51. Right.
And guys,
here,
I just asked him to
next
bring
week.
it up, so he bringing it up as he's going through it.
That's what I see, brother.
Yes.
That's all I've got on it, Larry. It's if you lose this 45 right here, you're going to probably pull back to $40. But you got a lot of consolidation that happened back in here. So these will be my two supports.
I'm pretty sure Josh.
46 and 40 right in there. Yep.
46 and 40. Say that again.
Yep. 46 and then 40. Under that, you're gonna get a sizable pullback if you come down here and lose. It's floating down right now on your RSI. If you get under 40 on this RSI, you're gonna drop, Larry. So you don't want to do that. If we get down to 40 and hold, it's just gonna vacillate and come back to the top of this range. But it's not. These two levels here aren't too bad. You got a little bit more of a pullback if you lose 46 down to $40. That's what I see, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, hey, good people. Oh, there's Josh. He said, "That's right. Boom, baby. Let's go."
My dog. There's my dog.
That's my dog. Hey, listen,
my dog right there.
Listen, this is what we got to keep in mind. You know what? All of the ETH stock, the ETH ZW, BMNR, just like MicroStrategy. Good people, please listen. Sometimes we lose focus on what the stock really is. This is just the MicroStrategy of ETH, okay? If you understand the business model on how they do convertible notes, and then they take that money and they just buy more Bitcoin. The same thing here is structured a little different. They just buy more ETH. They just buy more ETH. So if Ethereum is going down, good people, and it's crashing, don't come and say, hey, what's going on with BMNR or Bitmine? Did you look at Ethereum if it's going down? Now, I know someone saying, but Ethereum was going up and this was still going down, right? And that's a fair question. But what I want you to realize is right out of the gate, let me just pull up a simple chart and let me show you guys this because I know a lot of people are in this play. If you really look at this right out of the gate, look at that. It literally pumped. Remember the IPO and remember the news that this deal was happening and all of this money was to follow. It got overinflated, too much, too quick. Now it's trying to find its fair value. And remember, it's leveraged to Ethereum now. And so we got to be careful. It ran up too much, too quick. And so now it's just got to find its fair value. And that's what I think it's doing right now, is consolidating to where it should be. Just like MicroStrategy. Remember, MicroStrategy is leverage 1.75. Well, sometimes it's leverage 2.5, and sometimes it's leverage 150. Follow? It just fluctuates according to what Bitcoin is doing as it pertains to MicroStrategy, Ethereum to Bitmine. Follow? And so hopefully that helps you guys. Always see, here's what I can tell you that will help you. With Bitmine, I would not be trying to catch a falling knife. I would wait until Ethereum bottoms out. You're not going to catch the bottom and show some support and start to turn around and run up. And then that's when you can catch Bitmine at a better price. Keenan, what you got to say about some more crypto, and then we'll go into some stock.
So I'll say one thing about companies like Bitmine, right, is we have to remember that Ethereum, I know cryptocurrency and market cap, people feel, oh, they don't really have market caps, it's not real. When you add up all the Ethereum, last time I checked, it's like what, $400 billion of a market cap? And Bitmine, what I'm looking at right now, is like $8 billion of a market cap, but it's tied to the performance of Ethereum. It's going to be extremely hard, but doable for Ethereum to double in a short time period. But if Ethereum pumps, then you could kind of think of BMNR like a leveraged play on Ethereum. Ethereum drops a little bit, Bitmine's probably going to drop a lot. If Ethereum pumps a bit, then Bitmine is very likely to pump a lot. So the technicals, I do want everybody to pay attention to them for your entries and your exits on your plays and set up your plays. Because to be honest with you, the technicals are the best tool that we have on the market, period. However, you got to also understand that there is so much money on the sidelines, and Bitmine is making itself an Ethereum treasury company. So they're just going to be stockpiling it. They might be in the top 3, if not 5 holders of Ethereum in the whole world at this point. So when Ethereum continues to go up, then guess what? The technicals are going to be out the door and this thing is just going to run. But if we hit crypto winter, same thing. Technicals are just going to be out the door and it's just going to run until it settles down. So
exactly.
This is going to be a news play. As simple as that. It's going to be a news catalyst play. Because let me tell you something. One thing I've known about, and I trade like live, like 16 hours a month. And one thing that I know for sure is the technicals is your best tool, but it don't matter sometimes when you have your news. I don't care what is going on with Tesla.
That's
Elon Musk says that he quits, it's going to drop like a rock. NVIDIA, I don't care what chip they selling now. If Jensen says he's out, a founder, oh yeah, it's going to drop like a rock. I don't care what support level you're on. So remember, the technicals are super important. They're the best tool we have. But that news catalyst thing, if Donald Trump tweets and says, oh man, I'm tariffing the whole world, triple.
Come on.
It don't matter what the charts say, family, at that point, because you just got to see the opportunity in the moment. So expand your mind up a little bit so that you can actually take advantage of these things and understand that this is not a bad thing. This is a good thing, because one thing, most of the money happens and is made when things are unexpected. So you could think of it like this. Imagine we all went to like some derby and we're seeing horses racing, and then you bet on the worst horse, and then that horse wins. Whoa, nobody bet on this horse but you. You're going to be the one who gets to eat all of the fruit there. And then the stock market is very similar to that, where if everybody thinks something's going to drop and you get in, you'll be the first mover, and you'll be the person who gets to take the whole move rather than some people who are getting on late. So just open your mind. News catalysts are actually a huge benefit. Every single time that we heard about a tariff, it was a buying opportunity, and many other news catalysts like that.
All right, so this is what I want to show you guys, and I'm gonna do something here in a minute. Listen, you know what? I've always keep going to the Fear and Greed Index, and just on yesterday's video, we were back down here, right? We were back down here because why? Crypto was cooling off. It wasn't crashing, it was cooling off. Even though we say on these thumbnails, hey, it's crashing, right? Just to get y'all's attention. But now that it's found some solid, foundation, now it's starting to what? Creep back up, right? So we got Bitcoin at 111, flat, gave up its gains for the 7-day. Ethereum is flat, but still up 4% over the last 7 days, okay? So now, oh Lord, help us, Jesus. Let us pray. Lord, please protect me against the XRP army. Amen. All right, good people.
Easy, Larry. I like you too much to see you in some cornfield. Come on now.
Listen, listen, good people. Listen, pull up a chart, okay? I want to ask you guys this. Keenan, Mo, and I wish Josh was here. Josh could actually, Josh, I want you to just leave it in the comment. Now, I've listened to all of these gentlemen on XRP, right? And I know what I know. And I'm going to go off of what I know first. And here's what I will tell you. There are XRP prices in general of what could be, and then there are XRP prices of what could happen this year. And those are two totally different numbers. Two totally different numbers, right? But this year, we only have a few more months left, and we're going to get back to stock. What do you think it has the possibility to do this year? Because the banking, the Swift payment system, and all of that, that's not going to get worked out this year. So I'm going to leave the floor open because I'm telling you guys that we'll be blessed to see a $5 to $8 XRP this year because everything is not falling in line right away. That's what I'm telling you guys. And if we have a super cycle this year, I see even in a super cycle, I see it going to $12, not $100 again this year. I'm only talking about this year. I don't know what it's going to do a year, 5 years from now, or whatever. Remember, I have 5 figures in XRP. I want XRP to thrive, but I'm not selling hopium on my page, okay? So I want you, Keenan, what do you think could happen with XRP this year?
That's a good question. So you know what? Whenever I do an XRP video, I don't tell people that it's going to go to this number or that number because nobody knows. But I'll tell you this. The one thing that you could do for yourself if you like XRP is stop listening to the hype. Stop listening to the hype. Stop listening to the hype. XRP is it's not a company. They don't make, well, I guess Ripple is behind it, But the cryptocurrency itself, they're not generating revenue. It's a cryptocurrency. So you can't assess it the same way that you could assess a stock. So since that's the case, what do? You use that best tool that I told you about again, and that's the charts. It's literally the best thing you can do. So when you're using the charts, people often overcomplicate it. You want to buy low and sell high. How do you know what's low? Well, I'll tell you this. Go to the 4-hour time frame. And if you're on your phone and an app like Robinhood or whatever, you're looking at it there, go to the weekly time frame and then the monthly time frame. And whenever you buy it at a price that is not the low of those points, you're setting yourself up for a lot of risk every single time. Those who've been watching me for a long time, I told you, you got to look at XRP. Take your heart out of it. The XRP army, I love y'all. I do. I really do.
Me
but
too.
a lot of people in the XRP army, they'll tell you, man, just buy it whenever. But I will never tell you that, because this is not something like VTI or VOO. I can't tell you to just buy that whenever. It doesn't work like that. You got to be more precise with it. You got to be surgical with it. So I encourage you, if you ever do decide to buy, if you playing it hot, you buy on a weekly. If you playing it more conservatively, you buy on a monthly. If you have a more prominent app that you're looking at, even something like a Webull, go to the 4-hour time frame, and when I tell you I'm seeing some crazy levels of support at about 260, 270.
Yeah.
It bounced over there a month ago, half a month ago, and then in the last few days, about 260, 270. Does that mean it won't go to $2? No, but it means at least you are getting local lows on it when you do decide to buy. So you use the best tool that you can. And then when you see it go up and it hits these 330 levels, family, this is the crazy selling area. A whole lot of selling over there. But one day we'll be able to get above it.
Yes.
And to be honest with you, when you look at the chart, there's even more selling up there at about 360.
Yep.
So as soon as you see your 380s and we close out above that and we can hold it for like a week, I believe you're going to start to see we got to hit these low levels first. So a lot of people are doing crypto backwards. They're buying it high and then they see it drop and they put their whole life savings into it at the top, and then they don't understand
They get out and
what they're
run.
doing. Yep. They put their whole life savings into it, and then next thing you know, they getting cooked, and then they're right here. Oh man, Mo told me to buy XRP at $8, and that was $3. No, he didn't. Nobody's telling you that. We're telling you to buy it low. Buy it low.
Right.
What's low? You look at the charts. It's literally like that. You look at the charts. The charts are gonna tell you on a weekly, on a monthly, and on a 4-hour. And you buy it low there. I can't tell you what to buy, hold, or sell, but I've been having crazy success with cryptocurrency because I have been sticking to my discipline. You think when I don't see XRP going up like crazy and I'm like, oh man, I want to be on this ride on some more money in it, but my discipline is telling me, is it at the 4-hour support? No. Weekly support? No.
Nope.
Monthly? No, I can't buy it. I just got to hold on to what I have and leave it at that. And whatever I have, I'm on the race. So in terms of XRP though, I would be surprised long term. I can't tell you when. This could be 2035. Who knows? But I would be surprised if I never see a $10 XRP. I'll give you that. I'll be surprised. But hear me close. A lot of people don't listen at all. If I never see a $10 XRP, I'm going to be okay. Why?
Yes.
Because I'm also investing into other things, right? And I say this a lot, and no disrespect to anybody, because I grew up poor. But when you're poor, you think or. When you are rich, you think and. So if I want to get XRP or Bitcoin, poor, you think or. And remember, poor is not just in your pockets. You can have a poor mindset. You need to enrich your mindset and get out of that scarcity mindset. You poor, you thinking or. You want to enrich your mindset and think, and how do I make money on Bitcoin and XRP and VOO and NVIDIA? How do I do it? Could you do it? Somebody's doing it. I'm doing it. You can do it too. You just got to make sure you understand what you're investing in and make sure you have a plan, not just I'm going to buy it here and then I'm going to cross my fingers. No, have a plan. You can make money in all of these things, and diversification is not it's not a bad word. It's a good word because it helps you to hold on to your XRP when times get tough. If you've held Bitcoin and you've been in it, let me know in the chat. If you've been in it since at least 2017, back then, it was like in a few thousands. It ran all the way up to 100,000. It didn't go straight there. We rolled it up to 19K and rolled it right back down to 3K. And it was hard. It was hard. But guess why we were able to do it? Because we also had other investments that we just don't even got to look at it for now. We ain't got to look at XRP. We ain't got to look at Bitcoin or nothing. Because our other investments are taking us up. And then next thing you know, a knock on your door. It's XRP. It's Bitcoin. Hey, it's me. You ain't forget about me. You didn't let me go. It's time to we going straight to the promised land with it, family. So I say all of that to say you diversify so you could handle the heat of these hot stocks and crypto. It's that simple, family. I'm telling you.
Yep. Well, I'm going to say this. First of all, that was the best talk I've heard on XRP. Thanks, Keenan. It was the absolute best talk.
Thank you.
Sometimes
really
I
good.
feel it was really, really good and thorough.
It was really good,
Sometimes
man.
I feel like I'm on an island, on an island called reality by myself. You know, and it's rough. I don't want anybody to lose money, and I talk about Bitcoin. I talk about Bitcoin, you know, hitting $1 million, and I look at it and I calculate and I see the movement, but I don't know exactly when it's going to hit. I don't know when it's going to hit $1 million, but I could see $1 million, especially you could have bought a Bitcoin, you know, for 19K 19 months ago. And we're at what we're at 115, 111, right? And so I see a clear path, but what he said was true, being diversified. And I'm going to still buy and talk about Bitcoin. I talk about Bitcoin all of the time, right? But what he said was so right, and I want you guys to understand. We saying this because we love you and we don't want you to lose money. We don't want you to chase at the top. Keenan said something more. I'm gonna get you in right in a minute. So Keenan said something that's real easy. Look at that. That's XRP over the last month. Okay. He's showing you, look, I've been saying this every time I show you XRP. I tell you, do not buy XRP before you go out to the weekly and the monthly, period. And the truth be told, when it comes to XRP, I go to the monthly and the 3 monthly is what I look at. And I see what the low points are. And then I set a buy order. So we're not saying don't buy it. We're saying buy it at the right price. You would agree with that, Keenan, right? We're just saying
buy low.
Buy it low. If you're going to buy it and hold it, I have it. I'm holding it. But I bought it low. As a matter of fact, I don't think anybody should be buying any XRP over $3 at this junction, right? Until it shows higher, stronger levels of support. Mo, what you got to say about it?
Hey, throw me on the main screen there. Hey,
Yes, sir.
Listen, folks, I had so much hate coming my way. I told everybody back in October, look at the big ones on XRP, Ethereum, Bitcoin before the election. It's up 400% since then. What do you think I did, Larry? Do you think I went out and bought it when it was up 400%?
Nope.
No, I sold. I took so much profit off of XRP. You know how much hate I got on my channel? A boatload. And what happened when I sold it 360 something? And then I sold it 330 something. And then I bought back in the low. And when we got way down the lows, I loaded back up. Let me just pull the chart up.
You mean you in this to make money, Mo?
Yeah, I sold right here, guys. This is where I sold. And then I got hate like, oh my God, but you don't. I sold. Then I bought back in off the 50. I moved all my money up. And guess what I just did again? I sold it all except for a little teeny bit. And I actively trade. I'm different than these guys. I actively trade. I trade all the time based on the daily and the weekly candles. I'll get my entry price on the minute candles, 15 minute and the hour on the day I decide to do it. I sold all my Bitcoin. I would have sold all my Ethereum, but I had so much stake I couldn't sell it. And I sold 90% of my XRP. I had 3 or 4 million in crypto this year alone, up over $500,000 to 750, or not, yeah, $500,000 to 750,000 in profit. And anybody that wants to badmouth me because I made $500,000 and I locked it in, go ahead. I'll laugh. I'll cry to the bank. I'll cry all the way to the bank. And here's the deal, folks. I have a strategy. That is more than a lot of people in the world can say. I have worked my strategy to perfection. My technicals are spot on. The only one that didn't hit was this little candle right here. And I call that Fed Day. When they came out and they shook it up, they pulled the rug out, sent everything popping, and now look where we're going. Right back to where I thought we would have been here. And I was going to buy in down here at the 270 to 240 range. And that was my buy point before they did the okie dokie. That's it, Uncle Larry. The old okie dokie. And they changed everything up. So I have a plan to make more. And I'm gonna. I don't care what anybody says. Trust the lines and you'll do fine. You can trust these charts and not your heart. And that's what I do. And what I'm going to do from here on out is I'm going to start my little process. We got this nasty looking chart right here. Are we going to break below? Are we going to break above? Well, I do think we're going down below that 50 EMA, and I'm not going to be shocked at all. So I got a whole thing I'm going to be doing with that. And so anybody that looks and says, oh, Mo, he does a lot of XRP. Of course, but I've been blunt with the world. Ethereum is the best buy, in my humble opinion, right now over the next 3 months to about 15 months.
Agreed.
And even with that being said, you're going to have nastiness over the next 4 to 6 weeks because of the Fed and the Treasury. No one talks about liquidity. No one looks at the macroeconomic situation. They look at a chart and they don't pay attention to anything that makes it move. When you combine outright fundamentals, macroeconomic studying, and put it with the technicals, you are unstoppable. And so I challenge everyone to increase your learning, and that way you'll increase your earning. You don't need to listen to us. You need to focus on your education, learn, and then earn. We should be nothing but entertainment here. Now, what I'm going to do is continue to share my knowledge, and hopefully I know the guys share their nuggets of knowledge as well, and we're going to go from here. But understand this, folks. I am in this to make money. I am in this to help people learn, and I'm going to continue to do that. So yes, I wear an X hat. Yes, I have about 1 billion Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tesla cat hats, Shiba Inu hats. That's all they are, is a hat, folks. I love what I'm doing. I love the XRP. I think it's going to do well in the future. Once they get rid of that locked up amount they have, they got to get that all out. But until then, Ethereum is my main way I'm going to make bank. It's the way I made all the money mostly this year. And that's how I'm going to do it through 2026.
My man. Well, y'all heard it. Listen, to your point, the most hate I got, and I see you got the charts up, Spy Lord, so I'm going to pull you up in a minute, so get ready. I see that chart down there. And I noticed that, I know crypto ain't really your thing, but I want you to talk about what you see.
Yeah.
Listen, the biggest hate I got in 2021 is when I sold Shiba Inu after making over $250,000. But I came and I told people right when I was doing it, I said, here's where I'm buying. And then they kept running. And then here we go with the whole, let's all hold together and hold hands and sing Kumbaya and let's never sell. Only an idiot says they're never selling. I'm just being honest with you guys. I'm going to look you dead in the camera and tell you, if you buying that stupid foolishness, you are an absolute idiot. And I know that's not like me to say that. I want that to get under your skin enough for you to do something about it. Look at what these charts are showing you, okay? There's a time to buy and there's a time to sell. Now, Bunk, I made over $42,000 swing trading Bunk. But I didn't catch any flack because I told people, this is what I'm doing. And they were like, oh, you need to be holding this. You need to be holding that. Why? Because we all are holding this. No, I swung traded, right? Now I buy Bunk low. I'm holding it now. I'm holding what I have now because I believe it's going to whipsaw at the end when alt season happens. Okay. So listen, follow liquidity. Don't follow Day Day Pookie them. You know, don't follow Bubba, right? Don't follow Juan, right? Don't follow and them. Don't say them said. Don't follow them. Follow liquidity and look at the charts. All right, Spy Lord. Welcome to it. Welcome to the family, Spy Lord. This is how we get down. So
Man,
listen, I want you to
I like.
bring up your chart and I'm gonna replace it
I had to
here.
say, I looked at Mo's chart there, and I was like, man, I got the same. I got the same line going on there for Mo, man. And it's what I noticed about, and I don't trade XRP, so I don't care
Right.
either way. I don't
Right.
trade it. What I did notice is on this weekly, you getting bearish divergence stepping in, guys. You making higher highs on lower momentum. It's stepping in, so you need to, you need to start thinking. And this is one of the biggest things I've learned from Josh, man. What's my end game? If you're still in this right now, what's my exit strategy? And I think Keenan hit on that a second ago. I tell you right now, the only thing I have done over the past year is ran Sui probably 5 times and scalp the daylights out of it. I don't have any crypto right now because I bought all my crypto back when none of you three even knew who my name was, and I was just following you. And I bought it all and I sold it and quadrupled everything I had off of buying through the winter. I don't stress about it right now. I'm not stressing about it. So I'm not playing the top, but I do see things are winding down. People need to, exactly what Mo just said. You should be educating yourself and have an exit. You got to have an exit strategy on this stuff. Every price point that they just hit, there's still money to be made in it. Every price point they just hit is dead on. You buying down here in this 270 range and selling on the pops. There's money to be made still, but you should be having a plan on this because on the big time frame, this weekly time frame, she's winding down. She's winding down, in my opinion.
All
That's
right.
on that one.
All right. Let me bring myself back in. All right. So let's end this with where are we at? Okay, we only have a few minutes. I said we was going to be under an hour, but listen, guys, you guys know I am going to keep it real. Where my money movers at? You guys know I'm going to keep it real, right? And that's what you need right now. This has been one of the realest lives ever because we just keep it real. So in parting, I want to ask each of you guys to talk about what do you think is going to happen to the stock market and or crypto from here to the end of the year. We'll start with you, Mo, since we got you already queued. You take it, Mo.
I think it's going to be a very similar thing for equities and crypto, but crypto is where I'm going to make the biggest bang for my buck, and it's not going to happen until at least probably till the end of September. You're going to see bloodshed, in my opinion, because of liquidity crunch and pulling $300 billion out of the economy to replenish that treasury fund. So the government has that $800 billion. Folks, that is a massive amount of money in the next 4 weeks that they're taking out in liquidity. And then you got the repo for the banks for the overnight lending and all that to look at. We don't got the same kind of equity liquidity we had back 2 years ago, 3 years ago when they had to do this. This is something that I'm nervous about. I like the VIX at this point. I got call options. Now for crypto, once that headwind is out of our face, once we get through the liquidity issues and we get the big dip, which I'm expecting, that is when I think you're going to have that V-shaped recovery. I'll say that right now. In October, maybe late October into November, and then we just run like just a puppy through a field and the first time chasing a Frisbee. It's going to be beautiful, and that's what I think is going to happen. So I'll give you some price points. I think XRP, I've been saying 450 to 5 by the end of this year. I had back when Ethereum was 1,600, I called 4,500 to 5,000. We're already there. So I'm thinking that 5,000 to 5,500 should be doable by the end of the year. I know Tom Lee said over 10,000. Hopefully he's right. And Bitcoin, I still see 125 to 150 by end of the year.
Keenan, my man.
All right, so I got a few for you, family, and you can
Yep.
write these down and stamp it. So there's a wise man, I forget his name, but really smart guy who was a stock market guy for years, right? I don't even know if he's still alive, but he said that if you like a stock and you've researched it well and it's $12 and you think it's going to $20, you have good reason to see the revenue was going up, earnings going up, everything's going up. But then the stock falls down to $6 where you